wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
But it's time to come alive. If you want to party, babe, you got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling.
bitter, sweet, fiery heat, whispers the man of the hurricane. Oh, stop pushing me, gonna push so hard I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, 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 I won't let go. Ain't never giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Gonna push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. 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 Spirits climbing, love contriving, passion driving, the tempers rising. Whoa, stop pushing me. You're gonna push so hard I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, I won't let go, I won't let go. Ain't ever giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. Ain't ever giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. 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 Ride on the wings of the hurricane.
I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. I'm in control, you know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. Let me take you for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Let me take you for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Because I'm in control. a chateau in the mountains. Got change, yeah, jet set through the islands. I change zip codes like it is nothing. Top 10K first class on my side bang. Shorty went viral on a TikTok. Got 'em doing moves in a big mouth. Rocking their head doing pop like 20 million streams, so she won't stop, can't stop. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night, oh. We light up the night like we go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night like we go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. Only show me love, I don't clap back. Homie got a catfish fist, so you can have that. Topping hits on hits, can you handle that? Lose it all on a high stakes blackjack. That big trip, even in a lockdown. Big tips, only with the fans now. My clique, pull up with the top down. We keep it going all night. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night, oh. We light up the night like we go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night like we go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah.
We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh. Your mata. Eh. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh. Your mata, 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 eh.
cry. So don't think I can't live without you, darling. I'll be just fine. You won't take no for an answer. Get on your feet and pull yourself together. I'll make it on my own. You think I need ya? I've come a long, long way. No looking back. Keep banging on my door. See where it gets ya. I'm moving on now, honey. Ain't gonna play your games. I'm so damn serious. I'm ready for the fight. Time has crept along. I pushed you out of sight. Don't think I can't live without you, darling. I'll be just fine. You won't take no for an answer. Get off your knees and pull yourself together. I'll make it on my own. You think I need ya? I've come a long, long way. No looking back. Keep banging on my door. See where it gets ya. I'm moving on now, honey. Ain't gonna play your games. I'll make it on my own. You think I need ya? I've come a long, long way. No looking back. Keep banging on my door. See where it gets ya. I'm moving on now, honey. Ain't gonna play your game. I won't stop fighting on. I won't stop fighting on. Never gonna play your game. I won't stop fighting on. I won't stop fighting on. Never gonna play your games.
One way with you, what it feels like. Some way to you, I still try. If I love you where you love me, you would question me, yeah. At times I hold it back and give you less of me, yeah. Do you love me? Do you me for real? Shorty, keep it real. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah, yeah. This ain't I want you more than you want me. This ain't I need you more than you need me. Oh yeah. Is it that hard to call me back after you say you call me back? Passive aggressive. No, I hate when you call me that. You don't get the message. Playing these games while you texting. Same thing you do with your exes. If I love you where you love me, you would question me, yeah. At times I hold it back and give you less of me, yeah. Do you love me? Do you me for real? Shorty, keep it real. Ooh yeah, yeah.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Walk anywhere, eyes them locked on me fresh sneakers straight to the snapback. Pretty girl them smell make alone get weak, wanna give me loose chat. Any boy try to take my style right now, better bring it right back. Come me look good in anything from the latest fashion, no throwbacks from a thrift shop. Yeah, hear that? Because my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Ha, because my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, killing it. Killing it. Anywhere me go. Money on my mind, all I hear is ching, ching, ching. Some boy can't afford one chicken wing. Roll with top class, gal, no basic thing. Confidence in myself from the words me sing. Yo, become a style done properly, cause I must compliment the physical anatomy. When you see me on the street every day looking fresh, with I swear that the thing is a strategy. But it's just my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Ha, because my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it.
They said we had to prove ourselves. So we did. They said we'd never reach the top. But here we are. We've broken barriers. We've shattered limits.
And now this big fish needs to find a bigger pond.
Now, it's not about proving anything anymore. It's about fighting harder, rising higher. Now, we are fearless.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the lower bracket of Game Changers Stage 3 EMEA. We have the final, where the winner will advance against G2 Gozen on the LAN in Istanbul, and the loser will end their split here. I'm your host, Ginny, joined on the desk with Billy and Meg. Meg, thank you so much for joining us. Yay! How are you?
I'm so good. I'm very, very happy to be back, and I'm super excited for today's game because it's going to be a belter.
Oh, I have no idea what that means, but I'm just gonna like nod and agree. Smile and wave. That seems to be the theme for me for the last couple of days. But Billy, the bracket in regards to what happened yesterday really needs to be pointed out because G2 is advancing to the grand finals, whereas Twisted Mind has dropped into the lower bracket.
I mean, G2 being able to make their first grand finals of the year, it doesn't feel like a Game Changers EMEA year without having them in at least one of those grand finals. So yeah, nice to see them on their way to Istanbul. KC though, having a quick and early knockout from Giant X yesterday, I think was quite impressive from Giant X to be able to knock out our reigning champions. So yeah, they obviously end their journey pretty early, but it means that they can get some prep time done for GCC.
Yeah, it was all part of the plan. Get knocked out early, get some prep in, do some practice, vibe, get together as a team. Because they have to go to GCC, which, when we're looking at the circuit points in regards to the teams that have already qualified, Meg, we have KC up there, we have Giant X. Gozen is sitting pretty comfortably, but Twisted Minds is still in the running.
Yeah, as we mentioned already, this is the final stop before the Stage 3 Grand Finals in Istanbul. And of course, there is still some things on the line for certain teams, so Twisted Minds being one of those today, which should make today's games very competitive, because of course you have Giant X who have already made it, but I know that they definitely want to make it all the way and finally went out one of the finals in the stages of the year, you know, coming second placed in both Stage 1 and Stage 2. I think there's still a lot on the line for them today as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And also the fact that if you do manage to qualify for that grand final, it's all the way over in Istanbul, for which you can get tickets right now by scanning the QR code that's going to pop up under my camera at some point. There we go. If you scan that, you can buy your tickets and you can, if you have friends, go with them and you can watch the games, and it should be a great time. But either way, that is step 1 in the journey, because step 2 here, Billy, is internationals, and that's going to GCC, where we already have a bunch of team qualifieds from different regions.
Yeah, of course. That's every team's goal here in Game Changers EMEA, is to make it to that global event at the end of the year by getting to compete at Game Changers Championship. And yeah, we have a lot of great representatives across the globe here. And I'm excited to see now who we're going to end up sending from EMEA. The fact that we still have one more spot up for grabs could be decided today. If Twisted Minds are knocked out, we will of course be sending G2. So yeah, a lot still at stake here in EMEA.
Yeah, that little slot is still empty, and as you already touched upon, today is the game that's going to dictate whether or not it will remain like that until the grand finals, or if it will be populated by G2 Gozen. Because today we're going to be looking at Twisted Minds against GX, Megan, and both of these rosters have come a very long way from a rocky group stage.
Definitely. I mean, on one hand, you have Giant X, who have, as already sort of mentioned, come second place in both Stage 1 and Stage 2 this year. However, they have already qualified for Game Changers champions, and they all have experience on LAN. So I feel like they all have the reps and the experience and titles to show for it. So really going into this, they sort of have the upper hand. But then on the other side, you have Twisted Minds, who this is the furthest that they've ever been as an organization. And they are so close to that grand finals where they could potentially qualify for Game Changers champions. And I think that they are definitely an incredible team with so much talent and again, so much experience as well, that I do hope that they do well and maybe make it to those grand finals.
It's a pretty crazy storyline for both of these rosters. And then if you look at G2, who's already sitting in that finals, it's even crazier, because imagine there is a timeline or a world where we have a GCC without a G2 Gozen. That would be insane. So a lot of different moving variables, Billy, are dependent on this game specifically first, and then also the grand finals. But also, both of these teams are no strangers to one another. They have played each other during the regular stage, and I think considering just that we're this far into the bracket, that is obviously also no surprise.
Yeah, exactly. And Twisted Minds were the ones that actually sent Giant X into the lower bracket at the very start of this playoffs. You know, they finished top seed of the groups, which meant that they kind of got to skip that knockout round. And I feel like the first kind of challenge that Twisted Minds actually came across was against G2 yesterday. So I think Giant X today really need to lock in and be able to deal with a lot of the players on Twisted Minds. I think my eyes gravitate towards Lean because she was definitely a nuisance when they faced off against each other in that upper bracket previously.
And we definitely have to talk about that bind from Giant X. It's definitely become their home ground and one of their strongest maps. However, you can't just rely on that one map as they then went to Ascent and did kind of get slapped about by Twisted Minds. It was a very dominant game from them. They managed to shut down Giant X in their mid-round pushes. And I just think that they felt so confident going into this. And, you know, we've spoken to a lot of the players in Twisted Minds, and they like to tell us that they don't feel pressure and that they don't feel sort of that they can come into this and be confident despite kind of who they're coming up against and the Giants and the names that they're playing. They're sort of just running it down, playing their game and playing confidently.
Yeah, maybe Giant Slayers are something that we could attribute to them if this game does go their way, but that remains to be seen, because as we've touched upon quite a few times already in this pre-show, and we really just want to hammer this home, guys, is what's on the line here. Because when we're looking at Twisted Minds, if they want to make it all the way to GCC, they have to win stage 3. If they lose today, or if they lose the grand finals, Billy, that's just G2 goes and ultimate automatically locked in.
Yeah, exactly. And if they do want to make it to GCC, like you say, the first step of that starts today. They need to be able to beat Giant X. But not only that, they need to be able to get revenge on G2 in that grand final. So for a team that have said that they don't really feel pressure, the pressure's kind of on.
Yeah, absolutely. And to make it even more difficult, Meg, this is also the first time that they are playing a best of 5 in the main event. So if they're going to run out of steam after they've played a full series yesterday, you're going to have to play best of 5 today. That remains to be seen, but it is not the nicest position to find yourself in.
No, and I'm going to try and look at the positives here, because I do think you have to look at Twisted Minds run as a whole and how they've literally come from the very pits, I guess, of Game Changers and come all the way from sort of losing in playoffs in 2024 against Odd One Out, and then again in the second round of Contenders in 2024. But they came back in 2025, and ever since then, after getting knocked out by KC in the first round of playoffs, they've kind of been on their way back up. So in terms of, yes, maybe their best of 5 experience isn't great in terms of their year as a whole, they've literally gone from the very bottom to the very top, and they're here. So they definitely know how to work with momentum and carry that into their games. And I think they're going to come into this today with almost the kind of expectation you would have from a team that has had best of 5 experience, and they're going to fulfill that.
It's definitely a Cinderella run story for the side of Twisted Minds, regardless of how far they're able to push this, whether they do go to that LAN final, whether this is, you know, the game that they're going to be playing, because they come all the way from Contenders, and then you play the group stage, and then you get into the upper bracket, and you slay team after team, and you do find yourself in this position, which to me personally speaks a lot about the mentality that this roster has, Billy, because you have to be so incredibly strong to deal with the expectations, but also the pressure, so to say, from what comes with going from literally Contenders all the way to the stage. And then you get here, and then Toka goes, no, we actually don't have any pressure.
I kind of like that, though, and I think it's easy for them to, you know, come out and have these sayings, because when we actually look at the experience that a lot of the players have on this team, it's quite a lot, right? You have Hate the Most, who just missed out on GCC back in 2023 when she was on Ascend and lost to BBL Queens in that grand finals of Stage 3. And then you have people like Lexa, like Marty, like Toka, you know, people that have been at that kind of top finish in Game Changers as well. So Lean is really the only one that hasn't had this kind of higher placement. So I think pressure, they don't really need to have any pressure given the experience that the roster has.
I do think they're slightly playing mind games here as well, and they're coming into this super nonchalant to kind of be like, you know, we like being the underdogs, we don't mind the pressure and we don't feel it. And I feel like that could almost work in their favor against a team like Giant X, who, you know, we know how badly they want to make it to those finals and win it, considering the year that they've had. So I do think part of it is mind games, and I like that.
Yeah, it's just two opposite sides of the coins. Both these teams are hungry. GX more so, considering the fact that they were able to make finals back-to-back, never able to win it. Twisted Minds really on that Cinderella run. But from Twisted Minds side of things, we had the chance to sit down with HCM ahead of the competition to see what everything's been like in the Twisted Minds camp since their loss yesterday against G2 Gozen. HGM, you have this lower bracket final coming up today against GX. Yesterday, you played G2 Gozen, and that was an insane series. So what were your takeaways from that, first of all?
Our takeaways, I mean, we didn't really play our game, and I think we just lost mentally, really, not really by our gameplay. So we will just do better mentally.
That's actually quite a good takeaway, because specifically when you guys were able to take Corrode off of G2 Gozen, everyone was very surprised but also very proud of the achievements that you were able to bring. So when it comes to the aspect of being better mentally, what did you do between yesterday's game until today's game to make sure that you will be there mentally?
I mean, we just had rest. We didn't really talk to each other yet, and we just rest. That's all.
Did you have breakfast?
No.
Okay.
No. But it's fine.
Breakfast is important.
It is.
So for today's game then against GX, obviously, as you mentioned already, you guys want to be playing your game. You want to be, the Twisted Minds that we've seen throughout the playoffs, which is quite a scary team, to be completely honest, when you guys are locked in. What would you say is the driver between giving you that confidence? What do you think is it? Is it because you guys are considered the underdogs? Is it because you're just approaching this as a group of friends who are playing together? What makes you so dangerous?
I think people, like enemy teams, underrating us a bit. Maybe not anymore because we are here.
Yeah.
But I think before that it was helping a bit. So yeah, but I think the fact that we are having fun is helping a lot. But yesterday we didn't really have fun. That's why we lost. That's what I think.
So today is all about having fun, but
Yeah.
there are also quite a lot of stakes in this game specifically. If you win this, you go all the way to Istanbul, and if you win in Istanbul, you get to go to Game Changers Championship, which would be an incredible storyline, as you guys came all the way from contenders. So do you feel like there are expectations this match on your shoulder, maybe a little bit of pressure of having to make it work?
No, I don't think there are any expectations on us. And I hope people will not be in their head thinking like we have to win this game because we want to go to LAN or we want to go to Champs or something. There are literally no expectations. We just go and play.
Do you have expectations of yourself on how to perform this game?
No, I'm just going to play like it's ranked. I'm just saying honest stuff. It's just ranked game, that's all.
Okay, you know what? I love that. That's a really good energy to be bringing in today. Thank you so much for your time and good luck on the server.
Thank you.
Listen, Meg, you touched upon maybe there being some pressure, maybe it being a mental game, but you heard it from HCM here that they're just going to play like it's ranked.
I just think HCM's a cool cucumber. Like, do you know what I mean? She's a woman who is very straight to the point, no messing around. Like, you know what her business is. And I respect that, I've always liked HCM, and I just do think that she's a good character to have on a team for sure.
Absolutely lovely to interview as well. Like, the vibes, so wholesome, so incredible. But however, the opponent for Twisted Minds is GX, and GX also played a game yesterday. It was against KC, which Billy happened to be their kryptonite for the entirety of the year up until yesterday. And Ness specifically was very much a spearhead to be able to deal with this aggression and just the kryptonite that is KC.
Yeah, Ness was a standout performer yesterday, putting up numbers whilst being able to lead the team. And let's not forget that she only became the IGL back in stage 2 of groups, and I feel as though the team has come on leaps and bounds since making that decision. She's just been doing so well, and not only that, being able to flex onto different agents has just been so enjoyable to watch. Of course, we're seeing her play the Sentinel a little bit more in this stage, which is really nice. I feel like we're seeing, a kind of new era of Giant X in a way.
Yeah, everything is coming together from them, and so as well, like throughout the maps yesterday, Sarah was another top performer. It didn't necessarily start out that way, Megan, but she really, once she found her footing, it was scary.
Yeah, poor Sarah had a bit of a stinker on the Euro on Abyss, but I really respect it. And to be honest, like if Abyss did come through today, I'd love to see it again because I do think it could just be a one-off and we're not able to judge that just on that one Euro play. However, I have to talk about sort of Sarah as a whole and on that Viper, which we saw her play on Haven, which is tried and tested. We know she's incredible on. I think sticking to her comfort roles here may be the strat today. I feel like Viper facilitates Sarah's plays so well, her ability to sort of reposition in those moments and play a little bit more strategically rather than Yoru, who's a bit more brute force, kind of get into the site, find those picks and maybe get out and go again. But I just think, yeah, Sarah playing on her comfort roles for me is definitely something I think Giant X are going to lean into today.
Yeah, Giant X in comfort is kind of what we want to see regardless today, because it feels like whenever they feel no pressure, they feel comfortable, they feel confident, that's when we get the best iteration of this roster. And Asuka also agreed with that. So let's have a look at what he had to say ahead of the matchup today. Asuka, you find yourselves today in that lower bracket final. The winner is going to be going up against G2 Gosen in the grand finals in Istanbul. This is quite the important match. We've seen Twisted Minds as well play really, really well today, yesterday specifically. You guys played well too. What would you say has been the biggest differentiator from the GX that we're seeing showing up right now from the one that we saw in the group stage? Because you guys did struggle there quite a bit.
I think main difference is probably consistency. I feel like we are a bit more consistent with our gameplay now, in the way that I don't know, it's like there is like a bit more of chemistry between each other. So we get like we are basically more in the same page, which makes us be like a bit more consistent, as I said.
How do you achieve that consistency and achieve everyone on the roster being on the same page? Is that more something to do with the amount of time spent together? Is it more with activities that you're doing outside of the server?
I think it was mainly the time spent together. To be honest, I feel like it was mainly that, basically.
That's fair. And obviously, if you win this, you go to the grand final. You've been in the grand final already twice this year, so nothing too crazy there that you're not used to. But there is the opportunity and the chance to win a title now that KC has already been knocked out by you as well. Does that fuel the hunger even more, regardless of the fact that you've already qualified for Game Changers Champions?
Yes, definitely. Like we played the last 3 finals, I think, and we didn't win a single one of them, so we definitely want to lift the trophy. And I think also the fact that we are qualified for champs doesn't really like affect us in that way, because we believe that going into the LAN final can be a good experience before champs. So we are definitely invested into winning this time.
That's good to hear. Would be from that regards, then, when it comes to this being a best of 5, it being against Twisted Minds, the teams that you guys have played only one time earlier in the group stage, but they kind of came out of nowhere. How does that stack up in regards to the preparation that you've done for this best of 5 marathon rather than a sprint?
I think, like, overall, we are fine with the best of 5. I feel like right now we don't have any map that is especially strong, but I think we are doing good in like pretty much every map in practice right now. So I think really like a best of 5, it's really gonna be in our favor. For example, I think Twisted Minds, they have some quite strong maps, but I think maybe their map pool doesn't look as good if you check at every single map they could play. They are a bit more inconsistent in some other maps.
Okay, I'm looking forward to see how the map veto then is going to go ahead of the game. Thank you so much for taking the time to sit down with us and give us a bit of a conversation. Good luck with your game today. Bye.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
This also happens to be a best of 5, which means that the map veto is quite important, especially because it's a marathon, not a sprint, Billy. We want to see as much depth as possible from both of these rosters, which from Twisted Minds side of things kind of wasn't something we expected yesterday, even in the best of 3.
Yeah, I feel like asking for depth from both of these teams might be a little bit difficult in terms of the map pool, because they both seem to be in a bit of a sticky spot where it doesn't look particularly great. We're going to have a look at the map veto. Actually, right now we're diving right into things. I want to see Twisted Minds hopefully get rid of that bind, because it has been a strong map for Giant X. Understandably, they're going to get rid of the Abyss, but I'm annoyed by it. That is not warrior mentality, as Kim would say, our story producer at VCT EMEA. So I'm disappointed, because Giant X are now, of course, going to pick into that bind. What do you make of this, Meg?
I'm really excited to see the bind, actually, because when we spoke to HTM after they lost it last time, they mentioned how a lot of their timings weren't quite right and there were a few miscommunications, but they were pretty confident in their composition overall and starting on that defense with the double sentinel. I really hope that they can maybe rack a few more rounds up on the defense this time and not have such a stinky second half when they're on attack. I'm really excited to see Haven, as it is such a sort of loved map, I guess, across both of these teams. You know, they've both picked it 8 and 9 times. However, again, if we're looking statistically at Haven, stats here, they favor Twisted Minds.
I'm going to play devil's advocate here, and I'm going to say, I think you can throw anything in the kitchen sink at Twisted Minds. They took Corrode off G2 yesterday, Billy, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which, like, obviously, with Twisted Minds being the higher seed here as well, they got to choose whether they were Team A or Team B, which, of course, they've decided the latter, which means that Giant X then have to be the first to ban, which was why I was like, oh, okay, they know that Giant X are going to take Corrode. We could just leave the Abyss open, which was why I genuinely thought they just take the strength away from them. Like, we saw Giant X's Abyss yesterday. It didn't look prepared. It looked great the first couple of rounds, right? Don't get me wrong, it was great those first 5 rounds. I think Ness was like 10-0 in the first 5. But then it just fell away. Like, it didn't look prepped for me. So I honestly kind of wanted Twisted Minds to just like throw it at the wall and be like, yeah, okay, we'll just play Abyss. We'll get to it when it gets to it, but never mind.
But instead, we're going to go to bind first map, and we have Agent Select ready as well. The fact that Twisted Minds is comfortable taking GX here, to me, Meg, signals that maybe they have done a lot of cooking and anti-stratting against GX, or they have something crazy coming out. No.
Oh, wait. Am I tripping? Is this very different, or am I?
This is completely
different. So not only do we have the composition change here, we have Marty on the Raze and Lean on the Waylay, which is expected, and Lexa on the Viper. I think this is obviously something that they've consciously changed to counter, I guess, the aggressive plays we've been seeing with Smurfer on the Raze, and kind of come in with that more aggressive defensive side to shut down, I guess, them kind of walking and taking space and finding those picks with Smurfer at the front.
Well, now we know why they wanted to go bind. They have something cooked up in the kitchen, and they are ready to show us exactly why they are comfortable going on here. But we're ready to head into our first game of this best of 5 series of the lower bracket final. Twisted Minds against GX with your casters, Haza and Cairo.
Thanks, guys. Thoroughly looking forward to another lower bracket final here, where it's do or die for Twisted Minds. Their opportunity to make that dream a reality by booking their ticket to Istanbul. But on the other side of the server, Giant X. They live and breathe these matches. They have featured in every lower bracket final since they joined Game Changers EMEA, winning the vast majority of them. Consistency is the synonym for success.
Yeah, the one thing I would say to that, Haza, is 5 maps these two teams have played against each other, and GX have only been able to win 1. That's the stat that was the biggest one coming in towards this, and the one that will trump all. Can GX go against the odds and actually win all 3 that is needed to win this best of 5?
When it comes to statistical outliers, Twisted Minds have been right in the conversation. But after the performance yesterday against G2 and that first opportunity to take themselves to Istanbul missed out on, I'll have to make amends in the best of 5. Starting on the defense, Lean already using the refract early, as she so liberally does. GX held at arm's length on their A execution for the time being.
As said and mentioned in our toast, bind is the only map that we have seen between these two, and it was the first time that Twisted Minds played it, lost it, and have they made adjustments? Progressively, they move out of showers, and Sarah takes contact, allowing for the rest of the pack to move out on A.
Yeah, Lexa is flanking, but the Vice wall is up, so either going to have to trigger it and just confirm what we already know to be in motion. As you can see, Lean still continuing those steps forward. It's HDM to get the first kill on the board as the site fights start to ensue. Smurfette, the first player to go down. Still a bit of a stalemate here as Lexa is making that Inquisition out of short. Finally in the open, GX start to win the fights, and with that, Toka gets cleared out, as do the rest. It's Toki with 3, and GX with the pistol.
Good way to start your attack, Calf. If you remember right, last time GX had to make a monumental comeback on the first time that they played Bind in the playoffs. Their attack side, the better of the two. And it's one to watch out for, especially since Smurfette has come into the picture. We've seen a massive uptick in how these attack sides win rates typically go.
Yeah, and when you look at the map pool here for GX as well, Bind is their only undefeated map since she's joined. 3 times they've played it, 3 times they've won it. And as you mentioned earlier, one of those games was against Twisted Minds. So the tape is there. Lean making the most of this eco round for the defense by picking up an early ult orb. Sarah might find one sat on the shoulders of Marty's head in a moment, if she plays her cards right.
Well, has had the jump. At the same time though, Ness has also seen Lean, so that's both duelists seen towards the A site. Most importantly, one of them seen, one of them gone. Marty off the board, and that wall triggered towards mid. GX take their time scaling out through this round.
Yeah, Sarah didn't find all too much value from some of these short lurks against KC, but is providing an outlet for the rest of her team here. Some space to scale off behind the Viper wall. Marshall up close. Might struggle against Lean. She's hesitant here.
Yeah, doesn't want to take the angle and instead respects it, hoping that someone walks towards her, give her a right click at the same time, though. Gunfights will ensue, and somewhat competitive from Twisted Minds, but competitive is only what it is. Nothing more than dangerous, and we will get 2-0 for GX.
Yeah, and it's great that you raised that there as well, because I feel like that's the mantle that Twisted Minds simply haven't been able to shake. They're overachievers in every sense, but we don't then hold them in the same high regard as your GX, G2, KCs of the world until they put themselves in that grand final and actually make the statement. You even look at the roster, and the Des discussed it in detail as well. Marty and Toka last year, top 3, hated the most previously with the Sense, so close, but it's actually getting to these big events and being there in those moments that counts for the most.
Respect shown once again as GX this time much more aggressive, and this is what we've seen before. Third round tend to be more direct, but Giants, do they want to go elsewhere? Where's the thought process here? Is it just to take long and then position straight in towards a B take? I mean, it looks exactly to be the case.
Utility flooding down onto the site. Toka flashes to the right, peeks out on the left, and there are too many targets. The rich environment shoots straight back at her, and GX get equal openers. A double entry on the B site. Lexa trying to resist this one by finding Sarah in sand, but is locked out of position in the end. And it all goes quiet.
Just for a moment, Twisted Minds hoping that GX will maybe come towards them, but the Trailblazer, the Skydog, identifying the players, and interestingly enough, GX are still waiting to get the spike down, making Twisted Minds think it could possibly be A. So this site even less supported now. Spike goes down, and now you have to run back.
Yeah, the orb comes in from Sarah, the smoke. That's what they were waiting for, just to cut off Lexa. The lifeblood of the Behold still running for Twisted Minds, but time slowly but surely ticking away. Efforts needing to be made, and Lean gets things started. Marty in there as well, and all of a sudden it's down to a 2-on-2. Lexa still playing out from Hookah, but very quickly responding GX. And with that, they have the bonus.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It could have been a bonus round win, and it certainly was. Well played by Giant X, and again, that's pace change. The way that they're playing with the round pacing is very nice, and we've seen that between all the top teams, right? We were talking about G2 doing it yesterday. GX have been good on Bind at doing it themselves, so they get the value from it. And it seems we're even going to get an outlaw in the mix because they know they're going to be up against a lesser buy.
No reason not to hunt some of the ecos. The only ult online right now is Leans, so that's something to think about in the next rifle. Smurfette on the board early. I think it's also important to address that with GX winning the opening pistol, converting the bonus, as both teams did on their defender's side last time they played on Bind, that's where you want to get the advantage over Twisted Minds. Sure, the MENA team is on boot camp. It's a great opportunity to stoke the embers and get the vibes up when you're struggling. But they won 5 out of 6 pistols yesterday, Cairo. And as long as you can build early and get that momentum away from them, I think GX are going to be in a position of control.
Yeah, we've seen them do well with pistol rounds against Twisted Minds in the last time that they played the best of 3, but did not convert into a series win. Unfortunately, Twisted Minds well aware of what was going on towards this B side, and will at least get one pick back in their favour, but GX still one more strong, one more body strong, with a spike going down. Could easily be a 4th.
Yeah, Giant X have both mollies up coming into post-plant, so plenty of security about this. And Toki wastes no time in taking the heads through the spawn angle as well. Propped up on bench, signed into the team as Smurfette was the sub to join the active lineup, and she's the next in the feed. 4 in a row from GX, the perfect start to this lower final.
Bind their pick, and as we expected them to start off with things going right. As we get later in towards the series though, things can get a little bit more worrying for them with the other picks, not with the best of form on them, right? Even like 50% win rate. At least with this one here, Bind, GX have some solace to get things started off right, and if they do give us a consistent performance, a performance which they can be proud of, it could certainly give you confidence moving through into future maps.
This is hands down the most secure GX map, the only one with a positive win rate since Smurfette came in. The others that you mentioned, either equal or in the red. In terms of this round, it's early util dumped towards B long, but the bulk of these GX players are set up on A short. Sarah often operating here, but she's brought back up with her this time. GX maybe looking to give the walk down behind the Viper wall, but it's a quick pop.
Yeah, very quick in towards the backside, and Smurfette being gifted this, but the question is where have the other players gone? I mean, Lean identified, but nothing really to capitalise off the back of it. Being able to dodge round the dog, and there's also a late flank coming through Toki. It seems as if Marty has an idea about this. Still, Twisted Minds, they'll get another, and now they're 2 to the good.
Yeah, brilliant use of the boombot there, just confirming it, and GX forced to Scarpa. To the B site they will go. It's free to get the plant in, but a 5 versus 2 situation, and Lean still has this ult to fall back on if necessary.
Nesto, she could get a quick kill, one in her favour. Steel Garden, make this a little bit more equal. What? In fact, she'll go one better. That's 2, and the ultimate straight away popped. So a little bit more delay. Something in which GX can take solace in the fact that they've got time on their side. Trying to get out of the CT! Ness with an ace, and GX with 5!
Ness gets more than what she asked for, more than anyone could possibly have envisioned. Keeping the clean sheet and the streak of rounds for GX. That was a 5 versus 2, Cairo, but they only needed one player. A little bait and switch between her and Eva, but it's Ness to do it all.
I mean, what can you do when you're dealing with that, right? Like, an ace straight away put back towards an eco with only one rifle in play. Sure, like, Lean has her own ultimate, but didn't even get a chance to use it. This could be 6 before Twisted Minds even get a chance to retort.
Lean is going to use the refract early to deal with this Vice wall, which has been so consistently placed by Ness. In the meantime, Marty stepping side to side of Toki does win the opening duel, so there are numbers here for Twisted Minds. GX have gotten out onto the A site though, and that's where Smurfette finds the indirect trade. Lexa down and the Viper utility gone.
That's a problem because that wall is imperative for the B site. Should GX head towards that way, you can see that they want to deny the rifle being picked up, but there's a pack starting to head towards that way.
Actually, it's just a freeze and re-hit on the A site, though. Ness leading the charge as she has done before, coming into the in-game leadership role. It had been taxing on her individual performance, but we're not seeing any signs of that here. Another stage under her belt. It's the convergent paths to come in and slow the push here. Showstopper follows it up as well, but no return for Twisted Minds. They have managed to stop the plant coming in for GX, and as you say, 14 seconds, still no spike. Sarah has an involvement with the Outlaw, and it's Ness to be the safety net again. HTM's opportunity will slip through her fingers, and GX set up for 6.
Patience is a virtue, and GX have plenty of it, because let's be honest, if that was me, if that was my ranked games Hazza, I would be panicking left, right and centre.
I don't doubt it, I don't doubt it.
But you can see it right here, like, well, apart from Toki, that was a bit messy, but overall, like, GX, they don't panic even though the timer is sub 10 seconds. Just hold the spike plant and get things done. And it seems as if Vlad Court, unhappy with the way that things have been going, and respectfully enough, will go for a timeout.
Yeah, I think it's a good enough time in the game to introduce one. Check in with the players from the bootcamp setting, as we stressed before. Maybe even a round earlier, I think, but still comfortable in the knowledge that Twisted Minds had been playing a strong game up until this point. They're one off 2 ultimates, HDM and Toka, of course, but GX have their own Brim ult, and they're also one off of their own Viper's Pit. So, yeah, I think something I noticed between these teams last time definitely was that GX won the early ult economy, and you've sort of seen it repeated here as well. Twisted Minds making some heavy investments on the eco and not quite getting the value out of it.
Yeah, I like the plan though, right? Overall, it's just, as you said, it just doesn't work out. GX well aware of what they want to do, and it looks as if they're going to reposition this wall that we've seen consistently placed towards mid on beat. It seems as if also that Twisted Minds want to challenge that position early doors.
Stim beacon down.
It's a stim to get them active early. Sky Guiding Lights traded, one through the TP from Toka, which is important because the last time we saw a pause when these teams faced, it was the set piece immediately out thereafter. But they have held back on it a little bit this time.
There's a really nice set piece on Bind from, who was it? I remember watching it against FMCL like a way back, and it was like an Omen and Euro fake through the ATP to force people to go B. That was really nice.
Well, with Lean having that refract as well, it's something you've constantly got to think about, cutting down on those rotation times, playing with your opponent, and here it's the ult into the side. Lexa with the opener, but Toki profits from her own orbital strike, and we go 4-on-4.
A little bit more delay to get out of CT, and then you put a Viper's Pit on top of it. This gets even worse for Twisted Minds. And look at the clearance utility Hazza. There's not a lot of it, as Toka's used her full belt.
Yeah, the paint shells have put Toki down to 3 points of health here as well. Still a molly to work with, but Lean has her gutted. And now it's just within the pit that GX have to try and find the answers for. Twisted Minds, I should say.
Trying to move back in. Eva from the corner, playing off the contact of Sarah. It will work out, and the next pick does go GX's way, but time getting low, and I think Twisted Minds has given up here.
Yeah, gotta cancel. Lean was the last conduit at success, potentially. Had the light speed. Maybe there's a world where she dashes through and collects some information in tow, but you are hoping on the very unlikely there. GX with 7 rounds already secured. That will be their advantage on the half at the very least. The question is, how much further can they go from here?
I mean, that is the question, probably on Twisted Minds' mind. When can we actually get back into this conversation right now? Because it's been GX to dominate. They've kept some big pieces in from that last round. Obviously, the operator being switched on to Lean. We've seen how good that was on Ascent. Can Lean repeat the same sort of value on Bind? I mean, there's plenty of targets to hit on this B long.
They're going to be walking right into her. There's utility here to add some security, and Lean will recall herself back into the molly. Damage topped off by Toka's heal. It's Marty, the next port of call, and she's going to drop. That's Hookah gone, and it's the next duelist as well. Lean in the feed, but for all the wrong reasons this time. GX are just barreling through this defensive setup, and Lexa gets caught in the crossfires. That's it, Cairo. It's going to be 8. There is nothing that HTM can do about this one.
And individually as well as macro-wise, GX are just outclassing Twisted Minds, almost like they're reading around ahead. They know exactly what's going to happen, and the positioning is just spot on. From Sarah taking a little bit of a further, much more reserved position to catch the TP player, from the way that they hit the site and choose which pace they want to hit it. I mean, dealing with the operator, dealing with everything thrown their way, GX rightly get 8. And if I was to say and be and kind of, I guess, a little bit overzealous here, but I think GX, they should deserve like probably a 9 or 10, just with how well they've played this attack side so far.
Oh, it definitely feels that way, and they will have ample opportunity to do it. 4 more rounds and GX still not stopping. I have to say, we've not mentioned it yet, but I think the comp change is definitely playing a huge factor here for Twisted Minds, because I honestly thought their double Sentinel before looked pretty good. It gives you utility to play off of. I didn't feel like they fully capitalized from their deadlock in some instances, right? She's an enabler. She allows anyone to passively play off of those stuns, those sensors. Even the Vice as well, but yeah, it just too many gaps, especially in a round like that, and GX are absolutely punishing.
I guess like the other aspect to it, right, is that in terms of pracs at the moment, it will be difficult to go and practice new ideas and go forward with that. Just with the patch that we're currently playing on, one behind the main live one at the moment.
Yeah, it's a very real issue that teams in both GC and Ascension have spoken at great extent about. So yeah, it makes it all the more confusing. Lean, at the start of this round though, trying to get involved early, remaining active, partnered up with Marty. Toki has an op in showers, and very quickly, players on her plate.
Oh, and Lean's done so well. This time, though, Sarah is dealt with, and the players, the main pack, forced onto the A site to get a spike down.
Yeah, and with the ults that Twisted Minds have here, you're thinking about investing them. Marty gets the next.
And Smurfette just being aggressive, gets the next one. So a 2 versus 3, and we've seen GX be able to convert this before.
Yeah, Pit and Orbital Strike, you've got to send him here.
Yeah, you've got to send it. Oh, but Ava just gets caught out, trying to be aggressive herself. And now Smurfette repositions, but it seems if Twisted Minds are aware, at least Toka is. But there is no trades here. She doesn't need it, thankfully. But HTM was looking towards Showers and gave Smurfette a chance to win that round.
Smurfette has always had the best clutch statistics of all of the active duelists for GX, but it's a huge round for Twisted Minds here, though, to get themselves on the board early. Not early, sorry. Get themselves on the board at all, right, in these 4 rounds, because GX can get up to 8. It's anything more than that things start to look scary. Like you said, the 9s or 10s. Op also picked up. That'll go back into the hands of Marty. Some ults invested as well.
Another slow approach. And one with players dedicated to every avenue. GX tried to take their time in through the Viper wall. It seems like they'll find it. All the way towards Lambs.
Lean's picked up a kill like towards Cave there, really, really deep. But look at the positioning of the GX players. Like you highlighted, Sarah's out on site and gets the timing, as does Smurfette. And so the A-hold completely crumbles. The spike is en route, and Twisted Minds are slow to react.
And where does GX go next with this? They've had plenty of time to move forward, but instead would rather stand resolute in their positions. And Twisted Minds come back into a difficult problem. Where are GX?
Spike planted.
Missed shot from Marty. She reveals her position early. Steel Garden available for Ness. Smurfette, if it comes to it, has the Raze ult as well. Insurance policies, win conditions for GX from this position now. And with Twisted Minds still trailing by a member, they've got to pull out all of the stops. Lexa has started. That's Sarah down. But Smurfette trading out is going to still be a problem. 3 for Smurfette. Another lower final. One which she wants to win. Her record in these positions is scary. And right now, the fear of God put into Twisted Minds. Number 9 already.
9 found with a potential of 10 or 11, and I feel as if we reach double digits in the first half, then that could be all she wrote here for Bind. GX, great way to start it, and there's diversity in the rounds. It's not as if we're seeing an abuse of one site in particular where Twisted Minds haven't been able to deal with that. It's been different problems round to round, and that's what's the hardest thing for Twisted Minds to try and adapt to.
Yeah, and when you're constantly adapting, there is no comfort to it either. Everything constantly in a rapid state of change. That's the picture you've painted of the GX lineup, if we're being brutal here. But Smurfette coming back in, showing what she can do. This her 11th lower final. An 80% win rate in those. Just the 2 losses to Team Falcons in 2024, the mark on her record. So here she goes, again leading that fight into elbow.
Trying to use it all the time in the world. And does get a pick for it, and that's the worst part for Twisted Minds, because it was Toka. There is no flashes, there is no capability to stop anyone looking at this smoke, although there is no one for GX. They just have to go and try and brawl their way out of this for Twisted Minds.
It's such a weird half-buy as well, so do you save a couple of rifles here? Do you make an attempt? Twisted Minds have their hands tied.
I mean, I feel as if you have to go for this, because 10 is a death sentence, or at least that's how it feels on Bind. There's mollies, there's more delay coming in from GX, and every player up and ready to fight. It seems like for this best of 5, they're well up for this Giant X, and with just HTM to deny, she won't be able to do it. Double digits GX, and it's in the first 11 rounds of this map.
Yeah, it's absolute domination to begin the lower final. A statement set and a precedent set as well off the back of that. Smurfette still coming up with multis. And honestly, Cairo, I think if you're Twisted Minds right now, you're somewhat safe in the knowledge that this was the one outlier where GX would have a significant advantage coming in, but we have to see a little bit more than this if there's to be any belief that things can get better as the best of 5 goes on.
And unfortunately, HTM falls first on the east side. Seekers straight in, and well, when you look at what's left in this round, Lexa with the Viper's Pit, Lean with the Convergent Paths, and Marty with the Showstopper. Twisted Minds should have everything that they need to win this out.
Oh, Lean goes and peeks the smoke, refracts back out, ult dump into the site. Showstopper gets off before the Steel Guardian comes in and strips the weapons from the hands of Twisted Minds. 5 versus 3 situation, GX still in the driver's seat. Sarah just blockading off showers, keeping Marty pinned to the corner. She'll thrive from it, but needs so much more. The first couple bullets good, but the rest leaves much to be desired, as does the half. 11-1 for Giant X to kick off the lower final.
I mean, it's a commanding start, and you think about what can happen in the second half. There's next to no margin for error for Twisted Minds. At least for their aspect, they can look towards the attack side, one which they usually look better on. But hey, listen, we'll find that out in the second half.
Baby, you don't down for the show. Back, biggie, yo. Baby, you back, biggie, yo. Turn it left, turn it right. Turn up and dance and you turn up, yeah. Let's turn it right. That's how you turn up and that's how you turn up, yeah.
Welcome back to the second half and what could be a very short one if GX can pick up the pistol here, Cairo. Twisted Minds just sat on a singular round. While they have got plenty of maps coming up in the veto, which do tend to favour them, I have to say we weren't expecting this kind of a result so early.
No, I don't think anybody was coming into this, but if you're a GX fan, you'll be more than happy. So how does the pistol round start? GX usually have a set pistol strat that they try to play to. I wonder what it is this time on the defence.
It's really looking like a couple of bodies on either extremity, testing the limits of the map where Twisted Minds are playing into showers. 2 players and the spike.
GX to get the first one. Smurf, most importantly, the spike still alive, still capable, and the shower space bookmarked with a smoke. So overall, things looking decent here for Twisted Minds, and it seems like they've got an idea to try and get up short. I don't know if that's to hit the TP, considering you look towards B, and Lex is still hanging around that side of the map.
Exotoka and HTM to find all of the kills. GX back onto their last 2 players, and they're split up. Ness under heavy pressure.
Oh, and it's a brilliant fight. Next stand, a right click. Unfortunately gives herself up to Lean, the last remaining player. But we've seen how good Lean can be in a pistol clutch. Tap of the spike. Ava knows that the next fight is coming towards her and is able to collect the head. GX find map point. And I mean, it's after 13 rounds, has, and what more can be said about that?
Not all too much, Cairo. Yeah, it's back-to-back pistol rounds for GX, something which we saw Twisted Minds do twice yesterday in their game against G2, despite the result. And like I mentioned right at the beginning, this complete denial of momentum is not going to suit them well at all. It's all about resetting into the next, or maybe just taking this still 1 round at a time if you are of the belief that Twisted Minds can turn things on its head.
Oh, nice shots from Ness. Sarah there to support while the reload goes off, but there's a trade at least. Now Sarah under pressure. Unfortunately not able to stand up to the rest sent her way. So 3 Stingers get the job done, and onto the B site they go.
The full force, any money left on Twisted Minds being made an effort of here, but GX are quick to crack down. That's 2 players in hookah who are forced to respect the smoke at the very least.
All alone. Oh, that's good damage. Still has a belt of utility to work with. Not the full belt, as 1 flash is missing, but oh, it seemed like Twisted Minds tried to escape, and it's left them in a difficult position, because now it's a 1 versus 1, and Marty has 10 HP.
Yeah, they couldn't dig Eva out of position, and so they decide to back away, not knowing the flank was set up. A 1 versus 1, full belt for Eva. But she wants the element of surprise, and so the gap is closed to Lamps.
Look at this, Marty not looking the right way. Finally she does, and as it happens, Eva doesn't need a whole lot. It will be a run and gun, and well, to be honest, she'll be running all the way to the bank with a quick map like this. Bind goes GX's way with after only 14 rounds.
Yeah, it's a quick smash and grab, a heist operation which required not all too much from GX's perspective. At least they made it look very easy. Twisted Minds showing up to their first lower final as an organization here in Game Changers EMEA, and it kicks off in almost the worst possible fashion. 1 round is better than 0, I suppose, but when you look at the rest of the veto, you should be heading towards some silver linings for them. The question is, can they pick up those maps? Because they desperately need them now, Cairo.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, Haven up next is definitely a home ground for Twisted Minds, so I think that's going to be the greatest solace. And I mean, there's even better maps in this pool, but with that being said, I mean, yeah, you'll be happy with that.
Yeah, you absolutely will, but for GX, we saw them pick up Haven yesterday against KC. If they can beat the grand finalists they couldn't get past, then maybe something's in the water. We'll find out, though, after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You're never gonna break me. All the years I've known in my heart, all the fears are falling apart. Oh, move over. Gonna fight till the end of the road. Gonna make it on my own. Deep in my soul, my brave wild heart.
Welcome back to VCT EMEA Game Changers Stage 3 Lower Bracket Final. Billy, that was quick. I don't even know what to say. That was quick. What happened?
I don't want to say they should have banned Bind in the veto and left Abyss as a risk, but I'm going to double down on it. I just don't know why they decided, yeah, let's go with Abyss. Let's go with Bind, sorry. Let's have a composition change. I mean, I guess they were confident in it, but it's very difficult to be able to actually break that one down because of such a dominant scoreline from Giant X.
Yeah, 13-1, Meg, is what we're looking at. This is ridiculous. We were really excited to see the side of Twisted Minds and the fact that they were playing Bind and that they had this whole new agent comp coming through, but unfortunately, it just didn't hit the mark.
Yeah, I don't think we were able to dissect this quick enough in the Agent Select, but this was a huge change for Twisted Minds. And considering that HTM was sort of talking about that double Sentinel that they were previously running with Deadlock on the Marty running Deadlock, and then they had the Vice in there too, she was kind of saying that the reason it didn't work out for them and they lost 10-13 was because of a few miscommunications and timings. And then to think that they've gone away and they've completely changed their composition, obviously in an attempt to counter what Giant X have been doing so well. I fear they might have overcooked a little bit, and if Twisted Minds weren't feeling the pressure before, I think they might be now.
Yeah, but also again, like devil's advocate here, because I just love doing that right now. You tried something new. It didn't work on a map that was your opponent's map pick. That's been the strongest map historically. If anything, you just dust it off and go next. That's what I would assume. But also, Billy, looking at some of the things that went wrong, even just getting rid of some of these like advantages that they had, especially when we're looking at post plans where you have the numbers advantage. What happened there?
Yeah, I think when you're coming up against Ness in particular in these situations, she's not someone to be messed with. She's kind of in form right now, I would say, the way that she's been playing throughout this whole tournament, being able to pick up an ace there in that post plant. I'm pretty sure it was a 2v3, maybe a 2v4. Yeah, just absolutely unstoppable. Lights out performance from Ness throughout that map, and I expect it to continue because, like I say, the form that she's been in.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday.
Oh, sorry. I'll go. Ness is such a talented player and she's so experienced. I just wanted to say, like, doing that alongside iGelling, it definitely deserves being highlighted, and her getting an ace and being able to kind of bring that onto the stage and us see it again, because she was also amazing yesterday on the Vice, definitely solidifies that.
Question then is, can they replicate this onto our next map pick, which is going to be Haven? This, Billy, is Twisted Minds map pick, and historically they are very, very familiar with Haven.
Very familiar? No way. What makes you say that, Ginny? Yeah, maybe because it will be the 40th time that they actually end up playing it this year. And they have carved out a very clear identity for themselves on this map as well. I want to say they've kind of stuck with the same composition on the majority of the repetitions that they've been able to have on it. But the fact that they've played it going to be 40 times this year just feels a little bit insane. However, Giant X as well, they looked pretty crazy against KC on it yesterday. So Twisted Minds, although it's your 40th time, you should be a little bit scared.
Yeah, I think as well, considering the performance that we saw from them on map 1, I would be a little scared as well. Meg, it's not necessarily so to say that GX played extremely well, because, like, yes, of course they did, but also Twisted Minds just was giving them a lot of room to be able to capitalize off of their mistakes. And those shouldn't be mistakes that you're making in a lower bracket, in a final, regardless of it being lower or upper bracket, because this is not what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, and I think we have to also reflect on the fact that their last matchup, it was very different against Giant X for Twisted Minds compared to Bind. They did win that one out, and I think what they did so well was shutting down Smurfette, and I think that's such a big key factor into finding success for Twisted Minds, because we saw there just how dangerous it is if you almost just let Smurfette take that space and come satcheling in onto the site. So although she'll be on the Neon this time, I do think it's very similar, and kind of having that Breach and Sova, that double initiator utility, because I'm assuming they're not going to change their composition for this one, I think is the key to success and definitely their win condition.
Yeah, I really hope that they don't change the composition. But something as well that I was highlighting on Haven yesterday when we saw KC go up against Giant X was the kind of difference in compositions, which is similar to what Twisted Minds play, as you say, Meg. They have this Breach, this Sova, they're able to kind of be direct with their approach. But something that Giant X were really good at yesterday was being able to handle those situations. The anchors in particular, I'm talking about the Viper and the Killjoy here, they were just so good at just being able to come off the site and play retake whenever they needed to. They were playing in front of their utility at times to catch them off guard. Like, they were very much in the minds of KC, so I want to see that continue on in this matchup against Twisted Minds, to see if, I've just said Minds twice, but either way, yeah, I want to see them, you know, be able to do kind of what they did against KC yesterday with this composition.
Yeah, and I also want to see the agent select, which I hear is now ready. So that gives us a bit more of an insight in terms of what we can be expecting this time around Meg. Haven, at the end of the day, is a map that has been in the pool since literally day one of this game coming out. So every single team should feel comfortable playing it, regardless of whether or not changes come through.
Yeah, and definitely with the reps they've both got on this map, it's not unexpected that they have gone with the tried and tested and loved comps. I think the difference here for me is looking at Giant X. I do feel like since the pressure, I guess, has been taken off with them qualifying for GCC, yes, they would like to make it to those grand finals and finally win out a stage. I do think they're playing more aggressively, and I do think combo that with the fact that this is sort of a revenge match, I do think that there's a lot more confidence, and we're seeing sort of Giant X take a lot more fights and win them out successfully. So I do think that's the difference maybe compared with this matchup on Haven compared to the last time they played.
I mean, when we saw Marty on the Breach yesterday, it was absolutely phenomenal. Almost able to get 3 ults in that first round was insane. The utility is really incredible. Looking forward to see how that's going to be playing out on Haven against GX this time around. And with that, we're ready to head into our second map of this best of 5 series. It's Twisted Minds map pick, Haven, with Kyra and Hazza.
Yes, and another repeat map as well in the series. A 13-9 win for Twisted Minds as the opener of their match against GX last time. Now, this is where we start to find out, should we be worried, or is there reason to believe that Twisted Minds can come back into this game? This is the strongest in their pool and the real banker in the veto.
Yeah, I mean, this is where you put it towards the front. I mean, the form shows that, and we even get that as a little toasty coming, or a little stat coming into this, that they've won 7 out of 9 times when they've played it here. Twisted Minds on the other side, it's a lot more neutral. It's half the times that GX have been able to win it, and as you've already mentioned, Hazza, it did go Twisted Minds' way when these two played it last time. So important things to consider. If GX can win it here, it would put them at a massive advantage, or Twisted Minds will guarantee us that we'll go deep in towards this series here.
GX are the team a map up though, and very often a theme with the Haven is mid-heavy pistol rounds. Last time Twisted Minds played into it, they won that brawl, they went on to take the round. This time, it's Smurfette as an insert under window. She's playing contact, and there's a paranoia set up by Toki.
Ooh, nice clear by HTM, and Twisted Minds have got this attack. Started off to a flyer, next tries to escape, it walks right into the neon of Lean. And well, as this has been quite an easy affair overall, Sarah has to try and come in such low HP, and well, is successful in the first engagement and the second.
Extremely clean from Sarah. Eva still with a dart of her own as Sarah does get spotted on the drone there. Player down, plenty of work still to be done, but GX still in this.
Yeah, they are, and Eva not thought about
distraction.
Oh, the distraction nearly worked out. Sarah gets 3 on the round at the end, but Twisted Minds are the ones to win out the first pistol round.
And as I set it up at the start, GX have very set ways of playing certain maps in their pool, including Haven, and what the strategy looks like. And on their pistols, it's always this mid-focus that Twisted Minds have been able to deal with quite handedly. In that situation, it was just a case of taking a look and seeing if they could burst C at the start of the round, and then realizing they had to go back and re-clear really effectively. So their first pistol round in this series, they lost both on Bind. And I hate to be the one that says it, but you know what's coming up. They have matched their tally on Bind.
Yeah, they have. And probably be easy enough to go one better than that. But for Twisted Minds, it's an important map, an important series. And it has to, everyone needs to be reminded of what they're playing for. A chance in GCC, and that comes through winning this full event, winning this match and the grand final, which comes after.
That's exactly it. GX, KC, the 2 other qualified teams. G2 Gozen, their only other direct competitor, hoping for that rematch in the best of 5 in the ESA esports arena. But for now, it's their anti-eco on Haven.
Spike planted.
And the road to recovery, which Lean is paving step by step. The opening kill already secured. And GX perhaps just looking to go down to the spike detonation here, really playing for an exit, something of the sort. Absolutely no reason to feed any ult orbs to Twisted Minds and give them what they're looking for.
Especially when you've got a player like Lean, Marty, who can frag out, and we've seen it before, right? And other maps where these players do come alive, Toka as well, and have important ultimates that consistently come up. I mean, hell, we saw Amy do it yesterday with the Sage on Sunset. Marty was not too far behind. It seems that GX are going.
No, wait.
Oh no,
is there enough time? Oh my god, there nearly was! There was a last-ditch attempt where Toki tried to get in and defuse. Marty ran out of Bulldog bullets, and they just assumed, okay, that's the threat gone. Toka has to get her hands dirty. That's the only reason they don't lose it. That's insane.
Mate, I'm not going to lie to you. I was totally dumbfounded. I did not know what to say. I genuinely think there would have been enough time had Toka not checked it.
Yeah, it's very, very close, mind you, but damage control for Twisted Minds. They still keep 3 rifles into their bonus. Would absolutely love to convert it here. To keep that momentum, conserve the forward trajectory, as they were put on the back foot early. That's another factor, just mentally resetting coming into Haven. So important, but definitely easier to do when you know it's your map pick.
Imagine a few giggles as well on the GX side. After that one, nearly being able to convert. But as you said, 3 rifles into the next one. That's the important part. doesn't get fully cleared by Smurfette, and the Neon being able to create a question mark as to where she's went next, but still stays on C-Long. The important part of the push now, trying to get out of Garage, but the threaten is there, but nothing off the back of it.
Yeah, just pushing through this Viper screen is so difficult versus the double controller. GX proactive.
And well, get the value from it. Toki does identify HTM's TP, a smoke down. This should allow some support, being able to earmark the space. It doesn't work out. Lean, next one in. Toki getting 4 from there is ridiculous. And now the Neon tries to escape on 33 points of health. So low, one Vandal bullet would be enough. And Ava is close by.
Already closed the distance completely. Does she get the timing on Lean to spawn? Doesn't look like it.
Gives a chance for Ava to get out, but the Neon finally back in. Ava there to collect. An expensive round, but one that GX will be happy to win.
Missed shots there from Lean as well. GX know what it's like to lose a clutch. We had a spectacular 1 versus 4 won by GX yesterday against them. But this, a little more straightforward. Toki doing the heavy lifting. And despite Lean's best efforts, GX have managed to break the ice and get on the board.
It will leave them a little bit short-handed coming into the next round though. We're seeing a Guardian and a Judge in the mix, but value from them has been found in previous rounds, so do not be mistaken. Lean has the ultimate, as does Toka. That's the key points heading into this round.
Strong tools for execution. And as all 5 players on Twisted Minds are in the close vicinity of a lobby, Lex is just watching the cam for any kind of a mid-push. But as we can see, Smurfette is playing from the plateau on C, set up on top of this Viper and Killjoy utility, as this is the Genji composition made famous by them. Usually she'd be hoping for an operator. I tell you what's even more dangerous than that right now though. Ness's Judge playing inside Garage, an area which Twisted Minds have so often tried to play into. Looks like they're going to do it again here.
It does, but at the same time, Ness takes a timing elsewhere, wants to try and go, and she'll feel a little bit hard done by there as she moves away.
She drops off because Smurfette has walked the length of C long and is right behind Twisted Minds now. Spike making its way over, and the footsteps heard.
On towards the A site, it looks like it's going. This is going to be a problem as there's inserts on C as well. So all across the map, there's going to be little battles. Battles which could turn the taste of this round, the direction, and it certainly is Ness is able to get HTM and now forced towards B, where his body's already looking to try and deny any sort of entry here, and it looks as if they've been successful. Sarah getting all 3 players on the side and denying the spike. Lexus 2 seems like consolation, especially when we go sub 4 seconds without a spike down. It will be 2 for GX, but it was a bit of a poor buy overall.
It's a costly equalizer, that's for sure. Lexa on the way out, slams the door shut behind her and takes 2 GX players in tow. Great site defense from Sarah. And I think this is another situation where you see the difference between the compositions and how Twisted Minds can be very script and execute heavy is what I mean by that. With the tools they have here, you favor them to win those. It's this rehold of the site where GX are succeeding.
I mean,
and honestly, the rotations have been spot on as well.
That's the point. I was literally about to come back in with the reading the rotations off the back of that has been second to none. It feels like GX have done their homework here, and Smurfette, unfortunately, not able to get that pickup after being set up by the drone.
Twisted Minds are going to re-clear with their own owl drone, but it doesn't collect a tag, it's just passive information. Stuns the next ability to be traded between the mirror matchup, and Twisted Minds are still occupying this A space. The difference is this time, there is no mid presence, they've not tested Garage or any of the setup, which means that GX can rest on having 3 blue shirts towards the A side.
The other aspect to this is Sarah does have that Viper's Pit following the round previous where she got a 3k. I thought for a minute we might get that early doors, but it's not the case. It's just going to be an execute off Toka's ultimate, and Lexa holds on towards shot. Smurfette needs to come up with the goods and doesn't, and while the Viper Pit goes in, so does the plant of the spike.
Oh, Emma trying to challenge early, but gets dropped, and just like that, Twisted Minds in full authority here despite the pit.
Yeah, and it seems to get better and better. Easy as that, and probably not much of a sweat on the brow for Twisted Minds, as all the players seem cool, calm and collected in their own duels.
It's fundamentals where they succeed in the end there. Simple enough trades put in that position, but the round-winning play is just the execution in and of itself. That Hunter's Fury forced GX to give up backside control. It left Smurfette solo in sewers. And Lexa's been on one so far, looking so clean. The only player on the Twisted Mind side who has experience at GCC. That was last year with Team Falcons. But I think my biggest takeaway from her stint on that team as well is that that international experience was banked before the third stage. They crumbled when it came to that longer last end of the bracket, and at the main event as well. Dropped to Zeta Division early on, went out early. This time, they are masters of their own destiny, and Smurfette first falling is the right way about it.
Oh my god! Where does that come from, Ava? That's lights out stuff. 3 heads collected, especially after the neon goes by. So now with that being said, the 2 versus 3 and Twisted Minds having to battle back into this. And they've also given up the possession of all the rifles.
They're pushing back out of the smoke. 2 versus 2 on the side.
Yeah, well, the next one goes. Lexa has dealt with them, so now Toki goes to collect one of those said rifles. Well, the position not known about, it seems if Twisted Minds are going to try and play for backside just in the off chance. Lexa thinking about shot, thinking about law, and will be able to close it out. That was an interesting round, Hazza.
Yeah, look, Eva is sharp. Lexa is sharper when it counts. The first shot is the most difficult one to hit here. Make no mistake about it. A moving lean on the neon is such a difficult target to nail. But Lexa on cleanup duty does exactly what is asked of her. Commended her in the pre-round. And she's one of the survivors in post. 4 rounds to 2. GX with their first timeout. A quarter of the way into this game, should it go to the length of regulation. Got to just sort of wonder to yourself, what's the baseline here that they need to be hitting? How many rounds is it that you want to see from GX? And looking at the composition, one of the strengths is always going to be that fog of war, the denial of LOS, and having stronger defender sides than most comps usually would.
Yeah, I mean, the way that they've been trying to win the rounds, just you can't keep going like that, right? Importance on individuals, etc. And as you said, like this defense,
test the limits, get on these aggressive lines with the operator now that it's been repurchased, and stationing her over on A eases up some slack for Eva, who's rotated over now towards the other end of the map, the C site.
With that being said, it seems as if like Smurfette is not going to get a chance to get back out on that line unless she takes a gamble.
It's GX that are looking to stick their noses out in mid though, and they will be rewarded for their efforts. Lexa drops, that's the backline lost, and pressure put on Twisted Minds to scale into the A site here.
Opportunity to rolling thunder. Going to deny any player that did get out though, and they're happily wait to play as 5, especially with the advantage in numbers, and Ava having that Hunter's Fury as well. She's the one that's going to pick up the operator, but look at Lean, look at this position.
Sat inside the smoke, Hunter's Fury comes in, but not before Lean! Drops 3 in quick succession. Toki taken by the aftershock. And with that, it's a 3 versus 1 for the Sova player. The whole round slips through GX's fingers as, again, we've seen Twisted Minds disrupt these retakes. The set retakes you're expecting through Smurfette with the Neon. It's one of the reasons why they like to hold the site more than they do play for those kinds of situations. Eva is rewarded for her patience on the exit, but that is all. A 5th for Twisted Minds as we resume out of the first timeout.
I mean, what else can really be said about that? It just all comes from Lean, right? Just going and being aggressive, playing and taking her own time, and I guess, I mean, that's just the duelist nature to go and try and push the limits. And well, on top of that, gets this all onto GX, not considering this a possibility. Especially considering how the smoke was placed. It wasn't placed in the choke, it was placed like further out to allow someone to sit in.
Yeah, it was for the crossfire that you'd usually have from a player in Graffiti, so Lean just making the most of the situation. Another Twisted Minds player to reach 9 kills so far in the opening 8 rounds. Smurfette sat on the angle. The op is ready and waiting. This time it will not be cleared by the drone, so she gets the opening pick.
That's 2 rounds in a row that we've seen GX get the opening pick, but can they do one better and finally actually convert this round? We've seen so many times Giant X get themselves into a position where they are in a numbers advantage, even on equal rounds.
That was actually Smurfette's first kill of the map, so high priority. She gets involved early after playing an absolute blinder on Bind. But the 13-1 lives long away in the memory at this point in time. GX with numbers, despite the majority being pistols, and as Lexa leaves the cam, I don't know if she spotted these mid players pushing up. Sarah's behind her own wall here. This is really scary.
Yeah, the fact that Twisted Minds, though, have decided to try and go for C-Link. They finally come back into Sarah's pistol. It isn't hitting, and well, neither is the rest of the defence. Apprehensive in how they're moving as they wait for Toki to try and take her time, and it works out. Rifle picked up, and so is the rest of the bodies. Up to Toka! But she needed much more than that. GX, we said it before, and I'll say it again. Patience is a virtue.
It's one that they have in bounds. The gap reduced to 2. The saved operator is what started things. Smurfette creating a lot of passive control. This shock, where is that off to? Oh, no way. It's to break the C-trap. That is disgusting. Average Jonas, who are you? Fair enough. Nice to see stuff like that put in place, but yeah, it just comes down to GX and their rotations again, flooding the sites, getting in there early. Twisted Minds with no chance.
Standing ahead.
Seems as if they're changing their sights up now to go towards the C side of the map. Haven't broke much with the shocks. There's plenty in the smoke ready to at least scale out slowly. Nice, well aware. Excellent positioning and looks to go one better. Back out! Oh, that's lovely. 3, could have been 4, but Toka, very quick on the mark, gets a double of her own.
There.
Smurfette has backfilled this space, so support arrives, but Twisted Minds already have other ideas. They're going to be heading over to A most likely. Lexa still with the cam to check sewer control. But the mid-pathing actually suggests that maybe they might want to double dip.
I tried to, and it seems as if Soka and Eva well aware. So we're back within 1 between these two. And GX, I think they need much more than just 4 to make this a decent half.
Yeah, I feel like I have seen Ness get that double from behind the Radionite box just outside of Garage like 100 times already. Yeah. It literally felt like deja vu. But once her setup drops, Twisted Minds look to try and retake that space in the absence of the Killjoy. GX don't call a rotation though. Something they've actually been very good at doing is not over-rotating in those kinds of situations with or without an advantage. And it works out in their favor in the end.
Twisted Minds going for the timeout as well, just to go and try and get the maximum out of this half. You'd expect that to be the case, especially on your attack side, and with ultimates to boot as well to finish this half out. I mean, everything is there for, I guess, both teams realistically here, Hazard.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, there's enough tape to break down on either side when you look at preparing for this matchup for Twisted Minds, and equally so for GX. I know I said before they keep a lot the same. That does help them out, but one thing that is different with this being their 6th consecutive lower final, it's their 5th unique opponent. So while the times have changed, Falcons have flown over to Pacific, we've seen SK have bursts of brilliance here and there, Twisted Minds are just the next in a long line of contenders that have tried to take away this match from them.
Oh, contacted into an operator, that's not what you want, but Smurfette just didn't trust their own instincts and come off the angle at the last second. So with that being said, where does Twisted Minds go next? You've got the pick on towards B, that's what you know for sure, and there was also the neon there that you just seen as you peeked into it. Seems if it is going to be A, and it's another lone player that potentially gave away a 1.
Yeah, it's the standard setup with the solo Sova on A. Eva has to be very careful how she treads here. Still with a drone, but the Viper wall going up means that Twisted Minds are way closer than she might expect.
Doesn't expect it at all. Viper wall drops, and that's the go button for Twisted Minds to head in towards the site, giving up fairly easily, that's fine, happy with that, but GX across the elsewhere on the map, you look at this, they're fairly proactive and already on the back lines.
Yeah, it's expertly played from Eva though, giving up the space, just needs to buy a little time for Sarah. The counter ult's coming in though.
That it is, but they're going to deny the Hunter's Fury. That's absolutely massive. So the players playing within the site are in a difficult position as Smurfette is on a rampage. GX go all even.
Yeah, it's a brilliantly set up round from GX with a lockdown coming in. If you're Twisted Minds, you're always expecting there to be some form of flank there, but coupling it up with Smurfette, the extra movement speed of the overdrive was paramount to their success, and in the end she just shines the torchlight in the one dark corner, the pocket in it, the A-long cubby, to find that final player and just clean up. GX going through the motions, but if you're Twisted Minds, you have to be concerned now. That's 3 rounds in a row that they've conceded.
Yeah, they've done well here. 5-5, and well, now this is where we've got to see some value come out, right? Whether that's Lean using the overdrive, or if not, it's just going to end up with GX being able to continue on with the momentum, right? You look at this attack side economy, it's not looking too hot for the last round of the half.
Oh, Toki gets the first pick as well. A shutdown of Lean. Eva, the recon expert, also on A. She's done very well to walk with caution and call for that extra support when required. Now just gutting out the rest of that space. The drone making its way through the sewers. Twisted Minds are elsewhere.
Getting closer. Ness and Sarah looking to combine on the B side. We've seen this denial time and time again. It's Ness instead who's denied. Sarah walks in, ready for the next engagement. Spike on the floor. Ness has been got. 3 versus 4 in favour of the defender's side. GX, HTM equals out the player count, but this Viper's pit is difficult to try and work within. So Twisted Minds, they head elsewhere. It's to the C site.
They did the most. Still choked out by all of these toxins. Does move off 1 HP, but it's to 8. It's hardly an improvement.
No, it's not, but this Viper wall makes it even more difficult. A timing, perhaps, a pocket in which to play with. She tries to stand up, waiting for the wall to drop, but doesn't get much else. There's other 2 more players coming out of CT. Toka's the one that gets a double, and you can't help but feel this should be Twisted Minds, unless Sarah has something to say about it. Lexa in the corner, and Sarah thinks it's from long. It's going to work out in Twisted Minds' favour. They'll get one back after what has been GX for at least 4.
Yeah, it's a really uncomfortable retake in the end for GX. They did a good job to stop the B plant from coming in. But Sarah there, you're using the Viper Wall to get players out back sight. Usher a little bit of control, and then she pulls up to the duel. Does really well to end it off with 3, but Lexa's late positioning is ultimately what wins it. So now with Twisted Minds on 6 rounds, 1 more and they can take the advantage. They're in a decent position to do so, but Smurfette has the op here again.
And the op always allows GX to have this extra bit of information, especially since Smurfette knows what the limitations are and is already pushing all the way up.
This is the furthest that we've seen her go so far, and actually the heaviest rotation that GX have been able to afford. Great passive info, but Toka is smart enough to drone from deep, and this should catch Smurfette pending any sort of disaster.
Players now try to poke and prod towards B. And there's at least 3 players surrounding this part of the map as well, so it's even more difficult. Twisted Minds now, their decision is to head towards C. Nesh trying to deny. I mean, the molly was burning through players, and while the trades look good, it still ends up at an advantage towards the attack.
Yeah, Twisted Minds do brilliantly well there. Now Toki left in a 1v2. Information neutral left on Twisted Minds, but they don't know. Oh, I was going to say about the potential wraparound. Toki cancels it, but as soon as the recon drops on the C site, she has the information. It's given Twisted Minds time to set up this 2v1 exactly as they would like.
Remember, Lexa played last time in the corner next to Pla. It seems if both players are set up for the CT push, but Lexa's camp has come in clutch at the perfect time. Confirmation through a tag, and it seems like Twisted Minds in this position, you can't help but favour them. It would take something magnificent for Toki to win this one out, and unfortunately she's not able to get it even started.
Yeah, Twisted Minds responding late in the first half here, but keeping themselves an advantage after the side swap. GX not completely out of it, neither is their opponent. It's very close cut, Cairo. A stark contrast from what we saw on our opener, but still work to be done if this is to be a Twisted Minds win.
The ebbs and flow of the first half went between both teams, and we end up in a fairly somewhat even scoreline coming into the second. But is there anybody you're favouring here to finish out the map?
Well, I think it's hard to say, but at this point in time, if Toka, Lexa, Lean, the big 3 on the Twisted Minds side, keep performing the way they are, then I have absolutely no doubts about their chances. Even the players I didn't mention, Marty and HTM, 2 of the best assisting players. Hated the most the best, and Marty, the best for her role, any non-smokes players. So, plenty of contributions. It's looking like the Sheriff of Lean here to start.
Thinking about it. Ahead. Eva trying to clear out, but this is the one corner. Oh, that wasn't cleared. Smurfette's Ghost will do it, but not before she was taken off guard. There was a chance there for Lean to get first blood. Proactivity from HTM, but she is walking into Toki.
So it's a big 1 versus 1 on this end of the C finish if GX opt for it, but they're actually just going to readjust. Group up off the back of Toki. and play a more standard C execution. That's after Eva makes some presence on A.
I feel as if I've seen this before, though. GX looking to walk up C and a player in the corner. HTM with just a classic. Not even got shields to support herself. So the longevity of this position is truly in doubt as they try to walk forward. HTM drops and, well, the floodgates are open towards the C site. GX go.
Yeah, GX are one of the best macro teams that we've seen in GC EMEA, and it's another fantastic call there to just fake a bit of A presence. HTM gets antsy and brought out of her position in the C cubby. GX move themselves into post plant. All three defenders retaking through Link. When you look at the attack, they are spread out.
They are, and I mean, Twisted Minds have taken so long to clear every nook and cranny in towards this one. Marty does well enough in the first engagement, but GX are there to follow it up, leaving it just Toka in a 1 versus 3. Asher gets the pick onto Smurfette, but overall, GX will answer straight back. That's 3 pistols out of 4 for the attack.
GX is first on this map, both attack sides getting the success, and I have to say, I feel like this is another round where you see how good GX's macro is, and that's built on the experience that every player has. We know this was always a roster with plenty of co-calling between Ness and Smurfette, the 2 odd years they've spent together on rosters. When you bring in Toki as well, another voice that's been part of a GCC campaign, Eva, Sarah as well. It's the consistency that Asker is talking about. That's where you get it from. Everyone playing a part. And up against a set of classics and just the one Sheriff on Lean, which is got to walk the high road from A. GX are already out on the site here in Smurfette.
Oh, and Lexa doesn't even know. Pops out the smoke. Makes it a coin flip fight. And that's not what you want if you're GX. Although it was just a ghost, the rest of the weapons still to follow. Still not ideal in terms of bodies on the server to fight.
And Twisted Minds haven't budged here either, so Lexa is hung out to dry, sold down the river by the rest of her team. You understand the reasons for the gamble in a situation like this, because you either go for a costly rotation potentially, or leave yourself exposed. It's the risk that you take when you're down on your luck.
Right here.
So GX with just the pistol lost, as you say, looking to hold on to C. Paranoia prepared from Toki. Ready to defend this one. And this is the other factor about the double controller and the Viper. That Molly has bought even more time for the attack.
Yeah, it becomes so much more difficult to try and get back in. It's almost like having double Senti in the way that adding a Viper works. Although, when it comes to the gunfights, for a second I was getting worried. In the end, GX are confident with the round, especially with double KG mollies to fall back upon. So, with that being said, as we head into the bonus round, the first rifle buy for one of these teams, we will start all even.
They lost the ghost here as Smurfette gets a little unlucky on the timing, but like I said, no harm, no foul. The couple of Guardians will retain their role in the arsenal. Bit of a purchase coming in around that, actually, on the GX side. As you can see, they're looking to be more direct here. It's an A fight, which Twisted Minds are entertaining. Both initiators in the Neon.
Oh, and this is something that we saw before, Lean being ahead of the pack. And that was what GX used to try and manipulate to their advantage. Fortunately enough, here, it is going to be just a trade and not an advantage for the attack.
I think you're quite happy with that trade, though, if you're GX.
I was going to say, I think you're happy with that trade if you're Twisted Minds. Look at the space they got off the back of it.
The only problem is GX are heading C, Cairo, so that space means absolutely nothing if Lexa can't hold on to the C site in enough time to buy the rotation for her team, which she has done. With the cages up, HTM arrives on the scene, but Eva has unlocked the key through Garage, and Toki hitting an absolute haymaker. 2 belters from the hand cannon. Toka is on the back line. Oh, she's going to get the double as well. It's a 1v1.
Not only that, a full belt of utility to work with. Sure, not a lot of health or bullets, but at the end of the day, she has the utility to clear the site, but doesn't know about Ness's flank. The timing's unbelievable.
Ness knows all about her. The cloak giving it away as Toka tries to conceal the dagger. No utility used on the way back into the site, and none needed on the GX side.
It's a bonus converted, and as you said, it was all about this timing and the delay that Twisted Minds was able to buy for the rotate players to get back in. And the site exec from GX is simply put clinical. Unbelievable. And well, to the maximum that they could have got. So an advantage now heading in towards what is an eco round, or technically an anti-eco round with all rifles.
Placing swamp grenade.
So again, we go back to this lobby fight, and Lean, walking on thin ice, drops again. And so to build on what I was saying in the previous round, the reason why GX are happy with it, they're used to playing without Smurfette. She has the highest first death cost of all of the playoff duelists. But what you get in return is, you know, a Twisted Mind side that don't have their duelist, the one agent that can get out of dodge in that position, and actually keep the space. And this time, there is a rotation called by the defenders, but GX know about it.
That's not too bad. At the end of the day, the fact that Sarah now comes back in, now, yeah, GX, they've got everything that they need, and I think this one's already done before we've got started, really. And with that being said, it's all about what Twisted Minds do on the next round, right? We've seen Lean being a little bit aggressive towards a long, and I feel as if this position that she keeps playing here, Hazza, always finds a little bit ahead of tradability, right?
I suppose so. That's why you're playing with both initiators, to just set her up. That's what this entire half is going to be about for Twisted Minds. As Marty is one of those players and finds herself dropped at the hands of Ava. Of course, it was from her time the previous year on GX that denied Marty making it with NASA. The same to be said of Toka. There is history between these two teams. Plenty of it, but history is repeating itself, Cairo. A 9-7 lead, now favoring GX on the map which Twisted Minds so desperately need in this veto.
Yeah, the confidence could go out the window here for Twisted Minds if you lose this. I mean, GX already on the amount of rounds that they got the last time that these two played against each other on the map. And this is going to be a real issue as we continue in.
It's so straightforward as well. It's the directness from GX. The only question you have to now ask in post-plant is what does the set retake look like from Twisted Minds, and how much utility are they able to bait out first?
That's the questions, but where are the answers going to come from? Well, Lean's operator could be one. She's thinking about a player coming through mid, but everybody's towards the site. At least 3 bodies are, and a Hunter's Fury to delay the set retake. It won't get the value that they're looking for, and no pings whatsoever. So it's up to Twisted Minds. Time's ticking away. They need to get a move on here, and all the mollies are there to try and delay on the spike. Try and get out. Sure, the picks go Twisted Minds' way. GX need to get a move on to deny, but it won't work out. Twisted Minds set retake, Hazza. There's your answer. It's very, very good.
Yeah, and I think it's because GX were a little bit off in terms of their timing there. It looked like they were in 2 minds. Originally, they wanted to play on site and support Smurfette. She gets caught. Then they go off site and realize, wait, they still have smokes up, so we have to be playing on spot. There's a Hunter's Fury thrown in there by Ava to try and challenge Link in the meantime, but we never see the 2 ideas brought together, so it doesn't work out for them. And it's a huge pickup for Twisted Minds. Like I said, just 1 round of difference now. Still not the best of money for the defenders. So this one is very important.
Garage is where the priority's been set, and in terms of bodies, this is the stronger side of the map as well for Twisted Minds. It used to be A, that is no longer. And I felt as if this was a success for Twisted Minds in the last time that these two played, having that Cypher on A and making it difficult to find value through that Viper wall.
Yeah, seeing Lean at the length of C long right now, posted up with the op. And Ava's the one that has to really re-clear this. That's the recon utility. It's being used towards A instead. Smurfette still challenging this. Sarah also spotted in the process. Twisted Minds with a clean opening kill.
Well, there's still bodies here. I just want you to know Ava's position right now on the A site. What she's been able to do on this side is bodies are being pulled across, and that spike has a free runway on towards C.
It's the standard rotations being played as well, though. That's Soul Sova to try and fake A.
30
Past the
seconds
drone,
left.
It doesn't sell too much more. Lean is still here and active with the operator. Footfall heard as she crosses the corner. Breach also spotted, caught in a utility belt. Marty falling 4-on-4, and it's all on Lean, or so you'd feel. HDL still hanging on here, but struggling so desperately much. Ever and Ness combining. 10 seconds, Spike still not in. Toka could be the savior. The spray just evading the corner of the smoke. Gunfight still going. Toki to take them! And she will! Double digits for GX at the death.
And it's a big round to win out for GX. A big one indeed, because Lean got the entry. Again, we spoke about it time and time again, about how strong macro-wise GX are and how they can fight back from a disadvantage. Toki, very good in the 1 versus 2. And you look at the buy, this is why it's important. The economy begins to break. Twisted Minds, they are the first ones to fold in this battle, but the first ones to strike in the round preceding.
Smurfette on ice there, just sliding across the window, but Lean correct. And again, Twisted Minds Orchids have the opening pick, and Lean doubles down. That's going to be another, a 5 versus 3.
Enemy tagged.
None of these weapons really in a position to be recollected unless they look out into middle.
HTM is the only one on C here, and there's nobody anywhere close to help.
Sure, I tell you what, GX are also being so proactive in the meantime. They've moved all the way through Garage. HTM only now catches wind of it. The util combo comes in, but Toki just disappears around the side, does get traded. 2v4, Spike can go in. Ness has a lockdown, Toka a counter. Would you invest it? Well, the defense certainly thinks it's worthwhile.
I mean, the defense right now, the big thing that they're thinking about is, I mean, this is the best chance of winning, upsetting and getting back in the conversation. Spike's still not down with this lockdown, earmarks the space.
Yeah, and Ness wants to fully capitalize and see if she can take an engagement, which she won't be able to win. Toka's previous ult setting off a domino effect, which leaves Ness now in a 1 versus 4. Position revealed, and Marty prepared on the pre-fire as she rounds the corner. You can lose the following round, but if you win an eco to follow it up, that might just be even better.
Feels like it was very messy though for GX. I mean, fair enough, I can give away like Lean's entry, but the second and then like 3rd and 4ths, like it just feels so unnecessary for GX in the round. I guess maybe I'll forgive the 4th because it was a 2 versus 5, but you understand where I'm going with it. Like, it's just unnecessary.
Only so many times you can ask for forgiveness in games like this. Those mistakes add up, it can be costly. And I wholeheartedly agree. I think the use of Eva as a solo fake at times, when you have the passive pressure applied by Sarah's Viper Wall on A as well, have to make the most of those situations. And yeah, that utility deficit perhaps on the actual execution as the sole initiator is being felt by GX as they come into this next rifle round with far less money than we have seen them do before.
Judge just posted outside of Garage. Both.
But for who?
That's the question. And it seems that GX are a lot more explorative with how they want to play this round. Players towards A, players were towards C, but it's B where the majority of the pack lies at the moment.
Marty has been playing exclusively as a rotate, but with the fault light used, in defense of the B site. The gap starts to open up, but is very quickly clamped down on by HTM in Garage. Just face checking this, spotting the spike with the judge. Good for a couple more here, you'd feel, but Ness does get away with the spike, actually. Twisted Minds can't afford to chase shadows in this situation. Smurfette is pushing the envelope. She's still undetected. This is a timing which she's unable to win out on. Spike is too far away at this point in time. Potential for a B pivot perhaps, but it evaporates before GX's very eyes. Twisted Minds have tied up the score. 20 rounds played, and it's 10-all. Oh, no way.
Oh, no.
No way.
Oh, I thought for a second. At least Sarah is able to get a rifle back, but as you said, 10-all, all even once again. I feel as if a big problem for the attack at the moment here, Hazza, is how good Lex's setup is on A. Every single time, passive information on like the Viper wall that's been set up, so you can't create a pressure pocket whether there's players there or not, because you know that they can't threaten the A site.
Yeah, I honestly think as well that Giant X were succeeding the most when they were just going for direct executions, full sending it into a site 5 players strong. Now, it's not necessarily the strength of this composition, but if you can get into post plant and force Twisted Minds to respect you as they have done, then it's absolutely a strong position to play from. Like the win condition for this comp, I think, getting into post. The defaults, yeah, haven't really been up to the level. That would be another way to sort of approach the situation with these partner systems, but Twisted Minds have stepped things up a little bit individually, so doesn't look like a possible avenue anymore.
And the avenues that GX could use as a win condition would be the ultis, right? That's the big thing to try and get themselves into post. I mean, even just into post with numbers, right? We saw the set. It seems as if it's all gone wrong since that set retake that we saw on C.
Toxins going up.
Yeah, that one round that just asked for a little bit of coordination from GX has now put them in this situation. A string of unsuccessful attempts, and Twisted Minds are right back in the game on the map which they require. Lotus up next is an unknown between the two teams. Every other map in this veto has been played once between the opponents. But GX would love a 2-0 lead. It just gives so much security. There are still rifles in the mix, residual from the previous, and that's what opens things up. Ness just walking into B. You live and die by it, Cairo. You said before it was a problem. This time it's favored them.
It has. Spike to go down in the Viper's pit. So with that being said, the full post plan is set up for B main, and this is the biggest problem. HTM trying to get out of Garage, but you can see Ness is well aware of it.
Oh, Toka might not be. Toki gets in there early and just about wins it with the Sheriff. Extra space, pressure put on, but the Garage Jewel is everything. HTM relieves some of that weight on the chest of Twisted Minds Orchid. Marty decaying, steadfast in the pit as they're trying to prong back control here. Steal it away from the hands of Giant X, but there's nothing to be taken. It's a shutout in the end. Lexa will walk away with consolations, but that's all it is. As it has been a few times, GX in the most important moment have the round to answer for.
I mean, there's still money in this. There's still a competition to be fought. It would not surprise me if we did see Twisted Minds come back in and we go all even once again. But yeah, this is fairly well played. Back towards this they go. Twisted Minds have got a big challenge ahead, and they're even bringing the op out as well, trying to push all the chips to the middle of the field. What they have in the last round, I'm not so sure, but what I'm sure of is that this operator needs to get some value.
The biggest difficulty is that it didn't immediately find itself in a position to have impact. The re-clear spots Toki, leaving window, and with this smoke up on A just obfuscating GX's position, the A finish could be expected here, yet still the defense have made their moves. trap broken by the Nano, and that's the green light for GX.
Oh, big paranoia. It's just whether there's any value, any capitalization off the back of it. Instead, no, Twisted Minds are the ones who fill the kill feed. And they've got one better. It's just left with Toki to do it. And a 1 versus 4. I said it has, I don't mean to cast or curse it, but it wouldn't surprise me if Twisted Minds came back in the conversation. They do. We're all even once again.
Yeah, we mentioned it at the start as well, but we've seen some very close maps between these two teams. To go the full 24 rounds is unsurprising.
Need a drop.
Lean, more than anything, she always has to be so key on her timings of the peak. I think you saw it before with the Outlaw when she's re-clearing B. Not a very good position to be in, but the operator there set them up for success. It's this site hold where GX was slow on the uptake. The pacing from their perspective, allowing for the flood to happen. There are ults here. If Smurfette can find herself in a position to elect for the overdrive, then just maybe this could get out of hand.
It's definites that we need. And unfortunately, GX don't have a whole lot of them in this round. There's no definite gunfights. And they don't want to contact into an op at any point because they know it's in play. They know from the last round.
Ever just weighing up her options. Has the drone, of course, to check out Lean. Was thinking about the shock, though, because of this Cypher setup. But with the shoulder spotted, Lean will take her down. It's only the Sova that's been spotted, and so many times this has indicated a push elsewhere. The penny will drop and 4 players on the GX side go in, but Smurfette is stunned. It's Marty's ult that catches her. And so the site defended at a moment's notice. 30 seconds, GX heading elsewhere. But where do you go?
It has to be B, right? That's the only site that they've had that much success on. And in close quarters, those classics, those pistols will maybe get something done.
It's the only one at their disposal right now. TP to cross the gap, bridge it by Toki. Spike going in. It might be at the cost of her life if these shocks are going to land. There isn't quite enough to knock her over the threshold. That's until Lexa steps up to the plate. GX 1 by 1. Shown the door. And Sarah is the final fatality as we enter the final round of this map. In regulation, Twisted Minds will get their opportunity in flawless fashion to close.
And you know the worst part is that when you think about it, when you look at it, Twisted Minds, they've been backs to the walls for the majority of this map. In fact, I think this is the first time we've seen them take an advantage on Haven here. And 4 bodies on A, they are ready to brawl their way to a finish.
GX put in the hot seat, and Twisted Minds with one opportunity in regulation to claim Haven, their rightful home ground.
Oh.
7 wins from 9.
There's a gap in Garage here at the minute. Marty's just looking to hold on to the exit on window, but overall, like, this is the point. This is the position that GX need to use to their advantage.
This is old school GX as well. Garage was the center of which they built so many of their executions around previously with the old Yoru comp, and this time it's the Neon. Full contact in. Smurfette out on the site, spots the barrel, which betrays HTM. She's caught in the corner and she's dead to rights. The Hunter's Fury will try and look for an effective trade, but it's just shots in the dark. GX have the advantage in round 24.
That they do, but you've got to look what they've got in post. It's everything that they had when they lost the set retake last time.
And Marty's the one outlasting the rest on the site. She swings the pendulum back in their favor, but Twisted Minds just can't hold on. Toka is. That was a half stick on the spike. Everyone back in its pandemonium right now. Chaos on C as the body blocks there. Ness will bury them both. GX in the final moments show exactly what their character is in these lower finals.
They make up for previous mistakes, but they will think in the back of their mind, we had what it took to perhaps get this done in regulation. But with that being said, we will go all the way. Regulation is not what we need. A 2-round shootout between these two teams. That's what's needed. GX will start on defense first. Twisted Minds, the attack.
And whichever way you look at it from this point forwards, an overtime in the second map where Twisted Minds have been forced to answer for a heavily criticized 13-1 to kick things off. I feel like if you lose this one, the odds are so heavily stacked against you. Whereas GX have a clear runway, an end game for this series. Starting the first round of overtime, Toki and Smurfette in the sewer. Not going to hear the steps running away just yet, but Twisted Minds have deposited players on A.
Looks as if the proactivity is going to find value. Lexa looked away at the wrong time. As Twisted Minds try to look towards C here. But remember, this Viper's wall has been a real issue, but it drops at the right time.
Double-edged sword. And the clock might just have favored them this time. The same could be said for Toki. She's going to get out. Pressure applied to the A site, but the spike's already out on C.
It is Ness back in the corner, dips away from the flash. The players have identified her. She's stunned up and no way out. We're back to a 4 versus 4, but Toka able to get the advantage, the key one, heading into post.
A layered attack from Twisted Minds, but can they hold on in post?
Big paranoia. Out comes Smurfette, looking for one more. Knows that Toka was towards the smoke, especially with the Tracers. A 2 versus 2. But Smurfette comes out on top. GX have the advantage in the first round of overtime.
That is a retake of the highest order from GX. And Smurfette can only go ahead and take a bow when it concludes. 4 kills from her, and the highlight for me, past these opening, this opening pick on the proactivity, is her decision after she finds Marty to go back into the smoke, wait for the rest of her team to get out in backside, and then re-challenge again. Twisted Minds are searching, wondering, where was Smurfette? I swear I just saw Smurfette. And then she's gone, and then she's right back when she needs to. It's an absolute masterclass of knowing which duels to take and when.
Yeah, and the utility to support everything about it. Perfect from GX, and across the board, a lot more even. I mean, what, 2 kills? Really the gap between every single player apart from Ness and Smurfette, whereas Twisted Minds, a lot more top-heavy, which is the one thing to note.
It feels crazy to say as well, after having Marty and Toka as part of last year's top 3 showing up yesterday and everyone else being slow to start. This time, Marty's suffering a little bit. I think her utility usage has been fairly good, all things considered. HTM as well, as being these support players I was speaking of. But yeah, Toka's just on another level right now. Fighting for her chance to not be snubbed another Grand Finals appearance. Another opportunity that could very well pass her by. As you can see it right now, GX are going Route 1. It's an empty C site. And Cairo, it's that conversation we had about the retakes previously. Oh no! Oh no!
While we laugh, that is still a big win for Twisted Minds because we've seen the delay work out through that Viper's up before.
And honestly, this might be a good thing for GX. It actually forces them to challenge the space where they neglected to before.
Well, the old drone will clear the first. The paranoia placed to deny. HTM, though, not cleared through garage. The players now start to swarm, surround the site of GX that's in their control. You're also looking at Ness and Sarah to come through later as a late flank as Twisted Minds now burst out in towards the site. Lane, she's not cleared the corner, and Smurfette's there. She comes out at the perfect time into the smoke. GX look to win Haven here and now.
Attackers win.
A monumental result. 14-12 to GX in the end, and a map win which could very well settle this series. Haven looking the strongest for the Orchids, but they've been plucked petal by petal here from a team which lives and breathes these lower finals, Cairo. That last round as well, showing that they're capable of making the right adaptations, learning from their mistakes, baiting out a lot of early utility in the post plant, and also just keeping it simple. A direct play to conclude it. Haven is GX's. From this point onwards, who knows where the series goes?
Yeah, this is now all up in the air. You've got to think about it from this perspective. Whoever wins this series goes towards Istanbul, and for Twisted Minds, a spot in GCC, which is most important to them. They don't need to just win this lower bracket, they need to win all the way to Istanbul.
No, they do. It's a tall order. The tallest right now, having lost their map pick. We're going to head to a break, but when we return, we'll see if things can get any better for the Orchids, or if GX will make history repeat itself yet again.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I've got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I've got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I've got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you.
Welcome back, everyone, to Game Changers EMEA Stage 3 lower bracket final, where GX find themselves in the lead after winning both their map pick and Twisted Minds. A little bit going to overtime here, Billy, the first time so far this series. But for Twisted Minds side of things, you need to kind of lock in a little bit more, because this unfortunately is do or die for them.
Yeah, for sure. Of course, there's a lot at stake for Twisted Minds. Like we said, needing to make it to that grand final and winning the grand final to solidify their slot in GCC. That's what's at stake here for them. But Giant X coming out swinging. I'm so glad that we had a more competitive affair that time around on Haven in comparison to the first map. And Giant X showing why their composition works so well on this map as well.
Giant X also showing quite a bit more, I would say, like fundamentals on this map, Meg, when we're looking at how they performed a lot of the retakes on the side, but also just a lot of the times when they were able to get onto sides, which I felt like Twisted Minds wasn't able to adapt to necessarily.
Yeah, I think they were able to find a lot of space. I mean, we saw a few rounds where Twisted Minds were leaving that garage open and they were successfully kind of finding their timing into the spawn, or whether it was taking on C site. But I think as well, me and Billy were kind of talking a little bit about their sort of A to C and the way that they would kind of either pressure A long or they would pressure A. But either way, no matter what, they kind of always ended up back on C. And I do think a big part of that is Sarah on both halves. She has been incredible at finding space and also anchoring those sites, and just the multi-frags that she was finding very close between her and Lexa, who also put up an incredible performance. But I do think, you know, Sarah MVPing and being on that Viper was a big part of why Giant X were able to win that game out.
Yeah, she just looks so great on the Viper all in all, and she had a great map yesterday on Haven when she was on the Viper against KC, so it's no surprise that it kind of came through again here today. However, I do want to give my flowers to Lexa as well. I think that she was very dynamic with the amount of Cypher setups that she was coming up with. It was very difficult to be able to keep Giant X out of that C site, so we do see her pivot over across to A a couple of times as well, which meant that she constantly had that site on lockdown, and was probably what was forcing Giant X to continuously keep going back to C on their attack. So yeah, both anchors performing very well on this map.
Yeah, that's what we wanted to see, especially from the side of Twisted Minds in terms of like turning up the heat a little bit against GX. And fortunately for them, they will lose their own map pick too, which makes things just a little bit more complicated because we're looking ahead at the map veto and what's coming up next. And it is going to be Lotus. We're now back into GX territory. And if the first map, Meg, was anything to go by, like a 13-1 on your own map pick, you know, you're going back to your own map pick. I'm a little worried.
I'm selfishly really excited for this one because we haven't actually seen Twisted Minds play this in the playoffs yet. We did see them play it in the group stages and they do have a 100% win rate. And I think what's really interesting about their composition is the fact that they play that triple Sentinel. So here we're kind of expecting to see Lean on that battle stage, which I think is incredibly exciting. Giant X, we haven't seen them play against Twisted Minds on Lotus yet, but they do also have sort of a 50-50 here, 50% win rate, but they've played it a lot of times, and I do think, you know, they have the sort of reps compared to Twisted Minds here, which might work in their favor.
Yeah, I think for Giant X, this is a map that they kind of have found not been able to find the success that they were perhaps looking for, like throughout the whole year. And I think as well, it's a map that they've not touched in playoffs too, right? We look at how they played it in groups, and not often are we finding teams coming up against that triple Sentinel composition like you're speaking about, Meg. So I'm intrigued to see how do they perform now that we're in playoffs? How do they perform now that they have Smurfette back on the roster as well, who, don't forget, was not playing throughout the group stage? Yeah, I'm intrigued to see how her as the duelist is actually going to battle against this 3 Sentinel situation and being able to bait out the utility as much as possible.
I'm also looking forward to Twisted Minds specifically side of things when it comes to them being able to mentally reset here, because that first map being 13-1, you can kind of go, all right, this was not our map pick. It was just, we weren't feeling it. It was 13-1. It was not competitive, whatever, shake it off. But then, Meg, you go into the second map and it is your map pick, and it goes down to the wire. It goes down to 14-12. You are in OT. That must be exhausting as well, because that was a really long game, and now you have to go into your third one, and you know GX is back in their own home territory, so to say, because it is their pick.
Yeah, we spoke a little bit as well about this being their first best of 5 in the main event, and I think I'm looking to somebody like Toka here. We haven't been able to talk about her too much, but she had an incredible performance on Haven, and I think with her kind of going into Lotus with a triple Sentinel and being the initiator and trying to set up, I guess, a Sage wall boosting themselves and finding frags, I think it's going to be really interesting to see how she bounces back off putting up such numbers on Haven into initiating for a triple Sentinel composition. So I do think it's going to be really interesting, and Toka's going to be somebody that's leaned on quite a lot here, which off the back of a game like Haven, she's probably knackered, mate, you know? Jeez.
I know, I would be. And that's for GX side of things. I do feel like they are in the better position here, but something we touched upon, I think we really have to hammer home here, is what's truly at stake, Billy, because we're looking at Twisted Minds, and their only way to qualify for GCC is to win that final in Istanbul. So the road for them really does start here. Whereas you're looking at GX, and they have been to 3 consecutive finals, which they haven't been able to win. So 4th time's the charm.
Yeah,
maybe.
that's tough. That's tough when you put it like that. Yeah, I think that being able to get a regional title as well before heading into GCC would be great for Giant X and a real big confidence booster, considering how their group stage went, considering how they almost never even made it here in playoffs as well, is something else that we've been speaking about. But I think for Twisted Minds as well, you're right. They have to be able to start here. Now is their last chance. If they're able to get this map, they're back in the series. They've not been able to win the kind of first two maps. Their backs are against the wall, realistically. They know what they have at stake. They know what they need to play for now, and they need to just lock in, really.
Yeah,
and as much as we like touching upon like there not being any pressure, Meg, this is it. This is really it.
That was literally what I was going to say, Ginny. Like, you're reading my mind here. You know, they've spoken so much about the fact that there isn't pressure, and well, there is, but they don't feel it, and that they like being the underdogs and they like being in this situation. But I just think now that you're 2 maps down and potentially ending your competitive year here, I just think that they have to almost, I think, feel the pressure at this point to kind of lock in and really understand what's on the line here and come back and win Lotus.
Yeah, we have Agent Select ready, so we can head into that. But Meg, I'm gonna have to ask you again, like, are we expecting a reverse sweep?
Maybe. I mean, I did mention it, and I think a triple Sentinel composition is the best way to get it started. You know, it's very likely that Giant X aren't going to know 100% how Twisted Minds are going to play this, especially starting off on that defense. I think they're really going to have to try and play Lotus the way it's traditionally played, try and force some of that Sentinel utility, poke at sort of each site and break as much utility as possible, because to try and get Smurfette to satchel onto a site with any of these 3 Sentinels there waiting for you with a gun in hand as well, it's going to be incredibly difficult.
Well, we don't have to wait, because this is it. This is do or die for Twisted Minds if they want to stay in the running for GCC, and if they want to go to the Game Changers EMEA finals in Istanbul. GX, they're looking down the barrel of another final. This will be the 3rd consecutive one this year, but can they do it in a clean 3-0 sweep? We're finding out as we're heading into Lotus with our casters, Haza, Cairo.
That's right, we're staring at a very real possibility that this is the last time we see Twisted Minds for this year, which would be a real shame because you consider the run up until this point and all it ends with is an obituary which reads that they just quite simply did not turn up in those big fixtures that could have settled them a spot in GCC. The road to Istanbul, a long way away. We need 3 of the best maps from them. Starting on Lotus, we have not seen either team face each other here, so it's neutral ground in that sense, but Twisted Minds are undefeated this stage.
That's the big thing coming into this one, and it is the defenders' side which they are better at. I mean, you'd expect that, right, with a double Sentinel composition.
Triple.
Triple. There you go. I can't read the agents in the server. That's good for me. Well done, Cairo. But with that being said, it's going to be difficult for GX and what they have to try and approach, because there'll be passive information all over the gaff to pivot into the right positions that they need.
Yeah. And something you immediately have to know is how much deep control Twisted Minds want to take. They've already placed the sonic sensor on C. It'll force any kind of reclear from GX to be difficult, but they've got other ideas. On to A they go, Smurfette at the front.
A player who has led the line for year on year and done so successfully. As there's success here with the spike going down. Looks like Smurfette is going to get more, and it's even better with the nade coming back out online. Lane being able to escape on towards site. A right click will work her way, and it seems as Twisted Minds are dividing and conquering, but they don't anticipate Toki being out on main. A tap of the spike. A bait out is what they hope and it's what they get. Up to Toki now, the Omen, given an almost chance to HTM. Controller against Controller! And it's the player on lesser health that clutches up for GX!
The current duelist passes the torch to the former. A double entry for Smurfette, which brings the nade up, forces Lean into an uncomfortable situation in the site. Then Toki just picks up and finishes off the round. A brilliant one tap to close it. And another pistol for GX in this series. Winning a pistol is a huge thing, of course, but on the attack side here as well,
yeah,
you simply cannot overstate how much that could be worth.
we'll find out later into the series. But I think the big thing about GX is the fact that they have been winning pistol rounds as well, right? They did have success against Twisted Minds before in pistols, but not to this degree.
Yeah. And I think the question begs when we see GX interact with these heavy Sentinel setups from Twisted Minds, do they want to still go for some more direct executions, or do we see this slower game? Because I feel like their macro has been better if you were to pitch the two teams against each other when it comes to playing for that. Twisted Minds will be relying heavily on the utility doing that for them. This isn't one of those rounds, of course, with it being almost the full save.
The spike will go down, and this round has next to no resistance really from Twisted Minds. They've tried, don't get me wrong, but overall GX have what it takes, and it seems that they're well up for the task. Even more utility plans being created in the meantime. This paranoia in towards Waterfall to buy time and deny Classics any opportunity. I think at this point Twisted Minds probably thinking about that spike explosion hazard and would rather not give away any orbs to a GX who have plenty of momentum.
It's Nets who's going to be sent on the hunt here. Smurfette's actually with her. So, trading out, putting a couple more ult points in the pockets of the Turkish duelist, moving her just 2 away from the showstopper. Got the plant as well. Everything looking good for Giant X in their anti-eco.
Last player standing.
And I think that's one of the big concerns I have about Twisted Minds here as well. The defender side just has to look good, because when it comes to the attack, the triple Senti actually isn't too bad. We've seen it played by teams before. I think of M80 and challenges in NA, you know, years gone by. We've seen it from a couple in EMEA as well. I can't for the life of me think who exactly.
I know exactly one that kind of feels a little bit superfluous, but Bitfix Gaming when they made their run, you know, so...
No, that's true, but I think that the point is, oh right, sorry, mandatory as well, at least in terms of like the Cypher and the Deadlock, if we want to talk to that ambition. Yeah, it's when you get into these post-plant situations, and sorry to just be talking about the second half so early, I didn't feel like they were getting the most out of their utility, perhaps, and yeah, opening up rounds as well. Like, there are problems there, I think, so obviously we'll address that outside of the opening 12, but for now, it's just about getting as many rounds as you possibly can before it gets to that point.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I got caught off guard a little bit there, Hazard, but yeah, I think that's it, right? And I always like refer to this as this like stat sheet that JT created, the analyst or assistant coach, apologies for Gentlemates, that he spoke about. Triple Initiator actually finds a lot of value on the attack, and a lot of what we believe to be true in terms of double duelist doing better on attack and double sentinel doing better on defense is actually contrary to belief, and I guess that maybe comes through the play style of each team. But you got to think about it from this perspective, that when you get into post, when you get into these positions, a team like Twisted Minds will have massive value when it comes to post plant utility. And I guess at the other end, when you have double duelist, I know we don't have it in the server, but just to talk about it for a second, you have a lot more utility to go and take fights, right? That's the other aspect to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, playstyle is always going to be a factor. Agents are numbers on a sheet as far as teams are concerned. You can play it in any which way you choose. And the point that I wanted to make, and sort of rounding off what I was saying and leaning into what you mentioned there, is that sometimes it feels like the theory maybe wasn't fully applied from Twisted Minds, where they could be then getting those extra percentage points, I think, in terms of their performance when we do swap over. So that's going to be a question to hold on to for a while at least, wondering, have they made the improvements? We heard from G2 the other day in the post-match saying that they felt like Twisted Minds had focused so much of their preparation on winning Corrode, which was the one map they took in the series yesterday. That now makes me wonder, where is the focus in this series? Because did they just assume that they were going to come in and win the second map of Haven, right? And that Bind was a write-off? Yeah. Is there more to be had here in this veto, which we've spoken about a bit, kind of writes itself with Abyss and Corrode at the front end. I know Billy wasn't too happy about it, but yeah, you can plan to that extent for sure.
Yeah, and for me, like that was the big thing coming into this. I thought the veto, like first map guaranteed to be GX's, but I did not expect Haven to go the way that it did. As well for Twisted Minds, you've got to be thinking like how many times they've got close but just fell at the last hurdle. That's not just for the GC team. I'm talking the Ascension team as well. As a fight ensues on A, this Twisted Minds who come out on top.
Yeah, this is looking a lot better immediately from Twisted Minds. Fighting A early, putting the deadlock barrier up as well and a sensor behind it. Just signposting authority, and when Sarah goes to break one Cypher trap, it's the deadlock sensor which goes off and keeps them at an impasse. With that being said, the B main space is GX's now.
It was, but now they look to head towards C, where there is the Cypher setup.
Yeah, question marks raised. It's a 3 versus 2 here, so if GX were to execute, they'd have the numbers, but this is why we credit so much to this composition that Twisted Minds are playing. The amount of stall and the premiums you have to achieve it are second to none. The wall goes up, there's still a trap waiting behind it. There's that sensor that got placed early on A that they've got to deal with.
30
and
seconds
with the drone
left.
used by Toka on B in the meantime, Twisted Minds have a lot more security in their setup.
I mean, with the weapons that are in play, I don't want to call for a save, but certainly Sarah's rifle being saved into the next wouldn't be the worst position in the world. But you have your core mate to try and challenge Twisted Minds, and a gap on B to try and manipulate.
Few seconds spare to get this plant in, and with Nest finding the next, there's a real chance now for GX.
Oh, there certainly is, but just when you get excited, it all comes apart. Spike gets defused by Twisted Minds, the remaining 3, all Sentinels get it done. And that's horrible to listen to.
That's getting really annoying, man.
Yeah.
Wipe the replay, get it sent. I like this from Twisted Minds, though. And to be honest, we've seen them a couple of times bring numbers to either Sand or A lobby, trying to fight for Rubble early. And make sure that they can take those early wins in terms of map material. GX looking to actually recontest this space, but it's a complete change-up of the defensive setup. And this is something we saw from Twisted Minds before, just not happy when something works, forcing it to change, kind of expecting ahead of time that GX are going to make the move themselves.
I like that, being dynamic, not allowing your opponents to adapt. We spoke about this before in terms of GX and their attack, never mind Twisted Minds and their defense. Lean looking to play around the wall. Oh no, you're never expecting that, man.
Spots the head of Ness and takes it clean off. The rest of GX have to go back through this wall. Smurfette's the only one who can leapfrog it, and Lean, caught in the open, could have been taken out, but instead they just empty their pockets, and there's like 3 more walls that you got to get past.
Yeah, this is going to be issue after issue for GX, at least at this point in time. Sarah has been making inroads elsewhere, and that's why Ava right now is trying to commit, or at least show that they're committing towards C. But Sarah being seen on the camera is going to be a disaster for GX's plans.
30 seconds left.
Omen ult used by HTM there as well to just try and reconfirm player positioning on the map, but GX are all over the A site, and Sarah could be the difference.
As if she can get a chance, and well, she'll take it. Anymore, doesn't quite find this. We're gonna have to have the res actually committed into this round, and the spike finally
left.
being planted. But look how many bodies are here for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, GX, Scorched Earth, they're fighting on the site, but Smurfette has a showstopper.
That's if she gets the chance to use it, and does it. Twisted Minds are absolutely surgical. Sarah from Heaven will get the next pick in the server, but overall, Twisted Minds keep 3 alive once again, and will be able to defuse and win the round.
Perhaps trying to frustrate GX as much as anyone watching with the audibles. The spike is spammed a couple times before it finally finds itself defused. And I like this. Lean has been such a key part of these pushes, these early pushes that we've seen from the defender's side. It was the slow orbs on A in the previous, and just then, the C wall up. It's put GX on a bad buy, and that kind of lent into the point I was making about having a slightly weaker attack side. Because there is no duelist, someone has to mentally take up that role. You were talking about stats and playstyle. Someone still needs to keep that playstyle.
Yeah.
And I think we're seeing it from Lean here, at least defensively.
I mean, we spoke about, I think like Alfia did the, sorry, was it Alfia, was it CNET? I can't remember.
Killjoy.
Yeah. No, yeah, Alfia on KG. But listen, we'll get back to this in a minute. Let's talk about what is happening in the round with the spike going down and B taking up. Weapons a lot better at close range, and this B City is going to be difficult to try and get back into, considering there's shotguns and stingers.
Yeah, this near sight isn't going to do all too much from HTM if Ness is on the angle. But the rest of Twisted Minds are the ones doing the heavy lifting. The Showstopper rears its head from Smurfette. HTM still trying to close the gap from the opposite side, but GX are winning all the duels in sight. It'll drop down to only Lean, and Smurfette will cut her loose. GX restoring the lead.
I mean, a brilliant plan, and it's a simple one. Hey guys, we've got a bad buy, let's go B. And that doesn't just work for Lotus, it's happened on Haven. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Wouldn't be the first time, but and Sarah being a player who has moved from role to role, she is very much the workhorse of this team at times, so...
Do you know the worst part is, I know that Andy is working at the minute as well. I know he's iconic for it, but he doesn't have all the POVs. So I know Jack Igo is aiding him, so shame on you two.
Conspiring against GX as Smurfette has been plotting the downfall of Twisted Minds for some time. That's not a Cypher cam. Confirmation that the observers are up to no good.
Interesting. And well, Twisted Minds are trying to go and get themselves up to no good as well. Lean turns her back at the wrong time, trying to bait out the possession. It will not work. GX get the next one in the conversation. And look at this. Keep themselves 2 players to the good. Any option is the right option at the minute for GX because all the sites are theirs. And it's just HTM to come into a 1 versus 4.
Yeah. And Toki's not going to give her half a chance at winning this one either. And so GX crack the whip. That's 4 now. The A flank finding value. And you said there, you know, GX have all the sites at their disposal. The reason why it feels like that is this B main control. Again, it's feeling like a real weakness in the map right now, where Twisted Minds are putting so much focus on fighting for those extremities, like I was talking about, through Lean's utility, through Marty getting these deep sensors, the net usage as well, that they're not thinking about the middle of the map. An area which is so important. Usually you see a lot of teams when they're running the Sage here, just place the wall and use it to aid rotations.
Yeah.
Lean, of course, in front of it is feast or famine.
Well, there's 5 bodies on the A site. Correction, by the way, it isn't Andy who's actually working, it is Sanjaya, so apologies on that.
Oh. Yeah, so it's chronic.
Yeah, it's just
everyone's at it.
I mean,
Crazy.
it's just the Irish. They're obviously just a little bit. All the people working in Striker, maybe a little bit cynical when it comes to these sort of things. But 5 bodies on the site, ready to fight. That is a good net, and it could get even better. Annihilation in, and it's got the player that they're looking for. A 2 versus 4, and well, GX have a lot to try and fight back into this. It has to be Ava, and she does not have what it takes. A thrifty round, straight back in.
Yeah, what a response as well. The utility usage is really nice from Twisted Minds. They set this precedent that they want to be flooding rubble early. And with that conditioned, GX wait, they enter the site and then just get hit across the jaw by a combination of both the net, the reveal from Toka's exceptional. Shots hit, ult up. And GX forced to take unfavorable engagement.
Well, Lean has the operator up, and well, there is no escape for the op. We know for a fact that Lean doesn't really need many second chances in the operator duel. Where is Toki off to?
I'm not sure if Marty's heard this. I believe she was just at the edge of the audible range, so having a look, it's Toka that will find Toki, though.
Yeah, it's difficult.
And now GX, the team, not the player that they eliminated yesterday, is off to the C site.
Out of charges.
Yeah, the C site, which had plenty of Cypher utility, now it's just the one trap that is towards the back of site. Marty finding Smurfette before it was hit. And now a 3 versus 5 in which GX have to try and clutch up. And there's still ultimates, there's still plenty to be chucked at this attack that still haven't got the spike down.
Bring them down.
But the pit has stayed up in the meantime, and Eva has the security of it between her as a blockade to get the spike planted. It is a 5 versus 3. Twisted Minds even have the res if they need it, but it's this pit that is doing everything.
Yeah, plenty of delay. That Molly would have found value, but Sarah doesn't even know what she's missed out on. The spam working out for Eva. The health starting to tick down, and it's up to these rifles to find it. Up to Ness! Good for a clutch before, but won't be able to do it this time. I can't believe I'll see it, but we're back all even once again.
Yeah, felt like GX were sneaking away with the lead there. But Twisted Minds have responded in kind. It's a nice idea from Toki, but you just wondered what the direction was, really. There was no second layer to it. It was more of an individual move. Sarah keeps the pit up long enough for it to thin out some of those HP bars, but the shots don't quite connect. And with that, not only are we level, but GX have been brought down to a bad buy. That being said, Smurfette still has a rifle hot in her hands. 9 and 5 as it stands.
One off of the showstopper that wasn't used too long ago, if you remember right. It's Lean, though, who will find Ness. So, no more Vice utility, no more of that extra delay that they'd be looking for.
And it's Twisted Minds now starting to overrun such a key area of the map that we mentioned earlier. Lean has the safety net of her own utility, and GX just can't flood through this slow. They are walking into trouble. Lean has picked up 3 from the operator now.
Yeah.
And she will find a 4th just on the edge of the wall before it concludes flawlessly.
I think overall what that is from Twisted Minds is knowing the priority of GX from the last time they were on a thrifty round was to just bunker down the B site. That's really know that when they get up close and oh my god, I can't
Personal,
even speak.
perhaps?
Yeah, thank you, mate. It's good that someone can speak English in this cast, because I certainly can. But the point being is that they just prioritise that B site. So yeah. Twisted Minds, they bunker down with the Sage utility, make it an issue, and GX can't bust through.
I think something else to note as well is the fact that it is an operator rather than just rifle play, because we know that Lean is partial to it, and similarly to the way that a lot of compositions you see before function, where your duelist is playing over a sentinel setup, she really has her choice of the bunch, right? It means that when GX are defaulting against this triple senti, maybe you have a plan in mind. It's like, okay, we want to take control, whether it's B main or Sand, for example, you're aiming to break the Cypher utility. That's your kind of first port of call, and a lot of that is Smurfette's util as well, because you don't have a Sova, but you're contacting. And when you're contacting into the op, you're only going to have problems. So you're kind of seeing this picture that I'm building step by step. There are just more and more problems, more objectives that GX need to counter in every single round. So much value delivered there, but this is the rifle and GX's opportunity to claw themselves back level again.
Couple shots being fired off. Warning shots overall, nothing really connecting, but I mean this pace could explode. The problem before GX is getting through the Cypher utility, which they start to work on. Really just the cam left and demanding the attention of Twisted Mind's defense in a minute.
And starting to lay the foundations for a potential execute. But Lean is gonna cut the bottom of the tree on the GX side. And bit by bit, they start to collapse. The main control taken. Sarah slipping into position, has rectified the wrongs, but still trailing by a player.
There's a neural theft for getting information on all remaining players for the attack. This post-plant now known about. Twisted Minds know what they need to do.
Ava repossessing the smoke, but the barrel is spotted as her judgment is clouded. It's a clear-cut win for Twisted Minds on the B retake. Toka with 2, as she so often does. And the lead begins to grow for the defensive side.
It doesn't get any better, does it? I mean, typically when we see Twisted Minds on this defense, their natural win rate is 8 rounds. That's the general trend. So for GX to even get 1 and break that trend would be absolutely massive for them. Problem being is that at this moment, right now, I don't think it looks like they've got the goods to do it, because Twisted Minds have just adapted to what the attack of GX want to do.
Yeah. 4 of the last 6 best of 3s that Twisted Minds played went to a decider. Those all, of course, though, best of 3s. We were guaranteed a triage of maps here at the very least.
Toxin screen down.
But they're the ones put under the spotlight for an extension of play. GX peaking early on Lotus. But with a couple of opportunities left to bag themselves an additional round and a couple of ultimates here in this half-buy, they've managed to get so far as to tree without running into any trouble or Lean's operator, which is conveniently on the other side of the map.
Looks like Steel Garden is the ultimate to buy their way in towards this, but still taking their time, slow rolling in towards sight. That camera gaining key information needed to use utility off the back of it.
Ooh.
Still.
Yeah, because GX are getting into post here, still with a Steel Garden available. It just means they can strengthen it even more, and it comes in a moment too late.
It seems like a moment too late, but Sarah and Ness are able to gain the advantage needed. And the problem is, Lean has to try and clear this site with an operator, leaving HTM in a difficult position, but that raise could be pivotal. The timing by Ava isn't good whatsoever. She just misses out. A good seize, grabs HTM, and now it's just the operator up against the rifle. Lean against Ava, and the wraparound is perfect. I said it looked like GX couldn't win a round, and then they go and get a Red Bull clutch.
Class is in session, and Ava is teaching a couple of lessons to the Twisted Minds players. This was a fantastic seize, followed by the horn, and the instant wraparound to win the clutch. But the headline, I think, still remains to be the fact that GX were able to contact all the way into the site, Twisted Minds not playing off of their utility, allowing that Steel Garden to get value even after the first couple of kills. What a turnaround. One last chance, but Twisted Minds are taking it.
If they could get 6-6, this would be unbelievable. Remember, there's still one player not found. Oh, Ava and Ness trying to swing through. Toki as well. It will end up being 7-5. A very quick finish to the 12th round of the first half.
Yeah, Giant X maybe rushing things a little bit there to get themselves level going into the half-time, but 7-5 is how things will conclude. Twisted Minds in front, as they were on Haven, but we all know how that one ended, and to be honest, who knows where this one could be off to. We'll find out after the break. Welcome back to the second half where Twisted Minds are fighting for survival. A 2-round buffer secured between them and Giant X at the conclusion of their defender's side, but it's onto the attack with this triple sentinel where we have seen trouble in the past that things simply have to stick or they will be going home rather than a homecoming to Istanbul.
Couple of pings towards A there as well. I know those bodies lined out outside of A, but it seems like they want to go all the way through to heaven, so keep your eye on that.
Early nade prepared. The pin pulled from Smurfette, and the only one to bypass it is HTM. Out on a bit of an island, but when the utility comes back through, it's clean. Toka setting up the rest of her teammates. Twisted Minds have access to A. And when we take stock of the Sentinel utility remaining, there should be just enough to stop GX from getting back in.
Yeah, this 100% should be no way back in for GX. Locked out without a key, but is there a chance to try and break in through brute force?
HTM did go wandering in the pit, but won't find herself swallowed up this time. It's going to be Toki that falls instead, and Sarah peering through the gap in the wall is tethered to the floor, snared by the ankle. And Ness needs 3 more if she's to win this one. You thought for a moment Lean may have given a gift, but it's the sweet release of death instead. Twisted Minds with a 3-round advantage now.
It continues to look to grow for the attack. And that says now 4 pistols to 2 in favour of GX after Twisted Minds winning that. Just to keep your eye on it, keep the counter ticking. And that's probably why we see GX so far ahead in terms of the map count, but certainly not the score count at the moment.
Nah. And something we had been speaking about earlier in the day, for those perhaps just tuning in, is that everyone on GX has been performing, but that floor is lowered here a little bit against Twisted Minds comp, which is off-branch, off-piste. Not something that you see all too often, but at the same time, GX should have been preparing for this matchup specifically. We did get that 1 comp deviation on the bind, but this is what you expect. Now, do Twisted Minds expect 5 players with classics? A smoke in the face suggests that it maybe won't be as much of a problem as you had thought.
I mean, the wall's got them further forwards. HTM does get a couple in her favour, but a lot of lead as well. So with that, and seeing plenty of bodies, it will be towards C that the rest of Twisted Minds will go. Not wanting to chance this whatsoever.
No. And now you're looking at what win cons can they start to build towards. One of them would be Marty. Spike plant goes in. That's her 1 off the ultimate. And in this position, well, they do have a double stack, so best not to interrupt it. Otherwise, you would say, give her the pistol and let her hunt. If she dies, she gets the ult point. To a GX player, that is. And if she finds a kill, then of course, that would be the preference.
Just whether GX even want to try and give this away?
No. And you wouldn't, because they're going to be looking at the scoreboard right now, and they would see that Marty is 1 off.
Oh, it's all going to go down in a brawl. A fight in which Twisted Minds are able to just get out the other side of. At this moment in time, it will be 1 step closer to what is eventually going to have to be a reverse sweep and a best of 5 for Twisted Minds to get to Istanbul, to be in with a chance of winning this full split, to get to Korea, right? That's the big thing at the end of the day. GCC is the objective, and for Twisted Minds, it is a long way to get there. But hey, listen, this is within their own hands just now.
Yep, and it's important that you raise that, because this map, Lotus, is the last of GX's map picks.
There.
And the last of the maps where we come in with little to no expectation as to how exactly it pans out, where there is a little bit more favorability for them perhaps coming off of the bind result earlier. Sunset and then Ascent up next in the veto have both been won by Twisted Minds against GX this stage. So that's what you're up against.
Here.
Very quickly, the narrative can shift. His bonus is part and parcel of that.
Haven was also one against GX and Twisted Minds. Oh, the timing.
Toki.
Oh, it's unfortunate.
My territory, my group. Really?
And it seems as if there's going to be another unfortunate case on the C site as Ness is caught out as well.
Yeah. And Sarah can do nothing but watch the body of her teammate dragged to a miserable end. Revealed, caught in the corner, and Twisted Minds have done everything that was asked of them. They've opened up the round, and even if, I don't know, say for whatever reason, hypothetically we're in a 3v3, there's util up in the site. They're playing a post plant. I'm seeing all of the right improvements that just weren't here with this team before.
I think it's interesting that we have ended up on this map through GX's choice, not through Twisted Mind, right? For those at home wondering how the veto went. I mean, I guess you can tell just by looking at the logo on the top left, but the point that I'm getting to is that this does not look like a GX pick. This looks like this will be Twisted Minds to elongate this best of 5 for at least one more map.
Look, make no mistake about it. We are here on GX's behalf through familiarity rather than favorability.
Yeah.
When you consider what their strong suits are, when you look at the map veto process for them. The only other map that I think you're going to have some confidence in, as Toki here gets timing, which begins a chain of unfortunate events, is Ascent. Right? Since Smurfette has come back in, we always know Ascent's been a great map for her. That's map 5. What kind of mental state are you in at the end of the gauntlet? Twisted Minds are in for a resurgence here if GX can't find a way to contain it here and now. So it's the second timeout used, a 5-round gap. Twisted Minds only need 3 to close. They've already got 3 so far in this half.
And usually what we see from GX when there is a timeout is there is some sort of resurgence, right? We've seen them have value. Whether that is enough to bring themselves back into Lotus and send their team all the way to Istanbul, that's another thing entirely. But for Twisted Minds, for them, I mean, it's just got to keep on swimming. The Dory, I guess the Dory mentality, right?
You got to find a better person to quote than Dory, but I do agree with you, right? It's one step at a time, and for Twisted Minds, even here as well, with them being one of the 2 of our top 3 teams that are on boot camp, that comeback is easier to achieve when you have the in-person environment, when your teammates are side by side with one another. GX trying to dump the util on A early, take the rubble control they were looking for, and they have achieved it. Both anchors towards C, prepared for a Twisted Minds execution, but the attack side has been tempered with how they end.
I like that Ness is keeping the utility in her pocket as well, that she can use when she needs to try and delay, and she'll need it right now as there is 5 bodies outside of C.
And with the door opened up, still the threat of a B pivot for the Orchids. It's an empty one as things stand. All 5 players on their feet in sand. GX yet to call the rotation, just fearful of the possibility. But it's rounds like this sometimes where you've got to make a gamble. Ness out in the open. Sheriff fires away for just 1. And ultimately needed more. It's Sarah to step up next. And she has found what she was looking for. Numbers for GX.
Yeah, and able to dip back into cover, but how do you get the players behind the deadlock wall onto the site to help Sarah?
There's a little utility up to stop this. GX are starting to encircle. Maybe they can smell blood in the water, but maybe it's pouring out of their own wounds. They've washed away the blood, but they can't seal the issue at its root. Eva has found the first of the kills, but it has to be clean headshots from here on out. She's going to get another. But Toka brings us back to reality, 11-5. And Twisted Minds are on the golden road.
Close to getting to 13. That's the most important here. The Sheriffs hitting when they need to and doing damage towards the Twisted Minds economy. Unfortunately not able to convert all the way to the end. And that's the most important thing at the moment for Giant X. It's not damage, it's all about the round win. So they bring out the rifles once more. There's some ultimates in play. And you look towards this, there's many bodies outside of C.
It's the adaptation from GX. Twisted Minds have so heavily conditioned the idea that they want to take sand control and play through that rather than A. But this reshuffling of the defenders by GX has left a gap for the lurkers, both HTM and Lexa, to spread their feet and get out into grass. But the stall on A is looking pretty good for GX, so actually they find themselves in a favorable position, at least at the start of the round.
Still in sight.
Still trying to force their way through is Twisted Minds, but the delay continues to work out. The Vice here as well. This isn't fully out of troubled waters for Twisted Minds just yet. And if they try to go elsewhere, I worry as well. But that's a big spark.
That's the Viper gone. A chance maybe for them to head A, but you have to look at the detached Lexa playing through B main, picking up Toki. Smurfette quick on the trade through the door. Left behind is HTM, the in-game leader, calling the rest of her team forward as this Odin prowls on the back line and finds Ness in the back of her head.
Yeah, that's it.
Ava left scratching hers as this one is done.
Yeah, it's a frustrating one for Giant X. You felt as if the round, the way it's moving, is one that provides some, I guess, profit, right? Dividends in the end. The utility expended looks to be good, but Twisted Minds, this attack side, yeah, is looking pretty solid so far.
You have to commend GX trying to use a set piece to force Twisted Minds into an uncomfortable spot, but the real praise to be had is for this attack side and how many of these slower paced rounds have not bent nor broken at the whim of GX and what it is exactly they want to try and set up. HGM looking to sniff out Eva here and remove the last of the rifles, as not a single player has any more than 500 credits coming into the last. It's whatever they can possibly force up to try and keep this one going a little longer.
Frustrating is the word on the lips of the GX players. But with that being said, is there got to be any sort of comeback to be built upon? It would come through ultimates, it would come through breaking the economy of the attack, but we're a long way away from that. I mean, you need to find some sort of success first to even be in that conversation. So you can't help but feel this is Twisted Minds on the victory march as they get all 5 players outside of C.
And just going back now to what was working for them previously, GX have also resorted to their initial setup. Smurfette and Eva burning through precious utility to start the round. Same can be said for GX on this C hold because it's been dealt with quite nicely, weakening by the second, as Twisted Minds are setting themselves up to finish off Lotus.
Still that delay coming through at the perfect time, and you can see Toki and Smurfette have not moved an inch from their double stack on A.
And GX are just not willing to gamble on this C site any heavier than they previously have. Smurfette finally making a move, but that's just as Twisted Minds look to send it. Blocked by the Steel Garden. It's going to have to finish on B. A real plan B here.
Yeah, and showstopper to deny them getting out. The time is getting lower and lower. Twisted Minds need to make an incision soon, or GX have the round win.
2 ultimates invested to stop them dead. It's got to be Smurfette, and she's racked up 2. Toka's still in play, but as is Toki. That's the spike dropped at the back of the pack. So no plant coming in, and no chance for Marty to salvage anything here either. Still some distance between the two teams, but GX will prolong play.
Yeah, well played from them. I mean, that is a well-called round in terms of just the decisions made, when to invest ultimates. Again, the utility layering that we're seeing that's creating these big delay portions. It is exactly what GX need to do. There is no gap close for Twisted Minds. There's no jet, there's no dash, there's no blast packs. So if GX can continue to do that and contain Twisted Minds, then they'll be in a good position.
This defender side's really where GX have struggled so much previously. Last time out, lost all 6 of them against Blackhand. HTM could be in for a killing. She cashes out early though, it's just Smurfette. But still a 4v3, which could quickly become a 4v2. It has to be Eva, it has to be now. She's standing her ground and stopping the transition, cutting the rotate down where it stands. The next would have been Toka, but she's short of the mark. Ness set up with info, but that's about it.
That was a spike carrier as well. Now they can make their inroads towards A, but unless Ness has something to say about it.
One enemy remaining.
Ness gets the freebie. HTM not looking. Profiting from the same curse that went against Smurfette earlier. And now a 1v1. Toka with the most playoff clutches so far, but she won't find another here. Ness to end it in round number 19 and keep GX alive for one more.
Clutch.
One round at a time. That's all you need to do if you're GX. And that round, 1 through no ultimates invested as well. Is a big one. A Red Bull clutch for Ness.
Yeah.
And
a 4 versus 2 Cairo as well. So definitely a mental boom perhaps for Twisted Minds, especially if they lose here. Money is starting to wear thin. So you'd call it a swing round if it didn't win the map, I think.
Yeah, 100%. Need to keep GX need to keep Twisted Minds a little bit at arm's length, and it's not going to happen here. It's once again Twisted Minds in the early engagements come out on top, and that res makes things even worse. All the ultimates being used by both sides here. And unfortunately,
all of the info that Eva's able to pick up, she knows they're pushing site.
Well, she's going to get a big load of lead in the face. It's up to Sarah now. She has been good before, but it will not work out. We will get 13. We will get a Lotus win for Twisted Minds.
And only 20 rounds for them to take it. 13-7. The attack side looking secure as anything. The necessary improvements as they start to plot course onto a potential comeback, a reverse sweep in the best of 5. And as we were mentioning earlier, the 2 remaining maps, both Sunset and Ascent, they have the positive track record against GX this stage. The ball is in their court, or some would say.
Yeah, I mean, that's the same story for Haven and other maps that's been played in previous. But with that, I think that Sunset will be a lot closer than people think. 13-11 the last time these two played. So there's always that conversation to be had about who's actually going to win it.
For sure. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. For now, it's Lotus going in favor of Twisted Minds as they so desperately needed it to stay alive in this series and stoke the embers of their Istanbul run. We're going to pick up after the break with Sunset, so don't go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I won't waste
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Game Changers EMEA lower bracket final. Twisted Minds have some fire left in them as they manage to claw back one map pick, Meg, which happens to be GX's. Lotus not going in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Minds proved that the triple sentinel is, I guess, the new Lotus meta. I do think it was a really good showing from Twisted Minds, and we didn't count them out at all. I think they really did well to slow down Giant X's attack, and they really struggled to sort of take sites because they had to spend so long clearing out all of that sentinel utility, and then they struggled in those close plants when they did get the spike down because, you know, the fast retake was coming in and it took them so long to get there.
Yeah, the fact that Twisted Minds was able to reset into this map, Billy, and actually play the way that they have is really impressive. And I do feel like it speaks volumes to just in general the mental state that they are in, but also just the quality of the players that they have on that roster.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think there's certainly individuals that we were kind of waiting to step up today. I think Lean is one of those as well. You know, we have this expectation of her now because we know how she can perform, but her stepping up on the stage, I don't think is something that we quite expected. They clearly did lean into their strengths on this one in the way in which she was playing. Not so much being on the stage, but more so being unpredictable in her approach, I think is what I want to highlight here. It's really a strength that Twisted Minds have leaned into throughout their whole run in stage 3, and it was nice to see them, you know, have that throughout this map, sorry. So yeah, I think too many word lingos going on here. Yeah, I'm getting a bit lost with it. But yeah, honestly, she was great.
Yeah, but I mean, she was also on the stage, so it's fine. It goes either way. Well, Lean is a player that stood out, but so is Toka when we were looking at their performance comparison to how it went on map number 2. I mean, map 3, that's a little bit of a write-off, but it's really great to see as well that when we're looking at Toka, it's like this consistent factor, Meg, for Twisted Minds that they know they can rely on.
That's definitely something that springs to mind when you're describing Toka. Yesterday, across all 3 maps against G2, she was incredibly consistent, and there's absolutely no way that that's changed today. Of course, the performance she put up on Haven, you can't really beat that even though they lost it, but she was still incredible coming into Lotus, which we mentioned sort of before going into the map would be incredibly important because there's so much pressure on her on that Sova role to be that source of information when you have 3 Sentinels, especially on that attack, and she was incredible on that Sova again.
Yeah, would love to see that replicated onto the next map pick because we are now heading more into Twisted Minds' territory, Billy. When it comes to this map veto, Lotus was that final map pick really that GX was able to choose and try and their best to give themselves the advantage. And it kind of goes back to the discussion that we had earlier today when it comes to the depth of Twisted Minds map pool and that potentially being a question mark in regards of how it would perform in a best of 5. But again, like if you're able to take G2 on Corrode and take it off of them, I do feel like you can throw anything at this roster at this point.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think as we do get into the later stages of this game, like it kind of does go in Twisted Minds' favor when you look at the fact that they've picked up Sunset and then of course Ascent. They managed to dominate Giant X on it the last time that they played. It was like 13-2 scoreline. It was something completely ridiculous. It's just a question of are they going to have the stamina to be able to push it all the way back? But now that the momentum kind of shifts in their favor due to winning that Lotus, you'd like to think so. The only concern that I have with Sunset is they did play G2 Ghost the other day and they kind of struggled against that double duelist composition that G2 were running. And the last time that we saw Giant X play this, which was back in group stage, and of course they've had a slight roster change since then, it was a double duelist composition. So I'm keen to see if Giant X stick with that composition to kind of puzzle with Twisted Minds here.
To bounce off what Billy's saying, as well as I do think that we did see them struggle against that double duelist composition, but I guess they will have taken away a lot of learnings from that game, and now that they've gone against G2 on that double duelist, I do think that potentially coming into today it won't be as much of a shock, and they'll understand maybe the way that double duelist is played on a map like Sunset a little bit more. So I do think that it was kind of good to lose to know how to win, and I think that's going to work in Twisted Minds' favor.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of learnings from them from yesterday. However, it kind of like, we want to cast my mind back to the interview that I had earlier with HGM, where she did touch upon the fact that the team hadn't really sat down after their game yesterday against G2, and they hadn't even spoken to each other yet. And it was just about, you know, I think this was like an hour and a half ahead of the match starting. So again, you'd hope that there are takeaways, and from the way that we've just seen them play on Lotus, I do feel like there is a really good, solid fundamental core, but can we see them change and improve in such a short period of time when yesterday, Billy, GX was watching that game themselves, so they also know what to expect.
Yeah, I have to agree. And like I say, I think it is just a big question of, are they going to stick with that double duelist composition? Because we've not seen them play this map in playoffs just yet since we had that roster change, like I mentioned. And we saw how that double duelist kind of worked out for them on the Abyss the other day. It didn't look great, which is kind of surprising considering the amount of people that they have to choose from to jump onto that secondary duelist. Of course, we saw Sarah on the Yoru on Abyss yesterday, but they've had Eva jump on it in the past as well, when we think back to the Haven composition that they were playing with that ISO Yoru. And then of course they have Toki as well, that they brought in initially as a duelist for this Giant X roster for stage 3. So there's a couple of directions that they can go down here, and they have plenty of choices to choose from on which player is actually going to jump into that slot should they decide to run the double duelist.
I do think it's a given here that we're... Oh, no, maybe not, because I was going to say I do think it's a given here that we're maybe going to see Sarah on the Viper, but obviously she previously played Cypher, but I guess that still goes hand in hand with the fact that she's an incredible site anchor. So although there may be those other changes with the previous roster that Giant X had, I do think last map, if we look at the way that Cypher played on that... sorry, I'm getting so confused with Cypher and Sarah now, but the way Sarah played the Viper, I think she struggled to anchor sort of the 3 sites, whereas going back onto a 2-site map like Sunset and playing an agent like Cypher, I do think that this is where we're going to see Sarah sort of play to her strengths a little bit more. And then when you also have Smurfette coming in and potentially playing that double duelist, again, we're not sure because the last time we saw them play this was with a different roster. I do think that this again could play back into Giant X's comfort picks and their comfort roles, which is where we tend to see Giant X sort of come to life, is when they're comfortable and confident.
Yeah, that's what I, in that case, and Twisted Minds is coming or going into this a little bit more blind in that sense of thing. And what we heard them say earlier today as well in the interview, Billy, was that they were going to approach this more as like a rank. Today is ranked. I'm playing Valorant. It's going to be great. It's going to be good. It's going to be confident. It didn't necessarily feel like we saw that on map 1. I think we saw glimpses of it on map 2, but map 3 definitely, I feel like they are at the point where they are confident and comfortable now. So even though they're heading potentially into this blind with all the changes that we could be expecting from GX's side of things, if I was GX, I would still be a little worried because, again, you just came off of a loss of your own map pick. Do they also have the stamina to be able to continue this into best of 5s, even though they have done this before in the finals?
Yeah, I think it's a good question to ask. And I think what I want to take away from that is probably the ranked point. And if you have Lean performing the way that she was on Lotus on the Sage, I can only imagine how crazy she's going to go on the Waylay on this Sunset, which is of course what we're expecting her to play. The way that she was playing off of Marty's utility on Sunset, specifically on that attack the other day against G2, was just so great to watch. I wish my teammates played like that with me in ranked, but that doesn't happen often. But it genuinely just goes to show the synergy that they've been able to build in such a short space of time with Marty coming into this roster as well. I think it's been so great and a real testament to, you know, yeah, just the bond that they have. I think as well, being on boot camp has shown to be such a strength for the team, and being able to, you know, have the fist bumps in between those rounds when they're winning them out. Yeah, I think that Marty and Lean are the 2 people that I kind of gravitate towards when I'm looking ahead at Sunset.
And I do think kind of gravitating back to that conversation about Twisted Minds not feeling the pressure, I do think yesterday when we did see Lean go up against G2, in my opinion, that's the first time we've kind of seen her underperform, I guess you could say. It was still an incredible performance, but from what we've seen from Lean and what we expect, it wasn't usually the numbers that she was putting up. And I do think that coming in off a win like she had on Lotus, not playing a duelist, I think she'll definitely channel that confidence into this map, and hopefully we'll see the Lean that we're used to seeing, especially after sort of playing off that breach utility from Marty. You've also got Toka on the top of her game on Sova again. We're expecting her to play. Lexa on that Cypher, which we know she's played many a time. 80% in the stage so far of her pick is on Cypher. So Twisted Minds definitely are coming into this knowing how they'd like to play, knowing their agents, and I think that that is definitely going to be a win condition for them.
Yeah, before everybody in chat starts spamming cast or start game, stop yapping, we're gonna do you a favor. We're gonna stop yapping and we're gonna let you know that we have a slight delay. So instead, you can just watch the break screen and you can, I don't know, wait and twiddle your thumbs. We'll be back very shortly when the game is ready and when we have the delay figured out. And then you guys can finally head into the fourth map of today. And that will be with our casters, Haza and Cairo.
But it's time to come alive. If you want to party, babe, you got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. You know that's what you feeling. You know that's what you feeling. You know that's what you feeling.
Bitter, sweet, fiery heat, whispers the man of the hurricane. Oh, stop pushing me, gonna push so hard I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, 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 I won't let go. Ain't never giving up on you, gonna see this storm all the way through, gonna push right through the driving rain, gonna
Welcome back to VCT EMEA Game Changers Stage 3 lower bracket final. In a interesting turn of events, for lack of a better word, there will be an emergency substitution happening for the side of GX. So, Billy, I would kind of like to throw it your way here because you do have a bit more of experience when it comes to Ellie and what we can be expecting from her and how that would fit into this GX roster as she is swapping out for Eva.
Yeah, so we have Ellie jumping in for Giant X. For anyone that isn't aware of Ellie, she was previously playing for Alternate Attacks Ruby and is subbed in for G2 Gozen as well recently. And honestly, this isn't a terrible substitute as far as the composition goes and how it's going to work, because what we kind of expected on Sunset was, of course, Eva playing that Yoru. Ellie's a duelist main, so there is still hope for Giant X here.
Yeah, I can add a stat there if you wanted me to, Jenny.
I would love that. Yes, please.
Well, just if we're speaking about the Euro in the past 60 days competitively, this is mostly through recent sort of tournaments. She played Euro 21 times. So she's definitely got the rep. She's definitely got the experience. And I think there's a lot of eyes on Euro players at the moment with how we've seen sort of Mimi flexing onto that Euro and how she played on the Sunset yesterday. So I do think Ellie is going to have a bit of fun here.
Yeah, it is a bit of an unfortunate situation for GX, however, to be in, because first at the start of playoffs, you have that roster swap when it comes to Smurfette. She's coming back in. Now you have this emergency. Why can I not say that word? Oh my god.
It's hard. It is.
No, it's
they are
embarrassing. Like, my job's to talk and I cannot even say emergency. There we go. As we have an emergency substitution. For the side of GX.
Pack it up.
So
We'll
get there eventually. We'll get there eventually at some point. But for a Twisted Mind side of things, I mean, I'm not going to say that this is going to be great news for them, but it's also like maybe a bit more scary in that sense, Billy, because you now definitely do not know what to expect.
Yeah, I think it's a difficult situation for both teams to be in, right? Because you obviously come into this, if you're Giant X, you probably don't be expecting to have to play with a sub today, so it kind of is what it is. Like, you make the best out of the situation that you're in. I think for Twisted Minds, it doesn't change too much because you can go into this map knowing that you've prepared for a specific composition to play against, I suppose, but even still, you're probably curious to see what Giant X are going to play because, as we mentioned, they haven't touched this map since that group stage. So yeah, I think for Twisted Minds, nothing really changes in the game plan.
I don't think Twisted Minds will be caught off guard, like Billy said as well. And I think that all that's in their mind right now is to play at the top of their game, no matter who they're against. And they definitely are sort of coming into this, I think, the same either way. And I do Giant X here, obviously they have already qualified for Game Changers Championship, so I guess they're grateful for that right now. But yeah, it will be fine. Everything will be normal and everything will be fine.
I absolutely love the positivity. You know what? Manifest that. Yeah. I am not even gonna argue against that. But for GX's side of things, I mean, they were in the lead 2-0, so now you've lost your map pick. You're heading into territory that you are a little bit more unfamiliar with, where Twisted Mind wanted to take you. So this is potentially that map veto process coming into work, because Billy, Twisted Minds did choose to be Team B. They came in from that upper bracket, so they had the choice, and this is where it landed them. We're just too oblivious to see.
I don't know about that one, Jenny. I think I would have to disagree with you on that one, but looking at this agent select, we are just going to see a kind of best in slot coming in from Giant X here, where we kind of expected Toki to move over to that Omen and have Smurfette come in on the Neon, and then of course LA playing the Yoru, what we expected here. So yeah, I'm intrigued to see how this double duelist actually plays into Twisted Minds Orchid's composition, because of course Twisted Minds kind of struggled against G2's double duelist composition the other day, and I think a lot of that was because of the amount of space that G2 were able to kind of get on their defense by taking control of that mid space. So intrigued to see if Giant X were watching to get a sneak peek of that yesterday.
Well, I do hope so, because they're going to be needing it today as we're heading on to Sunset, our fourth map of the series. If Twisted Minds wants to stay in the competition, this is another one they have to close out. But for GX, it is a one map away from going to Istanbul for the finals. Can they do it though with the emergency sub? We'll find out with our casters, Cairo and Hazel.
Yeah, this definitely feels like a watershed moment in the series. Ellie stepping into the spotlight off of the substitute bench for GX, and where we're looking at this being an opportunity for Twisted Minds to prove themselves. A player who has been outside the main event for the last couple of stages has a huge opportunity to send GX to Turkey.
And as well as that, form would stipulate Twisted Minds come into this map with the better advantage, being the favourites. It is their map pick after all, but from yesterday, how G2 played that double duelist and were very smart in terms of how they played it. I think that's the big thing that GX will be taking away, and Billy was 100% right on the desk about how have GX been watching, have they done their ante and their prep? You'd imagine they have, considering they just put a triple stack towards the top of B.
Yeah, it was 3 players in middle, now quickly called to arms on the B site itself. One of them, Ellie, the recent EEQ winner. The Premier Contenders event in Dark, just trying to get involved early, break the ice as quickly as possible. But Sarah's the one who ends up revealed, and now you're looking towards Toki's position in A main, testing those limits as much as possible, but also knowing that it's a fragile position she holds on to.
Yeah, GX Deathball needs to get a move on, because if not, Toki will be under so much pressure.
Ooh. Twisted Minds are looking for this tiles fight though. Smurfette popping up and finding the first of those targets. Ellie not too far behind, but her first introduction is not the one she would have looked for. It's lean at the double.
And if GX can gamble right here, get towards the site quickly enough, which it seems they're not too far away from, they could be in position to deny entry to the site. But not only that, the spike plan as well.
All on Sarah to try and hold it down. She's found lean as a good start. The entrance to the site denied, and Ness here in support as well. It's now just Ness with the Sheriff to try and claw back control. 2 quick kills, and she hits a pause. Toki arriving in market, 2v1.
That's it. Both players trying to play off one another now as you see the Sova combining with Toki. But that's a big paranoia.
The healthy player, the one investing the utility, Toki, not quite going to help out, but Ness is there in the end, just confirming the position of Toka. And 3 kills from the Sova player on the GX side is what will win them the pistol.
5 pistols against 2. That's what's been played so far. And it's GX who end up the better of that stat. Start Sunset off right. The defense looking good. You can see the ideas coming through from GX, and the individuals not shying away from the challenge.
And look, filling in here as well, Ellie is the big talking point coming into this map now, I think, as things have very quickly changed. It's just complete pressure off for her, because this is not a team that she's consistently part of. 40 kills in her 2-0 feature for G2 last stage against Heroic when she was previously called up. And being a specialist on Yoru, having played it 4 times as much as her second most used agent, you have brought a specialist into the setup. The anti-eco is the perfect time for her to build that confidence. She will find first blood.
The other aspect to this is that this double duelist composition will not work the same way G2's did, because it's the Whaley that G2 play with rather than the Neon that GX play with, right? And with the Whaley, there's so much more you can combine. We know it from Champs, the Mosquito comp, etc, etc. But I'm wondering what set pieces have GX cooked up with this double duelist, and how will Ellie fit into that?
I mean, yeah, you've kind of already seen it. Even the tiles walk down for me, the 2 players showing some semblance of a partnership, whether they're just laying their life on the line to go down or not. It's all you can really ask of in that situation. And here, you were thinking the recon was going to light up a couple players from Ness, but she has to just stick her head out and get her hands dirty. Just a single casualty right now for Giant X, and that's all it will become. Second round on the board, as we have seen quite a few times here, Cairo, in this series.
Yeah, we've not seen many upsets whatsoever, but that shows 2 competent teams fighting against one another. And then on top of that, the other aspect to it is that the bonus rounds have always looked a bit spicy. GX, the better of the two at converting it this series. So I'm wondering, what does this look like, considering we're seeing a rifle bought up by Ness?
Yeah, Ness is just adding fuel to the fire. She has the finance for it. Ellie's Outlaw will be very important. It's forced Twisted Minds to buy up 150 HP on every player. And she's the first rotation towards this A site. I think it's important. You were talking about utility, the difference with the Neon having the stun. It's the flashes on the Yoru as well. And just for a moment, I thought GX were going to get proactive, but they cancel.
Yeah, priority being set towards the elbow on A as Twisted Minds explore other ends of the map. The spike is still here. If this gets caught, it would be absolutely huge for GX. But Marty, who had a lights out sunset yesterday, continues to turn the lights off of GX. That spike can go down without not much contest. And it's left Sarah all alone.
That's fantastic from Marty. She's been in this situation before against GX in a lower final. I said it earlier, but that was how her 2024 ended. And with Twisted Minds knowing that they've got to leave it all in the server here, that's exactly what you get. Marty to make it 4. And Twisted Minds are on the board early.
One away from a rolling thunder. When we're getting into round 4, on map 4, this is a brilliant triple. Sets up Twisted Minds for success, and it could set them up for success in this half, because that's now a component, in fact 2 components, that could be excellent for breaking the buy of the defense very early on.
Yeah. Those early ultimates that Twisted Minds have and are close to having, if we're speaking of Marty. And you're seeing the clash of styles. Finally, Twisted Minds getting a bit more direct in their execution, and Lean brutalizing Sarah on entry.
Yeah, look at Ellie. All the way in CT, does not want to dance with the devil here and will give it up entirely. Same time, GX, proactive as ever, try and see if they can find anything in mid or even in the back lanes.
Yeah, Twisted Minds trying to bait out this quick retake with the spike tap, but nothing going. Building on what I was saying earlier, they're just inviting that pressure, waiting for GX to overextend. That's been the story of the last couple rounds, where the flash is perfect. Nearsighted, Toka makes amends as Smurfette just can't find the target. Toki's going to claw one back, but 1 kill is just not enough. In fact, GX are going to throw in the white towel. There is nothing left to be said of this next rifle round.
Yeah.
So an immediate equalizer from Twisted Minds.
Laid on a platter by Toki, and a Smurfette uncharacteristically cannot finish her dinner. I mean, 90% of the times we expect her to convert those positions, but yeah, that's a very tough one to watch, and one that ultimately decides the round for Twisted Minds.
Unable to wrangle the spray. Still on the 1107 patch, so we've not seen the first bullet accuracy, the protected bullets change just yet. As you say, quite rightly, not expecting that to happen. And for Twisted Minds, it was just a pace change, offering something a little bit different with the Waylay, as they have the ability to do so. Has put GX on a bad buy. Ooh, Recon still catches Ellie after the fact, so the TP was not safe.
That's unfortunate. Twisted Minds take full control of mid. A big question mark that GX later in the round might have to deal with mid-rounding.
Something they've been very happy to do as well, so that's why Twisted Minds are just biding their time, even with this initial pick.
Yeah, I was just about to say, the spike's still in tiles though, so while the players move in towards B main, I don't think this is going to be a B split just yet. And it seems as if GX have gambled right after using that drone in B main.
Yeah, it's probably a mid-reclear here. I would you know, almost bet my house on it if they weren't already doing it.
Oh.
Toki in the smoke has heard the orb be tapped, but not yet collected. Perhaps a bit of an over-rotation here, actually, as Twisted Minds have
30 seconds left.
reconfigured and are now heading towards an empty B site.
Yeah, it's going to be a foot race towards B, one which Twisted Minds have a massive advantage in and will even commit ultimates to. So that works out for GX. They'll be happy with that. It's just what they can get done on this retake.
Smurfette, one of the players with a rifle in hand. Close corner, goes uncleared, as does HTM, securing the backlines. It's got to be Smurfette, and they need her now. A shot as she whizzes round the corner from Lexa. Catches her a moment too soon. And Toki left with a bucket. It's a tough pill to swallow. The next best gun, only 8 bullets left. Has to be sharp, but Lexa is sharper. Twisted Minds in front on map 4.
Can they keep this advantage? I mean, it seems like the maps where they start well early, they can continue that on, right? That's typically what we've seen the trend. Can this continue to be the case on Sunset? Ultimate for Smurf, but probably wanting to play with the rifle first before using that ulti, because that's a nice equal round one to upset your opponents and try and challenge them when you think you've not got anything to do so.
It's contextual. So the grand scheme of things right now for both sides is that there aren't really tangible win conditions to fall back on in terms of ults. Lean making a menace of herself here, up top mid. Often, uses the refract early. It actually expires. HTM was expecting to find the push coming in that time, but deals with it for the one. Toki taking away space. And Twisted Minds heading into A. Inroads made from Market and Main. Sarah trying to dissuade this as much as possible, but caught in the crossfire as Toka takes them both.
Yeah, I mean, it just keeps falling apart right now for GX. They are not going to be able to show any form of resistance. We need to see a much better look, or timeout is on the horizon. Last two remaining players, Ellie and Toki, against 4.
A 4v2 starts with promise. Ellie has the opening kill, still 2 flashes and a fake out. The fake out drops over the right side as they start to peek around their own right. And it's on to Lexa once again, who has been the bastion of B, repossessing it for herself and for Twisted Minds as their lead continues to build.
More and more, every single round keeps going the way of Twisted Minds since we've reached the rifle rounds. And that's the biggest problem, right? And as I said it before, we were definitely in timeout territory after losing that last one. So what has Asuka asked of his girls? Because right now it's just not good enough.
Yeah, and that was something that I wanted to talk about at the top of the day. Asuka and his comments that he's made over the stages, because he's always been the mouthpiece for the feelings within the camp, I think. He does a lot of the pre-match interviews. And something I remember him saying a week ago was that they made the change to bring Smurfette back in because they didn't see the improvement. Now it's just all about having consistency and the right feeling within the group. It's hard to say how much of an impact Ava has without, you know, having access to the comms, but Ellie stepping in as a sub, I think it's, you know, as well, how does that affect the vibes in the team and the overall feeling, especially coming off the back of a loss on Lotus?
A thrifty round. What did GX have planned? What is the ideas? There's a couple of pings from Twisted Minds about tiles and a few players towards top mid, but overall quite split up.
Right here.
Seems as if players being magnetised towards the A side.
Yeah, GX have found some value from posing the question here. It's mostly been Toki, but we saw in the previous round Smurfette in support. Twisted Mind's so strong with their executions through mid, whether it's towards the top or market. The smoke placed to fake the first, it's the latter of that we're expecting.
It's okay. Able to find the kill and identify where the rest of the push is coming from. So calling for support on the B site as Twisted Minds take their time, but this isn't where they've set their sights fully.
It's a super early rotation that GX get away with, and now they shift into this top mid crossfire. Ellie's got to be careful.
Yeah, and well, here comes the ultimate straight away, denied by Marty, who once again looks to make Sunset her map. And Twisted Minds, will they let the first kill go away? They certainly do not let the preceding go.
30 seconds
Toki
left.
at the same time though, picks up a rifle and could make a problem of herself.
It's the most healthy player here, and at the very least you expect
Spike
her to get HDM, but it's just a ding. And the Twisted Minds IGL has an ult to bring her back to safety.
Yep, that's going to be a problem. Now, the problems ensue, right? The utility, the ideas to try and get back in towards site. Twisted Minds now know there's a flank and know how to try and deal with it. It'll be Lean sent to go and do that work. It gets worse and worse. It's going to be Twisted Minds to find 5. A problem being made of GX, but not one that is unmanageable. And then we finally get a rifle versus rifle round after our timeout from GX.
Yeah, this is the round that we're all looking towards with some serious scrutiny. Can GX make the necessary improvements? Toki's dink and the end of last round symbolizes the overall feeling that things are starting to go against them now. 3 players present on A at the spawn barrier, ready to challenge for this space, but as are Twisted Minds. Lean paths in early, but Toki playing from elbow is the perfect counter to the aggression.
Well, that's exactly what you're looking for. The op looking to be hidden once again by Twisted Minds, by GX, apologies.
Something I've spoken about a lot is how Lean tends to open up these sites, and it is similar pathing which punishes her. Smurfette on this line, coupled up with the support of Toki. Paranoia reinforcing the defensive hold on A. Twisted Mind searching for additional space, but even the cage is with a gap, so GX will quickly know where the issue comes from.
Ellie has taken that B main space, which will be a problem if Twisted Minds can find success in this round, but it continues to get worse and worse for them.
With the hat off the head of Sarah, the penny will drop on these final 2 player positions. As you highlighted, Ellie is teed up for success here. That trap broken in the site just notifies her that this is in consideration.
30 seconds
Lexa
left.
actually clearing out from the flash. It's brilliant util from Marty, taking the game by the reins yet again, but it's onto the Soul Swede to save them now. A 1 versus 3 with her own neural theft, but the spike in the open, and only half a chance, if that. GX restoring order as they get on the board yet again.
And that operator played in very well. Just the way that GX played around it. Excellent, holding on towards that A elbow, making an issue that Twisted Minds just really didn't have the answer for. And where does the operator go next? It is going to be B main this time.
And it's a shift away from what worked in the previous. I mean, how many times have we seen GX not repeat a single setup? Twisted Minds are going to play into this though. Lexa on the other side of the cage, blinded by her teammate, and so can't capitalize.
Yeah, Smurfette forced to take a much more reserved position at the back of B site, but it seems if Twisted Minds aren't happy with just the B main space and want to try and go towards mid.
Both teams with clearance of it, using their drones, but Twisted Minds have doubled down on this B commitment, or so you'd feel. Lexa deposited for the time being. The Rolling Thunder's a statement of intent though, Cairo. Ellie's got a lot on her plate here.
Yeah, and if she TP's out, she's going to be towards the other side of the map, so it leaves just... Oh, I was going to say Sarah and Smurfette, but instead Smurfette's gone. So up to Sarah. Good for the first challenge.
Looking for a little bit more. not given the chance just yet. Twisted Minds tapping the plant, but Sarah's closed the gap, as has Ness.
Yeah, this is looking good for GX. Brawling, fighting together, but look towards main where Toki makes her approach. Not considered, not thought about, and well is able to stab between the shoulder blades. Just HTM now against Ellie and Ness, and when she faces two, it's only one. The crosshair finds GX. They go within one.
Ness having so much impact there as well. Another clutch where she wins in this series when it comes down to it. But the overall setup from GX is commendable. I was sort of saying tongue-in-cheek how this op has been going from side to side, and not often when something works for them, they commit to it, but we see it there again. And speaking of commitments, when Lean is popping her refract so early, you kind of have to send it sometimes. Waylay's really good, but only in streaks, in patches.
Yeah.
Without her utility, you don't find the same kind of value. So actually, they're just going to bring the op out instead.
Standing ahead. There.
Big ping, but we'll respect it. Toki needs to be careful here.
It's Lean's op that's creeping up on A.
And we'll find the value. Toki taken away. No more smokes for the defense to earmark any spaces.
And now you're expecting GX to react, something they've been very good at. B main under threat, Lexa leaving at just the right time, but it might play into the defense's favor because they haven't had to clash heads, and Twisted Minds have no idea that that space was lost.
Twisted Minds ready to move on the A site with ultimates in tow. Think better of it. So two players towards CT that are most important for A.
It looks like Twisted Minds are going to commit the ultimate here, so now full focus on the post plant. They have the Sova ult to try and use, and GX can't disrupt it early.
Oh, the combination with Ellie's ultimate, it looks good, and it's even finding value. Back from Ness, a double kill with Ellie getting in the mix, as well as Smurfette. Spike on the ground, but Toka, you do not want to mess with a player who's been good for multi-kill after multi-kill but does not have the time to work with, has to dance between two players that have a crossfire, and at this point in time, all it needs to be is keep away. We go all even.
Fantastic setup from Ellie, and another Ness execution. That's back-to-back 2v1s which they win between each other. You understood the ideas from Twisted Minds here. Their success against G2 yesterday on this map came from being able to disrupt those situations as much as possible. Get in their face before they can set up for a retake. And they tried to do it there, but GX actually just play the Uno reverse card and do a little bit of the same. That's how this map plays in general. It's, you know, the site holds, the retakes, it's very set. If you can get that early advantage and be the first team to dump your util and catch the other team off guard, then that's all it is. It's that cowboy shootout that you're so fond of, Cairo.
I know exactly which one you're talking about. But,
a reference which few will understand, but if only.
Yeah, listen, let's not talk about it too much. What we should talk about is what Twisted Minds need to do to adapt in the last two remaining rounds, because I feel as if whoever comes in with an advantage at the half is, I guess, I know it's simple to say have a big advantage into the second half, but it feels as if whoever's in front at the half-time mark is who tends to go on to win the map.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of double pistol wins already. Started off on Bind, of course, with GX. A little bit of more of the same on Haven. Lotus is where things have changed for the better. That's in the mind of Twisted at the very least, but Ellie with the op begins proceedings as she would like to go on. Sarah still entrenched in the choke point, but walks away with one first and maintains her teammate's advantage.
Smurfette has Ellie at her back, the operator ready to shoot at a moment's notice.
HTM locked into this, as are the rest of Twisted Minds. They've found no respite in their positioning on the B site in the last few rounds. Bunkered on default, Utility starting to pour out the pockets of GX now and still condemned to these positions. They will likely die there. Smurfette has picked up the first. Marty trying to cheat death itself as she's walked right under Ellie. She's on your screen, but she can't find the shot. It's got to be Ness, and it always is. Another clutch for her, moving one step closer to Istanbul.
Relief for Giant X to win that and take the advantage.
Last round in
and
the half.
the first half of what has been the first time since the pistol round. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Ellie there. That's so unfortunate. Yeah. But thank the heavens for Ness if you are a Giant X fan. Because if she wasn't here, at least 3 of these rounds wouldn't have gone the way of Giant X.
She has been Captain Fantastic so far on Sunset.
There.
And for all we spoke of Twisted Minds inviting GX pressure, allowing for them to play into this attack side game plan, it's starting to go against them now. It's a feeling of staticness which shakes you to your core. And Smurfette and Toki taking the initiative have punished Twisted Minds again. Down 2 members inside the first 20 seconds.
Where do you go next? Where do you find into Ellie's op? The players go.
Oh, felt like it was only ever going to end one way, but Ellie gets out of dodge with the TP.
So many bodies here for GX.
Twisted Minds still moving into them. The drone catches Toki, but they know not of Ellie's line. Op in play reveals itself through the fake out as it crosses the corner. Smarty's managed to cut off the crossfire though with Smurfette found. Great use of the cage to block off the players still stuck in the site. One of them, Toki, she will survive. Not long after, Ness now has to get involved again, and when she does, it only ends one way.
It's a big comeback for Giant X after their own timeout. Since then, it's been all traffic their way. And that pistol round and anti-eco is a big decider, considering they're at the advantage now. But will it be a map 5, or will we see it end here? We'll find out after the break. Championship, and that's what Twisted Minds are fighting for, a chance for that spot. Whereas GX, they're already qualified for Seoul, Korea, but they want to go to Istanbul. They want that LAN opportunity, and it could be decided here after this half.
Yeah, Lowell Park feels a long way away for Twisted Minds. Full focus on Sunset. If they can bridge the gap to the 5th and final map, then who knows what happens. We've had that feeling throughout the entirety of this one, but I don't think there's anything more damning than a map 4 loss here for Giant X. For Twisted Minds to take themselves even in the series. The attack is slowly threading its way towards B. Couple players here, and plenty more arriving.
Good paranoia. Will find the cipher of Lexa, but the only problem is they did not get the wheelie of Lean out in sight. A pocket in which to play with. Ellie at least gets the trade, so we're still even between both teams. But with a minute to play with, Giant X want to use every second they have to their advantage.
Yeah, GX would have loved some extra space there. The recon would have been huge if there was a player market, but it's all 4 from Twisted Minds in backside B.
Ready to fight. Oh, Twisted Minds. That's unbelievable. Getting the pistol round straight back in from the second half will even out the scoreline moving forwards.
Yeah, it should do. We haven't seen any second round conversions, flips between the two teams so far yet today. One thing we have seen is plenty of bonus round wins. You cannot count either of these teams out just yet. Not least Twisted Minds. Strong rotation called from them there, and it starts to make you wonder, how does GX's attack look in general? Because if it is as one-dimensional as that, we saw on Haven at points where they were getting exposed for
Don't miss me too much.
slower executions, and this one fully favors Lean. She can't find the shot though, 21 points of health, but gets out.
Yeah, this Marshall has been good for shots before. Continues to be back on the line, and yeah, maybe not anymore, mate. Oh, still wants to try it.
I have the spike.
Yeah, try as she might, it is a casualty for Twisted Minds. I don't know if there was a cage up when she was spamming away there, but the rate of fire suggested we're talking hip fire as well. But GX would love anything in this round. It is Ness and Ellie, the duo, which have looked so dynamic round to round, but nothing going here.
So pistol round goes Twisted Minds' way. And we'll see what Giant X have for us on the attack. Remember, playing with one sub, well technically 2 if you want to consider Smurfette is technically a sub for GX in playoffs.
Yeah. Don't be rude.
I know,
15 stages in Game Changers EMEA, by the way. Why would you ever bench her in the first place?
Yeah.
Questions that few can answer, but I agree. It's all cobbled together last minute for GX. They've already got a passing grade on their homework, as we said. We know they're qualified, but...
Funny to see the interaction with the refract and the door, with Lean going all the way around the world.
Yeah. Scenic route, not that you can see much as everything's blurring past, but looking at GX now, it's a very slow default that they're playing. We're starting to see some pressure created where they were previously fake with the Sova, which had been Eva on previous maps. There was usually no one behind it. This time they've got Ellie, she has a TP, she can get out and cause more problems. It's kept 3 Twisted Minds players interested. In fact, it might just have caught the attention of GX. It looks like this is where they might want to end. Having said that, look at Sarah.
Yeah, she's the one posting the B main space as the players are getting ready to posture through the mid portion into market. There's plenty of utility here for Twisted Minds to hold on towards the site, especially Cypher traps that have not been identified. Ellie through the corner of the wall gets a double kill. Can she get any more? Certainly can. That's a brilliant start to the round. And yes, sure, Twisted Minds don't have the weaponry, but GX certainly have the mechanical prowess. It will be Giant X to regain the lead.
And if you look on the map at where the bodies drop, it's all in a straight line. Ellie finding 3 from the same position, and then Ness saying, oh, it's just as easy as that. Okay, give me 2. That's what she'll walk away with. GX restoring their lead. And for Twisted Minds, I have to say, the rotations have been pretty good. Marty's stun timings have been excellent. She comes from a crop of Polish players. I'm thinking of Meryl in the past that was great with her supportive utility. However, we need to see players able to find something off the back of that. It can't just be stall to no end.
Take flight.
Same round as last. This time Twisted Minds will get the one-way right. But still Giant X playing it slow, methodical, One player dedicated to every single lane, hoping that someone will peek them, but Twisted Minds very reserved so far on their defence.
With the fog of war, you always have to assume the worst, so GX thinking a player could have walked up on A. Pressure applied from the Twisted Minds point of view. And the same can be said for GX. The Neon Wall goes up the top mid position. It keeps Marty interested. The stun goes into Market, but no one to follow up on it yet again. It slowed GX down to a crawl, but they're out on site once more, and if Lean can't get it done, then who can? Lexa with one. Lean still active. Convergent paths invested to the op. It's Marty's aftershock that's going to drop Ness, but Toki's still going, and it's 2-on-2. Spike a priority. Finally, it goes in.
No util left for this defence. Only 2 TPs on HTM, and it's 10 seconds till the stun on Marty.
Both players still on site for GX here, though. A smoke to the back of Toki is only going to aid HTM's efforts if she wants to try and drop in behind here. The captain thinks better of it. A regroup, 2 players in through the choke. Stun back online. Brilliant util from Marty! And there will be no mistakes made this time. The pole prevails, as do the Orchids.
Yeah, I mean, they identify the problem in terms of the positioning in a little cubby, and then clear on towards the default. We end up all even, but it's, again, patience not to just charge in towards that front side, not without utility.
Marty's just been an absolute beast with the utility right now. A kill with the breach bomb on that round and the stun to set up the last.
I think there was a combo of util up for that breach bomb kill, though. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, it was just GX having nowhere to go more than anything else. And
yeah.
So this time they bring extra numbers to the A main duel. The same could be said for Twisted Minds. They have intentions to fight this, or so you think. Lean restricted in elbow, but the op is there.
I just got confirmation it was Whaley out plus breach aftershock, but the op looking to try and gain space for herself. No refract, so forced to fight.
Committed to this and still reaps the reward. The drone, not something that Smurfette was willing to wait for. We spoke so much of patience at the start of this series, and while Twisted Minds have been made to wait, that 8th round might just become a 9th here.
Continues on that way. Sarah up close and personal, making a meal of this, but not able to find Lexa. So Spike is in no man's land.
And with that, Ness is almost out of options. She's located early, ahead of schedule. Twisted Minds are ready to receive. Lexa first contact. It goes no further than that. An immediate shutout. A 1-round lead for the defending team. Twisted Minds are going through the gears now.
And that's the worrying point, right? Because they're one off of double digits, and you're on an eco round as well for Giant X. Sure, there's ultimates being built up, but you don't want to expend them here. Sarah, the only rogue buy in the mix.
Jump. And yeah, it's not exactly an agent which you're expecting to be in the dangerous position with the Bulldog. Just playing bodyguard as things stands. The trap gets placed. I don't know if Lean would have heard that as the furthest player forward. Still unperturbed by all of this. The op has to be careful here as the exec heads in.
Well, it announces itself anyway. GX still throwing utility through, but this wall is very good for trying to get out, but not if you're heading into Marty, and she deals with everybody in her sights. A flawless round, double digits, has up. When do you introduce the first time out of the second half?
It's got to be soon. GX would now, you expect, be heading into an ult cycle, which is going to favor Twisted Minds. Marty's just got the Rolling Thunder back up. And I guess that's about it, right? So yeah, these are your win conditions. The Sova ult and the Yoru. We saw how potent that combination was on their defender's side in the retakes. But can they architect a little bit more chaos here? Looks like that's what they're going to try and do as Ellie gets out of top mid nice and early, spots HTM in a much more regressed position, which leads them to believe that A main is open, and so they will take it.
As quickly as possible with little to no resistance, but that one trap in the middle of A is going to be a big problem. And as well as that, when does Sarah take her time and when can she be a nuisance? Because that's the other aspect you've got to consider in this round.
Just waiting to take up position. The trap has been destroyed. Lexa not able to get anything from it, and Sarah nothing from her lurk either, so the Cyphers have gone quiet in the round for the time being.
GX have been aggro here, they want to play in front.
That's what they've got to try and do, get on the front foot early. Toka isolated, will drop. And Lexa can only watch as the rest of her team fall back. Toki still aggressive, not caught by the Rolling Thunder. The ults, well, they might have been an option there for Twisted Minds. They get no value from it. GX holding on to almost all of theirs and bringing us back within one.
Big round as well. GX finding that one. And it's the fact that they've found it all through their own calling, right? Sarah unlucky here, but they call to go, hey guys, let's go and take that fight. Being able to dodge the Rolling Thunder, play Protector. Now 9 to 10, with ultimates still in play. GX have a chance to really close this gap and maybe even take an advantage.
This map and series riding on a knife's edge in the city at the end of the sun. The night not yet done for Twisted Minds. They fought all year long to be in this position from the first stage outside of the main event to going toe-to-toe with a mainstay in these best of fives. Lean, her rookie year, as she is spotted by the drone again on A, but is not going to give up that space, and in doing so will just reconfirm where GX are headed.
Through mid, the break of the trap through a shot gives Smurf better timing. Trying to increase the pace as Ellie through smoke through the flash. You've got to be careful of the player trying to get out of the smoke. It was Marty. Plenty of util either way, but Twisted Minds, they are the ones to take the advantage here, which is a massive problem for GX. Ultimates invested and the value found, but it's for the defense of all people.
Another 4 versus 2, it's a backside plant. Hunter's Fury aware.
Yeah, that is. Sarah's trying to push the envelope, and unfortunately it's been posted back. Return to sender. Twisted Minds look to win their own map pick, and they're getting closer and closer. They will find 11 and regain the lead of 2 rounds.
Yeah, just as soon as GX ask questions, they are swiftly answered. It's this same pairing of players, Toka and HTM, with Marty rotating in, that have had absolute authority in Boba towards the back of the B site. Sarah falling foul to the same positioning again, and even there, actually, Ellie in Twisted Minds spawn getting caught by Ness's ult, I think, which just makes things a little bit awkward. Just as soon as GX invest ults to win a round, Twisted Minds do the same and get some out of their opponent in the follow-up. This time out has to be everything, Cairo, and in terms of what there is to invest in the next and deny that map point, it's not all too much.
It's getting worrying. It is getting worrying that we will be heading towards that map of Ascent, the decider, where I don't even know who I favour there, right? Because both teams have shown success time and time again.
Need a drop.
I think for me, theoretically, it would be GX, just based on their record since Smurfette came in. Historically, such a great map for her. The overall narrative that Twisted Minds are still chasing the game here is important, but yeah, who knows by the time we get to that point. Still fresh in their memory, the loss yesterday to G2, of course. Who would have thought we would be heading to another decider after the opening two?
You've also got to think as well that that ascent match between the two last time did end up in quite a commanding scoreline, and once again we're seeing this fake out being placed towards A, and the operator just holds by it.
Enemy marked.
Player does get spotted. Lean trying to profit from Marty's stun, doubling down on the angle, and Ellie has nowhere to go but the spectator screen. Smurfette seeing how much she can get done with a classic. It's good damage. Toki for one. But nothing more than that for now. And a panicked HTM who on 20 points of health has to tread with caution.
I mean, Sarah could invest the hat if she wants to, but I think you need one more kill if you were to do that.
And just as soon as we said that HTM was in trouble, it's Toka that you've got to look towards. Early sight of danger on B. This shot might be enough, and there you go. Toki makes an exit, and HTM has arrived by her teammate's side. These two have been so potent, but Sarah's got work to do. Oh, wait, Sarah! Now the neural theft goes in, and the spike down.
She knows exactly where Lean is, but doesn't have the health to support it. 10 bullets in the chamber against an op.
Very quickly repositioning off angle from Sarah. Lean has to be cautious, but so many angles to clear. Drops in. Sarah still playing round the corner. 1 versus 3 from Sarah. She keeps GX alive with a Red Bull clutch.
A massive clutch to come in. I thought for a moment, if Sarah's able to get the first kill clean, it's still doable, especially with how low HTM was. And it felt as if didn't even really get a bullet out of the chamber. That last kill, that's just experience. A player who knows what is needed. And I'll tell you what, plenty of rounds to close this gap is what's needed. 1 in it, and potentially a couple more to finish out the map.
Cage trigger. From coming into the G2 goes and set up as a teenager to now maturing, coming into her element, being such a foundation of this GX team. She, for one, would love that rematch in a week's time in Istanbul. Next round just as important, though. These moments of success have been fleeting for GX. Twisted Mind still in front. But Marty goes searching and finds nothing but her own demise.
And the worst part, utility gone. That's the biggest problem. The operator here is the next task to try and get by.
GX should just be looking to overwhelm as much as possible. Twisted Minds have their setup here in accordance. Lexa with one, and conversion pass there for Lean. Surplus to requirements. She lands the next op shot.
It feels as if GX are just running into problems, and they're the ones making it, not thinking what they need to do thoroughly.
Didn't even have the full 4 or 5 players in position on B when they called the execution. So it's frail in the end. Far from the conclusion just yet, but Toki blinded on arrival makes her DOA. Twisted Minds, map point to take us to Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember the utility belts on players in that position, but I can't help but feel that they just contacted out. Like, why did we need to contact out into an operator? And why was Toki on in tiles trying to play through market when she still had paranoia? I guess that's a little frustrating, even for me to watch that. So, yeah, I can't help but feel for the players.
No time to feel sorry for yourself. If trends would suggest anything, it's that GX can offer us at least one more round here. But it's not with the best of buys, and Lean is still on the prowl. What a shot from Toki.
Great way to start the round, where they did this last time and let it slip.
Take flight. It's Lean off the board, though. 20 kills to her name, and that ult's still available, one which they will be without the services of Cairo.
Yeah, the question now, GX, can they convert this advantage that they've found? Remember, they got Marty last time, which was a big win. HTM decides against fighting when the crosshair was right and runs away.
Yeah, look, you can spot an IGL from time to time by the fact that maybe they're not ready for that first fight, looking at the map, calling the rotations. Nothing yet made by Twisted Minds as Sarah is posing threats elsewhere. It's the trap broken in B main.
Trap broken. All 5 players are going to convene outside of B.
Left.
So there's no Cypher utility. There's nothing to stop this hit. It's just a rifle of Lexa, and she's position market.
The sole player on the Twisted Minds side who attended the Game Changers champs last year, but is just forced to back off. Give away the space, give GX the time of day here. A more advanced plant than we'd seen previous. Maybe intentions to fight back site. There are numbers here. Toki in the corner has been spotted by the cam though, and that's now a problem. Has to pull the dart from her chest and break the next. Fake TP, and the first shot's clean. 5 versus 3 for GX. An extension of play perhaps required. Waiting for regulation to make it to 24, and that's exactly what we're going to get. It comes from Smurfette at the end. One more round or it's OT.
It would be a massive comeback. Being shocked out there. I'm surprised Toki didn't get stunned in the end. But Giant X, they never bow out without a fight. And the big components here. One, Lean has her convergent paths, the Whaley ultimate, and there's also Ness's Hunter's Fury to consider. And on top of that, we don't even have a full buy from Twisted Minds. Lean doesn't even get her operator.
Another slow start from GX, reprising their role in B main. As you say, no op this time.
My ult is ready.
To play off of the Cypher setup over the top of it. No second pair of eyes to watch. HTM is in market, but with a Bucky, how much can you possibly hope to get done in this position? Especially when GX are all in through main.
Nowhere to run!
Players invest in ultimates, trying to open the site, which they have done successfully. But look at HTM trying to fire through the smoke. Lena instead finds Smurfette.
Last time GX took back site control in post. It's only Ellie here this time.
It is, but remember, Lean still has that important ultimate as Sarah tries to make herself an issue. Pinged out by the neural theft. The players move in towards the site. Twisted Minds have it here and now. They look to win out Ascent. The body numbers looking good. Twisted Minds, even out the map count. We're going all the way to Ascent.
In some ways, the writing was on the wall, but Twisted Minds, pen in hand, may just have changed their own fate here. The win on Sunset puts them to Ascent, the 5th and final map. We'd seen the vast majority of their series go to deciders in a best of 3. We found ourselves here yet again in a best of 5, Cairo.
Yeah, that we do. And you know what? We'll see where it goes next. That's the big thing, because Ascent has been an interesting map for both of these teams with varying results, right? We've seen a 13-2 from Twisted Minds against GX, but we've also seen Twisted Minds lose to G2, right? I mean, this is going to be a one to behold, as this best of 5 has to go all the way.
That it does. Twisted Minds so many times have been so close. Not just the players, but this team now in the last map that they may play of their year before Istanbul or Heartbreak. We will find out which one of the two it is after we hear from our analysts and, of course, after this break.
gives you wings.
Time slows down when it can get no worse. I can feel it running out on me. I don't want these to be my last words. All forgotten, 'cause that's all they'll be. Now there's only one thing I can do. Fight until the end like I promised to. Wishing there was something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. What do you see before it's over? Blinding flashes getting closer. Wish that I had something left to lose. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day I die for you. This could be the day. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die, gotta die. Everything I know, everything I hold tight. When to let it go, when to make them all fight. When I'm in control, when I'm out of my mind. When I gotta live, when I gotta die. This could be the day I die for you.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Game Changers EMEA Stage 3 lower bracket between Twisted Mind and GX. Twisted Minds manages to equalize the playing field, and with that, we only have one map left, Meg, and that is going to be Ascent. I don't know why my camera is not focusing. Bro.
It switched off for the night. It said, I'm done. But do you know who's not done, Ginny?
Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds. They put up an incredible performance, that map. And yes, we saw Lean struggle against G2 Gozen yesterday. However, today she was on top form. And like we mentioned, they definitely came away from that G2 Gozen game with some things to fix. And I definitely think they fixed them today.
Yeah, that's what we wanted to see from them as well. We wanted this to be a competitive series, of course, because there is just so much on the line and at stake here for both of these rosters, Billy. And it feels like with GX, I wasn't exactly sure how much to expect with the hot swap that they have with the emergency sub coming in. But for next map, this is going to be reversed again. So Ellie is now going to be subbed out by Eva. Eva was subbed out by Ellie. So that means that we're technically back to the OG roster.
Yeah, we're back to the OG roster, and it's nice to see Eva come back into this one for a set. And I think it kind of makes sense, like Giant X want to be able to play with their full roster if they can. So Eva coming back in, the fact that she's able to, makes complete sense.
Yeah. And again, like with last map specifically, like yes, it went in Twisted Mind's favor, but GX, even with that last minute sub, Meg, was still able to keep it competitive because 13-11 scoreline is, with every factor taking into consideration, not horrible.
Yeah, I do think getting Smurfette on that op in the middle of the first half definitely saved Giant X from losing out some of those extra rounds. And it's just a shame it wasn't quite enough to see them over the line. But I think here we definitely have to highlight a couple of players on Twisted Minds, and Lean being one of them. But we also have to mention Marty and Toka. Toka, to me, has been an incredible standout on that Sova, and absolutely is one of the main reasons why they are still in this game. But looking back at sort of Lean as well, her on the waylay and the ability to, alongside her initiators, also get that information to get into sight and refract back, go back in for more. I think we definitely haven't spoken enough today about how incredible Lean is and what a talent she is. And considering she's so young, I do want to sort of shout her out again, because it's definitely a testament to what happens if you put time and effort into sort of facilitating a space for a player place like Lean to come in and thrive.
Yeah, I think Lean for me has been so impressive throughout this whole stage as well. One of the best Waylay players that we have in our region at the moment, I'd say. Probably because we don't see an awful lot of Waylay, whereas we see Lean on Waylay a lot of the time. And I want to commend her as well on the sniper usage that she had. She was using the AWP, she was using the Marshall. It didn't really matter what she had in her hands. She was just able to take it away for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Twisted Minds in general was doing incredibly well with the gunfights, regardless of the weaponry that they had at their disposal. We saw a lot of clutches, a lot of thrifty, so it feels like they are online, they're locked in, they've warmed up. Maybe that first map, you know, not necessarily something to really think about and dwell on. But for the side of Twisted Minds as well, Marty has been so instrumental when it comes to that utility usage and using that to create space, using that for post plants. It's been incredible.
Yeah, I think for me... Sorry, Meg. I think for me,
you go.
When I'm looking at these two players, you know, often we forget the kind of supportive players that are helping their superstar duelists, such as Lean being able to pop off. And, you know, we've been praising Marty's utility usage all day. We said it yesterday as well. It's kind of carried through to today. And as well, Smurfette, wrong team, Toka as well, like you mentioned, Meg, has been such a consistent performer for Twisted Minds throughout today.
And we mentioned kind of earlier in the series today, I think, how important it is to shut Smurfette down, and the sort of ability from these two to use their abilities to do so was definitely very transparent on Sunset, especially coming from Marty. That breach, I think, coming up against a Raze or a Neon, as we saw on Sunset, I think is equally as useful. And there were just so many situations, especially pulling players out of those tight corners where they could hide in or where they could maybe find a lurk. The breach or the Sova was always there to find the information as to where those players were and shut them down, with Lean following through off the back of their utility.
Yeah, and the last map that we have now is going to be Ascent. We said that as we were like moving more into these later stages of these maps, this is more so Twisted Minds territory, especially if they were able to close it out on Sunset, which they have been. The games are also getting progressively longer, Billy. So for me, the question then comes in, stamina. Are both of these teams going to be okay, especially GX with swapping in Eva back?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's something that we were kind of considering coming into this last map. If we were going to go to the last map, was the stamina, the experience of the players as well. And I think as well, now that we have hit a point where it's gone to the last map, I look at Giant X and the experienced players that they have on that side. And yes, Twisted Minds did beat them on this previously, 13-2. But I'm wondering if we thought maybe it's leaning in Twisted Minds' favour because of recency bias, because they had that dominant scoreline more recently. So yeah, I'm really looking at Giant X to kind of rely on the experience of the players and knowing that they've been in this lower bracket finals twice before already this year. This is of course their third one, so hopefully they can pull through and stamina shouldn't be a worry for them.
Yeah, something to look forward to as we're also ready to head into Agent Select to see whether or not, Meg, we can be expecting some quirky little changes from either of these rosters, or whether they will be sticking to what we are used to seeing from them. Wow,
yeah,
it's been a day.
Exactly as expected, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, Billy.
It is.
But I think, yeah, Giant X here starting off on the attack, I do think is a really big thing for them, because in the previous matchup when we saw them against Twisted Minds, they really struggled to find that mid space, which is what they put a lot on. And when they didn't find that mid space, they really, really struggled to sort of bounce back, and I do think Lexa managed to shut them down. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see how they've countered that, considering how it did go previously for them. And I do think what's really important here, in my opinion, is to get the ops online for both of the duelists, because I do think on the defense especially, it's really, really difficult for these players to counter, and it has been a weakness in my opinion in previous games. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Well, it officially is do or die for both of these rosters. A slot in Istanbul for the finals up for grabs for both of them. But for Twisted Minds, this is the path they have to walk if they want to qualify for GCC. Can they do it in this final map of the series Ascent? Coming up with our casters, Haza and Cairo.
Really looking forward to this one. An epic conclusion on the horizon, for Twisted Minds, and it's something they've been thinking about all year long, Cairo. An opportunity to play against one of these teams, your GXs, your KCs, your G2s of the world, go toe-to-toe with them, and then win when it counts, because that's not what we've seen so far. They have pushed each and every one of them, taken wins in group stages, but when it comes to playoff matches, games that can send you to capital cities for qualification, they just haven't been there, and now this is the chance.
GX have never beaten Twisted Minds this split, in split 3, and to do it here in what is essentially a best of 1 for Istanbul, it would be such an important result. But remember, the last time these two played on Ascent, it went Twisted Minds' way, and it was a 13-2. We begin the pistol with mid, and Giant X, the perpetrators, in taking that.
Very quickly establishing control in what could increase with some velocity towards this B push. Lean getting caught trying to refract back through the smoke. So she's the first fatality of the round for Twisted Minds. Leaving their anchors supported by smoke in B. So GX freeze, but they pay a hefty cost.
Still trying to get on towards the site. The flash not setting the players up to success, and Lexa holds down the site by herself, but the next couple kills do go GX's way. A 2 versus 2 in which to work.
Health advantage though for Twisted Minds, and with that Marty trades.
Yeah, now it just leaves Ava trying to collect the spike. Knows that HDM will be quick on the mark. And it feels like GX are always destined to win the first pistol round.
Yeah, and it's Ava to win it no less. Straight back into the lineup, unshackled from Sunset. Being the difference maker to kick off this series. GX have started well all night long. For those just tuning in, the first map bind was a 13-1 in their favor. We thought they had a dinner reservation, that they were going to be forced a late charge or something in the way that they were hammering through this one. And coming fresh off a win against KC for the first time in their last 4 meetings with the French org, you'd have reason to believe that it would be a one-sided affair. But Twisted Minds have fought back, and that's what this is all about.
Silent across the map. It's Twisted Minds who are the ones to make movements, most importantly. The thing is, though, is they don't realise how encircled this B site actually is at the moment. So there's players towards market and players in B main.
Yeah, GX just setting up for the same execution which they showed in the previous round. Twisted Minds haven't brought anything too interesting to their eco here. And I think that might just be the death sentence for them. GX running rings around the defenders, as Toki is the one that they want to follow up from. But Lean does pick up Eva in the meantime. With the door closed in 30 seconds, there might be problems here for GX.
Especially with Marty taking this A main spot, it's going to be so difficult to get out, and time is getting low.
Crossfire established, Lean dropping in, making herself known. Headshot onto Toki, funneling more bullets back into the 6-shooter, but can't reload in time. And with the safe plant secured, as much as Marty can do, it's a 2-on-2 situation. Now 1v1. Lexa on spot, but Sarah will fell her, and that's as far as it goes. The final player stands the test. And GX do pass their anti-eco.
I mean, you see that's all it goes, but it's everything but the last yard for Twisted Minds. So close, and this bonus round doesn't have what it would normally have, considering the start that GX were looking at with the anti-eco. So, a couple of light shields in the mix. The regen shield as well for Lexa. Overall, not a bad buy.
One of the similarities between the comps, of course, is the KO. And Sarah already finding value from her knife. The unbreakable knife at the top of market has identified Lean at the very least, and very quickly the response is to fight heavier on the A side. Lean in the meantime, so sharp.
She's always so good at going and taking these entry picks, but Smurfette, not far off it, gets hers. So, the sight opened up, and a brilliant shot by Toki.
Absolute belter through the smoke. Lean is here early, though.
That's the opportunity to get another back in the conversation. Does so, but unfortunately opts for utility at the worst time. So, advantage towards the attacking post. Lexa needs a clean kill, but there's already an investment up through the window. Can't get the kill, but it does upset the retake. It's upset the movements. And Sarah mows down the last two. So bonus converted, even though it was a lesser buy than what was expected.
Yeah, it was a great round from Sarah. And the reason why I want to speak about the KOs is I feel like Marty in these last couple has been so key in how Twisted Minds are anchoring their sights. The knife timings, the fragments to slow things down. This time, Smurfette dashes on top of it, and that has to be something else we need to mention. The mid control for GX, because the difference is they're just split pushing a lot of the time. So if Twisted Minds aren't reacting and actually looking to fight one of those arms, then they're just going to get overwhelmed.
Still trying to dance and get a sheriff shot off. It doesn't work out. GX still look to putting Poltons on market, which we've seen quite a few times actually. And being able to manipulate that, threaten it, is the biggest point that GX will be looking for. And they do not want to walk into HTM's bucket.
They definitely don't. But they're going to anyway. It's Iva at the front. She'll be the martyr here. Just under the minute mark, GX needing to make a move. Like I said before, they love to go for these executes through multiple lanes. They've got control of mid yet again. But A suddenly doesn't feel anywhere near as nice when you know that there was a shotgun up in your face. Now upgraded to the rifle, of course.
And the worst thing about it is it was Eva that got picked out, right? So no more clearing utility, and still Jules being taken all across the map as Sarah and Nez open up A.
Settles for a 3-on-2. They'll be without the services of Smurfette for the time being as she's taking the long road back through main. But even Lean is just waiting for the support.
Last player standing.
So with that being said, Lexa just has a sheriff, and I say just a sheriff, but this is looking a little bit more scary than it should.
Picked up the first of those players and spotted the second. Double peek from GX though, as safe as you like in the end. The 4-round streak continues against the Pistols. Into the rifle we go.
And Twisted Minds making themselves a nuisance in this round. The Bucky getting to work, making the GX economy a little bit more honest, I think is the word I would use, considering what they did have. There's an ult command available. Whether they want to assault into where the Cypher setup is another question entirely. But it seems as if Lexa has set up A for success while she plays towards B.
Quick play over the arch from Smurfette here, and the rest of GX, they've turned up the pace. It's the null command coming through from Sarah this time, but when that expires, Twisted Minds will have plenty of their own, and actually, it's Toki to fall first.
At least the smokes were down before Toki fell, so they have a way to try and get across, but with time ticking away, that smoke will disperse very shortly, so GX need to get a move on.
They are just freezing for a moment though and seeing if Twisted Minds want to give them a way back into the round if there are any glaring mistakes that could go punished. Sarah has the knife just to confirm the players towards spawn. One of them spotted, one of them executed. Eva in market joining up with the rest, and the spike now starting to make its way into B. But not before the neural theft confirms this push from GX, which is thwarted by their sight hold. The first round on the board for Twisted Minds took them a while, but they're in it now.
Defeated.
And you'll be happy with the round that was found, because it's one which plenty of players are kept alive, and that economy gets a little bit more stability. As well as ultimates coming up online for both sides, this is a pivotal part of the half, because it depends who comes out on top, when the ultimates are used.
Exactly, if GX can bag a round win here, there's a huge opportunity. The ramifications could go beyond, like you say, affect the economy, give them more momentum onto their defender's side, which we've seen before. So strong, this proactive nature about the team fits so nicely with Smurfette's aggressive playstyle. It's going to be a B-pop again. Didn't work last time. This time it's mostly through main, and it's not going to be anything more than just that. Smurfette, though.
Little gap to work with. And towards CT, just unsettles the position, unsettles the movement, and Marty sends her back packing. So now towards the A site, where two players are, it's Lean and HTM to hold it down.
They've done a pretty damn good job so far. Fighting into main, this is what Twisted Minds needed to do, and they are doing it.
With the ultimate and
choosing one end of the objective and fighting in. Lean with 3 in the end, and Eva 1 versus 4 has her work cut out for her here. Does pick up the first, but there are plenty of players to chase it up. So Twisted Minds do double their rounds on Ascent.
I find them.
Double up and keeping plenty of those players alive. So I think that was the most important kill in the round. Smurfette finds that. It opens up the map as a possibility to go anywhere that they want to. And well, still though, I mean, there's not much of a buy at all actually for Giant X. The Phantom, the only rogue buy here for Ava.
And that's why we place so much importance on those ults heading into the previous round, because GX's chances might now find themselves being few and far between. Marty with another opening kill. A lot more aggressive look from her this time in terms of her positioning on short, and just confirming that Market in the process has not been taken.
Stealing sight. Cover going out.
Slowly rolling our way through again, though, destroying that trap. They still want to keep moving forward, in towards tree, further forward, and in the window perhaps. GX try to make it a problem of a different part of the map, rather than keeping it standard, going elsewhere, catching players off guard, but it's still the main, and it's a problem, because GX can't get out of it, and Twisted Minds are well aware of every position. Just next now. She has nowhere to go.
And Ness will find her first, but nothing more than that. So Twisted Minds have reduced this gap to just 1 round. I think, you know, people will remember yesterday.
1 enemy remaining.
And GX having won the first 4 on Abyss, and then losing the following 11 or 12 rounds. So yeah, you can't get too complacent in these situations. That's the story of this series as a whole. If there's a lesson to be learned, the early wins not meaning all too much after what we've seen from Twisted Minds in recent memory.
And for both of these teams, the big thing also is the fact that the defense is the better side for both, right? So Giant X already finding 4 is commendable, right? But they're wanting, as you said, more than what has already been got, and want to try and make the most out of what has been a very strong position at the start of this first half.
5 or 6 and you're laughing, like you say. But 4 just feels like not quite enough right now. Commendable, but not quite enough. And so Twisted Minds with the streak that they're on, continue to build back into this map as they have done the series. Lean's op is now out and a problem.
Snuff them out.
I think we really saw yesterday against G2 that Twisted Minds weren't able to handle an op, so the fact that they've got one out for themselves could be exactly the remedy to GX's offense. You're seeing the passive information it's giving towards B as this A execution is ready to go, but not before Marty arrives at the scene with her suppressive utility.
I mean, the trap wires, right? That's the big thing, trying to get out past them. Smurfette has done so successfully. A Hunter's Fury to come in as well. There was a player below her, but it's not going to work out. Twisted Minds look to make it 4-4 as Marty shuts them out.
And that's why I mentioned the KO player, because Marty finds 3 on the site hold, as Twisted Minds have so often relied on her to do. One of the reasons why they're such a good team, why they've made it so far, is when the attack is just pushing out of a main into them, the crossfires they're able to set up, and their micro in general is so good. GX were finding success when they were creating pressure on different areas of the map, but now going back into their shell, it's just not enough, Cairo.
It isn't whatsoever. And it feels like the GX of the first 4 rounds are a different GX to what we're watching now. Out of answers, out of options. And Twisted Minds, since the turn of the tide, I feel like they've got the advantage to go and take the advantage into the next half. But still, 4 rounds left in this first half. And Lean will start it off with a brilliant entry.
Good initiative from her. Looking back at the previous VODs, I imagine that the instructions given to her by the coaching staff would be just be a little bit more relentless on those extremities, because she would often inhabit that space but very quickly give it up. That liberal use of the refract I was talking about before. But now, Stalwart in position. The A rotation should be called. It's still looking a little late here from Toka as GX are getting closer and closer.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, the better weaponry just comes through at the right time. It was a pistol round, that's for sure. Eco, perhaps, flawless with 5 alive for Twisted Minds. What did GX need to do here, Hazard?
I think it's what I was saying earlier. Create a little bit more pressure on the map. If you're going to default effectively, and if you're going to go, just go. Because they like to freeze and sort of slowly contact in, but that's not going to work against the op. The util's got to be airtight if you want to get past Lean. So mid is where GX head to kick things off. Market should be theirs, once again under the black and blue banner.
Plenty of mid-round in utility, but Giant X want to go towards a shot. There's a point to try and make an inroad towards one of the sites, but it's brought out utility from the defense, and there's key utility as well.
You can see the protocols from Twisted Minds. They drop into this deeper site setup, bolting down the hatches rather than playing for a main. HTM in the meantime just reconfirming the information that had gone cold on Market. Smurfette was there. Now GX have options. They have spread Twisted Minds thin. This is the exact kind of mid-rounding that was completely lacking from the last couple.
Can they stop the backside hold of Marty and HTM? They've struggled so far, Giant X, and this time they won't. Sarah gets a double, and both anchors are gone, but Lean's up, ready to go. Playing round the smokes, but identified through the Cypher cam and picked up by Smurfette. This is the best chance we've seen from Giant X so far.
And it should, being the operative word, be a tied game. But Twisted Minds are still giving this a go.
Yeah, and now it leaves just Toka, but it leaves us in a 5-5 scoreline, all even once again. And well, there's still ultis to burn, F your Giant X.
They've really been hesitant to use them, and I think that's a common theme of GX in general. Their ult usage sometimes has been quite slow, but killer in terms of when they do finally choose to invest. 5 rounds on the bounce without a win before we see them pick one up yet again, but it comes from that mid control I was talking about and this default which has been working well. The difference with Twisted Minds is now they've got an Odin and they want to try and spam this area a little bit more.
Revealing area.
Mid. The next portion, once again, that Giant X want to move into. That Odin going to be a big issue as the operator fires shots off, but nothing collecting. And the fact that Toka's been denied that space as well is a real problem. But GX need to be careful of the re-engage that Lane likes to go for.
And Toka as well, just waiting for her timing, knowing when there's presence here in market. Has the dart to set it up. But GX should be aware of this, and there you go. Dart broken. Control kept, but not expanded upon. The difference is this time, they've not broken any of the trap wires. They're a lot deeper from Twisted Minds.
Oh, Toka finding that info as well. Waiting for the opportunity to spam through, but instead would rather wait. Help Lexa towards CT. Unfortunately, I don't think they're going to get much. I mean, this is the time where the contacting is actually working out for GX, but Lex's spam works out. Ness is only able to get one back, and that res of Sarah will be most important.
They're not going to go for it, though. Ness has been forced to prioritize the plant here, and everyone else drops by her side.
1 versus 4. Oh! Toki, very clean, but not clean enough. Toka survives on 10 HP, and that would have been something spectacular if GX won that.
It absolutely would, but for good reason they don't. Twisted Minds, passive in terms of their setup. No, not showing anywhere near as much face as they did last time. And then it's this Odin, which is huge for softening up opponents, and actually Lexa is the one who finds the double spam kill.
So, into the next we go. Hunter's Fury and Ava's back pocket still to be used. Ness with the neural theft if they could get a pick. That's the two big ones coming into this. One circumstantial, the other good for execution. And it seems the way that GX are posturing, this should be a straightforward A hit.
Yeah, but they're going to get caught by the knife again, Cairo. It's 4 players within range. And it's the reason why on Ascent, if you take main space, it has to be with the intention of hitting the site. Instead, they get lit up with information.
And Lean on the angle through mid, hiding from the cam. If GX contact here, that's going to be a big issue. But most importantly, Twisted Minds have this part of the map for themselves. And it will make such an easy rotation. And 2, means an easier read into the later part of the round, but Lean comes off. Where is she off to? Towards A. This means that the B site's open.
Yeah, but the second knife drops in from Marty and just confirms that there is no presence in A main for the time being. GX seeing that,
30 seconds
going
left.
back to mid, setting up for what looks like the B split, and that's going to be it.
That's going to be a big problem. Lean needs to get a move on to get close and help the Cypher of Lexa. But we've seen her do this time and time again. Hold on to site all by herself, and she'll do so with the first kill. Second goes her way. The support here. The Avengers ready to support the Cypher. Twisted Minds. A flawless round and an advantage into the second half.
Yeah, GX just unable to bleed enough utility out of Twisted Minds in those situations. Given the favorable site setups, they are some of the best in this region at holding the line. But can they do the unthinkable and reverse sweep? That's what we want to know. Welcome back to Game Changers EMEA, where we have the lower final in its 5th and final map, the decider for Twisted Minds. The map that they've been playing towards for the whole year, but now is the opportunity. They've got the lead coming out of the break. They've adapted well to everything that GX have thrown at them. Now it's about signing off on the dotted line and sealing their spot in Istanbul.
That's the big point. If Twisted Minds lose here, GX will send G2 Gozen to Seoul.
Cage triggered.
That's the big point. Twisted Minds need to get to Istanbul to deny Gozen their opportunity.
The Orchids have had the mantle of being a competitive team in this realm all year long, but one thing they've not been able to shake is turning up when it counts, and that's right now. They won the majority of the pistol rounds yesterday, all but one against G2. But here, they've struggled. It's been one-way traffic in favor of GX. And in terms of the defensive setup this time, it is spread sparsely across the map. Either one put under the microscope, though, with where the spike is headed, carried in the arms of Marty, setting up the rest of the execution.
And it's Smurfette identified through the recon dart. Utility sent her way, but that one flash could be enough to deny the players getting out. But Twisted Minds find a way out anyway, and that's through brawling.
30 seconds left.
Knocked down like dominoes. Lean, the point woman of the push yet again. A 5 versus 3, and Twisted Minds won't just settle with the site. They've inhabited short now as well.
And it doesn't get any better for GX. An almost flawless pistol round as Twisted Minds, just like they did in Lotus, look to double the lead.
GX slipping away. Those first 4 rounds that they found on this map start to feel like they weren't enough. Just adding in the pistol has made all the difference, but it's the anti-eco to follow it up that would really put GX in trouble. They want to keep this as clean as possible so they get a good swing at the bonus. We know GX like to go for heavy sight stacks, gamble hard in these situations. They've got a player for mid, a cam for B, and all the rest are waiting on the A site.
Spike retrieved.
Four bodies on the A site is incredible. A tap of the cam, maybe to create the guise that the Cypher is here on B and this is not where you want to go, but Twisted Minds have made the right choice. This site completely open, and Ness is all the way in pizza.
Yeah, can't help but feel that Twisted Minds are reading the situation fairly well, though. Lean seeing how much B space was available with a fract active, no Cypher setup in sight, but look at this. The perpetrator, Ness, is catching this rotation in motion, needs the timing on the spike, but misses the opportunity. And it's HTM that should be picking up the pieces now. Smurfette's got one on site, but that goes traded, and it's just as expected in the end for Twisted Minds.
That was badass.
That's it. And all big buys in this round brought through to the next. And a chance to once again force it, be an issue to their opponents in the bonus round. Twisted Minds in prime position to make their way to Istanbul.
Three rifles, 2 pistols, and full utility belts for every Twisted Minds player. TP across from HTM just to threaten. Toki goes out searching for it, but she has no business here. Not until she's flashed back in by Sarah. HTM on death's door, but just can't confirm the kill. Snatch the dog tags from around her neck, and so with that, GX missed their advantage. It could very well give one up here if Eva isn't careful, but she won't miss. Not this time.
She doesn't miss normally when she gets the opportunity for a fight that's 50-50. The drone identifying Lean, but that's all it is. Only one player seen the Sova now as well, which will say that there's 2 players in B main at the very least, but there's more than that. There's at least 4.
As always, Lean, the Telegraph, early information that Twisted Minds are going to be channeling their efforts towards this side of the map. Into B they go. Double boathouse stack. GX ready to receive and not finding the shots they would have needed. That's until the cavalry arrives. Quick 2v1. 2 different angles that they try and challenge the rookie from, but Lean will fall. No chance in hell for her this time, and no bonus for Twisted Minds. The first rifle goes to GX.
Majority of rifles lost, and that's the part that we need to watch, right? What does this defender side economy look? What do they build towards? As Eva isn't able to purchase herself a proper rifle and has to be purchased a Guardian by one of her teammates. And now you look at Twisted Minds and the opportunity that they have to kick on from here, win this double digits and a potential broken bye for Giant X.
Cage triggered.
On the other hand, if Giant X can find this for themselves, then Twisted Minds have problems of their own. It's the biggest swing round of the series so far, perhaps. And it starts with GX presence in B main. Alerted early, and now mark it next on the hit list. But it all just feels like a means to an end. Their real intentions are on the A site, and as they gear up to it, Toki could quickly find herself isolated.
Oh, if she wins that duel, could find space important for GX, and the reason why they're leaning a little bit more heavier towards A is Smurfette's position and B main. And it's the good call, it's the right call. The Toki just needs to be careful about where she positions herself.
Oh, and Toki gets caught as the sole player towards the main side. Could have been an issue, but now looking at Smurfette, opposite extremity, testing the limits. HTM is going to be late into mid, and that's where Smurfette misses her timing. And actually, the rest of Twisted Minds know about her now, but not before Ness hammers in 2. Keeps the numbers with Twisted Minds for just a moment, but it's HTM again. Timing forever. Running back through, scrambling as the spike is still not down. 10 seconds. Aline is going to commit to the fight with the blinds on top, and there you go. They do get 10.
Double digits found, and there's only one team really sweating here, has it, and that's G2 Gozen. As they could have had automatic qualification tonight, and we are going to see Asuka time out one last time in this best of 5.
It's what Amy was talking about in the pre-match interview yesterday, that G2 Gozen never given an opportunity to directly challenge for that GCC spot. Every opportunity missed so far up on that road, but when it came to the upper final, they did all they could. They were relying on GX winning lower finals as they usually tend to do, but that feels away right now. A 4-round gulf between the teams as the cracks have shown. And the ground has opened up between the two. GX are going to be heading into an eco right off the back of this timeout, Cairo. And while they have an ult to play around, I don't think it's going to be enough.
Yeah, that is the problem, right? The question as well off the back of that is just also about what happens in Istanbul, because G2, they know what it's like to play there. They've played there before, and they know how to win a title there as well.
Look, Twisted Minds can start thinking about LAN events once they've qualified to them. There is still a map to be played, and GX, just like any other team in our beloved region, can do all kinds of things with a Sheriff in hand. One of those players will not be Smurfette though. Classic here, gets an early heads up, but that is all.
Well, job's not done. what's proven here is Twisted Minds need to just watch. We've seen GX catch players off time and time again in their thrifties. You can see Lean looking to hold on to that space and deny Smurfette moving forward. And with that pick, you can see the ears start to perk up and head towards B.
Yeah, Smurfette has been second best so far in the duelist department on this map. 8 and 16 now. Such a key component of how the defense functions. Her being proactive, set up by utility. But it's the hat from the head of Lexa which has given Twisted Minds notice of this free B site. They'll take up the tenancy and have time to adjust the post, but not much.
Let's try and make their way back in. Still ultimates to be had, but key positions like Lean and Main need to be cleared out as well. And it does not get any easier, as it's just classics, pistols. Lean is so good at popping out on an angle and then straight away refracted. Must be one of the best duelists in EMEA, never mind GC, at being quick on the mark like that.
Yeah, we'd seen her play a few of the smaller Saudi events in the past with Twisted Minds, contenders runs, all before the main event. But this is her first year against the top teams in our region, and she's putting up performances like this. Back to her best from being #1 for ACS in playoffs yesterday to dropping to 5th after her G2 performance. This is the best possible way to respond.
Toki, the next one to fall, trying to be aggressive, ultimates in, everything being pushed to the middle of the field. Twisted Minds know how close they are to finishing this out, and the only way back in is a Hunter's Fury from Ava, but Toka has one of her own.
It was an immediate setup to the main post plant though, because the no smoke's active for Toki. Hunter's Fury in to pile on the pressure to the Heaven players.
Hunter's Fury straight back in. The GX are trading out even, not before Twisted Minds activate, and Ava in her ultimate is too far away from the action to get involved, so walks into a 1 versus 3 where she's identified and taken from hell. Twisted Minds in the most pivotal map are about to complete what could be a reverse sweep.
Yeah, this is sensational from Twisted Minds. The sort of performances which you can look back on and be proud of. In every single player's career so far, they have been eclipsed in one sense or another. The true test would be taking themselves all the way to Seoul should they arrive at LAN, but only one more round required now for them to punch their ticket to the Stage 3 Grand Final.
Every player heading on to Map 3 of Lotus had to stand up and be counted, as on Sunset and as on Ascent. Twisted Minds keep themselves the masters of their own fate to head towards Istanbul to play against the old guard. G2 goes in, a roster that looks rejuvenated, and Twisted Minds, the young guns that have never been there before. GX challenge mid next, and Marty does have the spike on her back and needs to be careful here.
Yeah, but if there was anyone that could turn the tide, it would be Smurfette. Blades out, searching into mid with the spike dropped. HTM has placed down a smoke to try and get out of a sticky situation here, but Toka disciplined in the corner, hears all the steps, maybe doesn't even know that 3 players have passed her by. That's the opportunity that Twisted Minds may finally take. With the spike dropped in their own spawn, this might not be the round.
Couldn't flash in towards mid. GX are trying to deny the round, trying to deny the map, as Lexa with 10 seconds left can get nowhere near the spike and decides to retreat and keep the rifle. So GX once again will keep themselves alive for 1 round longer.
It's a 5-round gap now, reducing the deficit. I mean, this from Toka. She could have won the whole map. It was in the palm of her hand, but she just didn't realize that players had crossed the smoke. And with how messy that first fight was, nothing else to be found.
Yes, this should do.
Big part about that is Sarah just got the null command online to try and retake back into taking that utility offline that's been so good for Twisted Minds time and time again when the site take happens.
I must wait a moment.
Ascent for G2 has always been one of their best maps. The time they struggled in GC was when it left the map pool around about the start of last year, I believe it was. So looking at things now. Play from Market, but Lean's got the entry again. And all of a sudden, Eva's got to tread on thin ice. Does she want to take this duel, or could this be the end of GX in this round here and now? Lean is a lean, mean killing machine as she finds all three. And that is it. The Orchids are in full bloom. And while the showers of the second stage have only strengthened Twisted Minds from their roots upwards, they will go to Istanbul.
Aye, and they get the chance to play up against their opponents, their rivals for this last GCC spot. That's the big thing here. Istanbul a week away, but one to look forward to. A grand final, best of 5, where G2 goes and have a double ban advantage.
And that double ban advantage will play a very big factor in the game on the day. The best of 5, which will qualify a team to Seoul. Istanbul added to the itinerary of Twisted Minds for now, though. And I have to say, for some, it's the kind of game that you want. Not only are these events in Turkey a celebration of all that's great about our circuit here in EMEA, but it's a competitive fixture that will result in a team securing their dream, or at least part of it, for this year.
Oh yeah, and as for GX, I think the biggest thing for them is they were able to secure Seoul by themselves with 1 win, but also prove to us that they are the team that we thought they were, because I think I had a lot of doubts coming into playoffs considering how the group stage went.
Yeah, and for GX and KC, as well as we're going to include the other team in that conversation already being qualified for GCC, the question is, how much are they going to be able to solidify themselves then heading into GCC? We know GX have also been prone to changes. This evening was probably not the best example of that, considering the substitutions that they had to make on the night. But yeah, plenty for both of those to be thinking about, as we will be seeing them later in the year. But that's all from myself and Cairo on GC for now. We hope you've enjoyed the lower final. It is Twisted Minds Orchid that will be heading to the grand final against G2 in a week's time. But for now, it's back to the desk.
It is. Thank you so much, guys. And we have to say congratulations to Twisted Minds for being able to close this one out. A reverse sweep. And Meg, you called it. I'm going to say it. You called it.
What can I say, guys? Mystic Meg coming back and sussing it all out. I mean, I'm so glad for Twisted Minds because there was so much on the line for them. And we were saying how this is literally, truly what could potentially be the Cinderella run. And I think just seeing them counter that early success that Giant X were sort of finding in mid just shows how incredible they are as a team and how amazing the roster are, because they adapted in a high pressure situation on a potential reverse sweep where it was looking really good for Giant X. And a big standout here is, of course, Lean, who has just been incredible, bouncing back from those first 2 maps, showing us why she's one of the best duelists in the EMEA, period.
That 13-1, that was just a joke. That was literally just a meme, Billy. It was it was just a warm-up. They're like, you know what? We haven't really screamed yet today. Let's use that first map to kind of get into the swing of things.
It's crazy that we started this series off today with a 13-1 defeat for Twisted Minds Orchid, and now we're at the point
5
where
hours ago.
Literally, I think we've seen probably one of the best reverse sweeps. It's not often that we get to see them in GC EMEA, so the fact that we got to see it when Game Changers Champs is on the line as well, it just makes that grand finals in Istanbul all the more exciting. Of course, if you're a G2 fan, you're sitting there like, no, we still have to make it to GCC, like panicking. But for me, it's exciting because it means that when we do get to Istanbul, the stakes have just risen yet again, where we are going to have to see who actually goes to that global event at the very end of the year based on this one final now that we have on LAN in Istanbul. So yeah, for me, it's exciting that Twisted Minds were able to close this one out.
I do think Twisted Minds as a whole as well performed, especially on Ascent. Lexa, again, being somebody who stands out to me, her Cypher truly stands the test of time, and she shows again and again why she is one of the Sentinel greats. I just think that she does so well to sort of adapt to situations where maybe it's not going her way initially and counter sort of anyone on the enemy team kind of countering her by countering them. She's constantly adjusting, constantly adapting, changing her setups, and playing a Sentinel kind of how we traditionally expect to see, especially on Game Changers EMEA.
Yeah, I think for Twisted Minds, this is absolutely incredible. You're coming through contenders, you're going through a group stage, you play in that upper bracket, you fall down into lower bracket, you still manage to go to the finals, and just the possibility of having a team that goes from contenders to GCC in one stage would be ridiculous in the best way possible. Unfortunately for GX, this is the end of the road for them here, but they are still going to be a GCC because they did have enough points throughout the year to be able to qualify. And you also got to look at it from like a positive perspective. They will have quite a bit of time to practice, to prep, to just relax a little, because of course today as well with the emergency sub coming in, I can only imagine that they just need a little bit of that time together and just be able to gel well. But hey, Twisted Minds, they done it. And with that, our bracket as well is going to be updated. I mean, we've already know that G2 Goes is in that finals, but Billy, now it's going to be a rematch from the upper bracket final in the grand final.
Yeah, it's really exciting, and I do want to, you know, like give Giant X their flowers. I think they had some amazing moments today. I think Ness as well in particular has really stepped up to the plate the past couple of days, when we consider not only is she fragging out and popping off, she's also the one that is, you know, the mastermind behind the operation, the one that's IGLing. She really quite literally has been leading from the front throughout this stage. And when we think back to a Giant X in groups that almost didn't make it into playoffs, yes, I'm referring to it again because it felt like such a shock to us, to now having that time to be able to breathe and get things ready for Game Changers Champs, considering we will be playing on a very different patch from what we've been playing on in this stage as well. I think it's good that they're going to have that time to just, you know, get that stuff prepped and sorted.
I do think Giant X almost made a statement as well, because although, yes, it is the end of the road for them for now until Game Changers Champs, I think they showed that with those changes coming through that they're an incredibly strong team, they're incredibly confident, and I think the basic mechanics and their aim is so solid that no matter what changes are thrown at them, they'll be absolutely fine.
Yeah, we're also having Vlad ready for a chat now that they have qualified. So congratulations, Vlad, to yourself and to your team. You guys are going all the way to the finals in Istanbul. What are the emotions right now for everyone in the room?
Thank you for this congratulations. First of all, our emotions, we can't even like describe them. We were just, we still can't believe, I guess. We were just jumping around and that's it, basically.
Everyone looks really happy.
Along that we have a chance to win, but we couldn't believe till the end.
I mean, the first map, I don't know. Do we want to talk about the first map? Do we not want to talk about the first map? Like, you get to choose
talk,
here.
Yeah, we didn't join the server, that's it. It was not a best of 5 for us, it was best of 3.
Oh, no, we can tell. But how did that happen? Was it just the lack of maybe warming up before the game? Like, what do you think went wrong in those first 2 maps?
Yes, for sure. We had a very crazy schedule this day. I'm not going to explain the details, but yeah, it was so bad for us. But we still managed to overcome this. We were walking up the first 2 maps, and I guess it was just an unfortunate situation for us. We haven't like woken up the first map. That's it. Didn't play our game.
Well, you still have another best of 5 ahead of you, and it will be in Istanbul against G2 Gozen. Game Changers Championship is a real potential for you and your roster. When you came through contenders for this stage and you had to play that group stage, Was that even a thought on your mind? Did you think like, oh yeah, we can go from contenders to champs in like this stage?
As Toka said in one of the previous interviews, we were not even expecting ourselves to come out of group stage this stage 3 because everything was so bad before this tournament. Like we had to swap the player, Saket went to the Giantix, we bring Marty, and we had lack of practice because of the overlapping schedule of the other tournaments. For example, we were playing the whole Euro in Saudi League as well, so we had lack of practice, and that was the reason why we had that less confidence in ourselves. But as you can see, wow.
Yeah, Cinderella story. I mean, it's incredible to see. The confidence, though, from your roster, would you put that more down to everyone being there, present for the bootcamp? What do you think gave you that confidence, if not the bootcamp?
Oh yeah, for sure. Bootcamp buffer is insane for us. It works differently for some other teams, but for us, that's basically what helped us, I guess. That one of the main reasons why we actually playing this way. We're just believing each other and treating each other as a family, I guess. That's the thing. And it was not a thing when we were on server.
I can tell as well, like with the players behind you, that everyone's very excited, very happy to be there. I don't want to make this too long. You are going up against G2 Gosen in that grand final, so is there anything you want to say to them ahead of the competition?
To the G2? Sorry? I guess they have too much confidence in themselves, especially after the post-match interview that they said about Korot thing, that we put all of our confidence and time spent and 90 strats about Korot. I guess the Korot is just not that great, and it's not even one of the best maps. We just know how to play versus them, that's it. Like, nothing crazy. It's crazy for me that they think that we did something special to them. They're not a special enemy for us at all.
Oof. Okay, that's amazing, incredible. I love the energy. I'm really looking forward to seeing you guys on LAN in Istanbul next week. Actually, it's coming by pretty quick. But once again, congratulations and thank you so much for the interview. I'm gonna let you go celebrate with the girls because I know they're itching for it. Bye.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Oh, this is gonna be such a spicy final. Meg, it's crazy, but I love it.
I'm kind of living for it, you know, the back and forth. I definitely think it's gonna bleed into Istanbul a little bit, and I hope we see some of that attitude on stage. You know, for me, I love to see the confidence in these players, and I do think it's two really confident teams going up against each other on LAN in Istanbul. You don't want to miss it.
Yeah, we also, speaking of confidence, have to highlight a player today, Ness specifically, with the Herman Miller Gaming performance highlight, because although her team, Billy, didn't necessarily walk away here with the win, she did really turn up the heat.
Yeah, I kind of like skipped ahead when I was thinking about it earlier because this had been in my mind for the rest of the day once we saw Ness pull out this ace. It's the way in which she got it as well. I'm pretty sure it was like a 2v3 clutch situation that they were in. And again, just a testament to how she's been performing throughout this stage, as I said. Yeah, amazing work from Ness. I can't wait to see them back at GCC.
Yeah, but the bracket in terms of how we got here today and what to look forward to in the future. G2 Gosen in that grand final on November 2nd, going up against Twisted Mind Orchid. Both of these teams have already played each other in that upper bracket final. Meg, this is gonna be crazy.
Yeah, exactly. It's a revenge match, and not just that, it is fighting for the final spot for Game Changers Championships. You know, there's so much on the line with this matchup, and I think it's going to be incredible if you have the opportunity to be there and witness it. And of course, you can witness it from home, but I think it will be extra magical in the arena. But for me, I do think this is the best outcome to this situation. Of course, it would have been amazing to see Giant X win out a grand finals on stage 3 finally after their stage 1 and 2 performance. But I do think that this is going to make for an incredibly spicy matchup.
Yes, absolutely. And that is such a good, like, sales page. Probably the best one we've had so far. So guys, just scan the QR code under my phone, like right here. And Meg is like spot on. It should be magical. It should be incredible. Thank you to both of you so much for your knowledge and expertise today. I'm going to see you guys on the finals. For those of you at home, that's going to be on the 2nd of November. If you're not on LAN, make sure to tune in online. But that's it from us for today. Take care of yourselves. We're going to leave you with the Herman Miller Gaming end of day highlights, and we'll see you next week.
feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know